Good afternoon, as we are now 6 minutes into the afternoon. And we are straight into qualifying for a 6 hours of Nords race. With everybody here. Good afternoon, as we are now 6 minutes into the afternoon. And we are straight into qualifying for a 6 hours of Nords. There we go. Apologies for that. Yes, good afternoon. We have, it's basically a one-shot quali for a 6 hour race. This is a bit of a semi-scheduled, semi-unscheduled event. We were due to have the 24 hours of Nords going on this weekend. Unfortunately, due to some server-related shenanigans that have been going on with disconnection and what have you. The team behind the scenes has been working unbelievably hard to make this happen. I believe from what I've seen from everything that's going on, Toga now has a dedicated server unit itself. So basically a whole computer to run in a data center to run ACC off of. So
it is stupidly overpowered as well.
It is insane. It is a seriously meaty computer. So that is now what everything's running off, so we can run as many different bits on that server as we would like, as many different channels open as we would like. So this has ended up being basically it's a 6 hour stress test for the server to see what breaks, what falls apart, essentially give it a shakedown, see what happens, and we've rescheduled a 24 hour for later in the year. So that will still be happening. This is just basically a stress test, and it was long enough that amongst us we decided we were mad enough to commentate it. So I'm going to be streaming all day. I have Ches alongside me, returning to the commentary box, which is lovely to have back temporarily for today. And I believe at some point we have a Barry turning up, as well as anybody else that wants to come join in. That goes for any of the team managers, drivers, anybody else who wants to come and have a chat during the race. Drop into the comms waiting room. If I've not spotted you because I've got 1,000,001 screens up, ping us a message and I will drag you in, and we can have a chat. So any point during the race, feel free to do so, and we'll be happy. So, as you are returning, welcome back, Ches. How have you been?
Absolutely amazing, actually. I've missed being here. How have you been?
Yeah, been doing good. I need to lower the game. Find my computer. Hopefully audio.
I will be back in just a second.
Too bad. I do have an AC unit on in the background. If things are a bit awkward, please let us know. I can adjust many things there. So, like I say, this is a one-shot quali, so they've got 15 minutes to go into a lap. Whether it's valid, if you finish your lap but it's not valid, it doesn't count. So, no pressure. But yes, no, we've been doing good. Like I say, they're excited to test the new everything out, see how it all works. GT3s, GT4s, good mix of cars. Looking down through the grid, a lot of BMWs, a chunk of Ferraris, and a few others, and then various GT4s in the mix. So yeah, all good. Bit of general housekeeping. The first 30 minutes is live stewarded, so there will be a potential red flag if 20% or 4 cars, whichever is greater, basically stack it on the are involved in an accident on the GP loop. then it will be red flag. If they can get through the GP loop all unscathed and then be okay, then that is their own problem if they have a major accident. After that, and then after the first 30 minutes, it will go to a report-based stewarding. There was a rather interesting driver's briefing. So all the drivers are very aware of what is going on, how it's going to work. There are a few laps going down as we speak. We'll see what happens as and when all the times come through. Like I say, it is one flying lap that everybody gets for this one. So yeah, your predictions on how well this is going to start? Hello? Okay, Chez has gone quiet. I don't know if that is an issue. Well, we seem to have lost Chez for a minute. I don't know what happened. Wonderful. Wouldn't be one of these streams if something didn't go wrong. Good morning, everybody in chat. Good morning, good afternoon. I haven't finished my mug of tea yet, so I'm going to go with that. Yeah, Barry, definitely going to be a red flag. Good afternoon, everybody. Amarius, Scrub, good afternoon.
I am back now. Just had a few things to sort out.
That is fine. Hello to everybody in Twitch chat. My mate's in the best livery I made in the Lexus. Let's see if we can find that Lexus. I did sync up all the liveries. It's always the usual mild RNG with this one. That's quite a cool livery. Let's get a better look at this. Yeah, that's quite cool. Best way I can describe it is Good Smile Racing, if you come across them in racing in Japan in GT300 with a Merc. So, that was squirrely over the top there. Apologies, I don't know all of the corner names, all of the numbers and everything. There is a lot on this track compared to normal. It is several times longer than a normal track, so trying to remember all the corner names and where they are is spectacular. So there may be some flicking around onto the map just to see what's going on and where people are running around. I believe this is going to be the start of some flying laps very shortly, because I do know where that is, and that's coming out onto the Dottinger Haar. So that's going to be fun there. Yes, yes, indeed. Can you rate all the liveries one by one again? Oh, maybe. We'll go through the race. I'm sure there will be liveries that we will see. I'm not sure if you left it. Oh no, that isn't for wireframe on that one. I'm sure there will be liveries and bits and pieces that we will spot during the race. I'm sure it will get to the end of this race and I'll still be spotting new cars and new liveries, because that's just the way it is.
I am sending you a map with every corner name, but you'll have to properly zoom in.
Okay, marvellous. Thank you. I will try and work out how I can do that on another screen. I might just copy that into somewhere and go from there. But yes, that is. I hope that doesn't come up on the screen. This is a random file. Okay, as the first lap times have come through, that's pretty dang quick. 8:08.635.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, there's a couple of fast people here.
Yeah. First of the GT4 times? No, that wasn't. That was a GT3 time coming through. GT4.
Oh, we have a couple of cars sat on the start-finish line. They are now back into the pits. That's good to see.
Cool. That's good. That is a bunch of times just coming through now. As everybody is now starting to set their times. As I say, this is a real short, sharp quality session for all of this, so it will be.
I think it is pretty much a one-shot qualifying.
Yep, it is one lap. Go and see if you can survive, and then if you don't, well, oops.
Of course, before you turn left onto the actual Nords life, you can instead just turn right, avoid every bollard and all the stuff that are there, and you will rejoin on the start-finish straight the normal race layout that we know and love from the Nürburgring. And then you don't have to do an entire outlap.
It does also mean if you manage to beans up a driver swap and go out with it and not manage to not put tyres on or manage to not put change driver or add more fuel, then it means you don't have to do a whole 13 miles to get back round to the pits. You can just shortcut. You will lose the lap, but you can just shortcut back through as you normally would. As we are, that 808 is still standing. Anybody else on? You've just started a lap, so that's you done. You're going back out for another one, and you shouldn't be. Anybody else?
I don't think it really matters if you're going out. You're not going to have time to make it, so.
No, because it will, because the session will. Oh, well, unless the session timer is very, very short. You may still, if you cross the line before it resets, then you will get another one.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Before the session ends. Standard qualifying rules, but we have said that if you complete a flying lap, whether it be valid or not, that will be your time that is set. It looks like there might be at least one of the GT4s, in fact I'm going to say possibly a chunk of the GT4s, that haven't set lap times. Speaking of which, that Camaro looks rather good in its blue and, I'm not sure, cartoony anime livery on that one. So that's another good one. There's been a surprise. I mean, this is what, as I say, this is a lot of big teams that were expecting to be running in the 24 hours. So this is a lot of the liveries that are expected to be running in that, or were expecting to be running in that. Like I say, oh, that makes sense. It's based off the Garage 56 livery.
It is the Garage 56 car, extremely Japanese intensify moment here.
Yes. They do manage to set a time and complete that lap and go in 9:08.947. Top of the GT4 standings at the moment is the Maserati with an 8:55.402, which isn't a half bad time in that in a GT4 around here. I want to say it was the high 8:30s that was the fastest lap for the Nords, the 24-hour quali that we had. Those that are looking to take part in that and that are listening in, that aren't taking part in this, keep an eye on our Discord. Keep an eye on our Discord regards what's going on with that. As I say, it's been all shuffled around on SimGrid, so have a look and keep an eye on that as well.
how are we looking in terms of possible red flag scenarios? Do we run a red flag this event, or?
There is one due. Well, I say due. That sounds really ominous. Unfortunately, this many cars into turn 1 at this track. I'm not going to rule it out.
Oh no, in those terms, then yes, absolutely. But now it sounds like you're planning something instead.
I'm just going to say, commentator's curse, it's going to be the case anyway, just because I've said that now.
100%.
But we do, as I say, with the normal long endurance qualifying, endurance races, first 30 minutes are live stewarded. Post that, there will be a report-based system, of which I believe it's via our website. As it's all set up on that, and you'll be able to post whatever's been going on via that. Any issues you have, you'll be able to post there. Sorry, I am looking at absolutely everything here. Right, that is... I'm gonna hope that it goes through on that channel for the penalties. I don't have anywhere else I can do that. So yeah, this is, as I say, I think we're seeing the last couple of cars come through onto the end of their laps. Obviously went out quite late. There's a few drivers that haven't set times. There's a few people trying to improve, but they shouldn't be back out. So I'm going to ignore them. And a chunk of those laps have just gone invalid anyway, so that doesn't matter.
That's the Nords for you.
Yep, it's a long lap. I've literally got the content for this purely for the purposes of commentating. I think I've done like a handful of laps and none of them have been valid.
I absolutely love this track. It's just a shame that I'm not in the faster category of drivers here, so it's a bit hard to enjoy driving around everybody else when you know that, well, you're a rolling blockade, they don't like you, you will be punted.
There was a lot of this was conveyed to the drivers in the driver's briefing, is that there will be a zero tolerance on whether it be the lapped car or the lapping car being a pain in the butt to each other or intentionally running into each other. It's a very narrow track, it's very fast in places, it's not easy to overtake, let alone lap other cars, so it has been made very clear to the drivers that they should be courteous towards each other and make it known when and where they are going to let them by, because otherwise it's going to be unfair or as that's the 18-kilometre mark board. Wonderful. Incidentally, we have timed this extremely well. There is a 6-hour NLS round going on this afternoon as well.
And ominously enough, that is actually red flag for bad weather, I think it was.
Oh, that's not surprising. There is a whole chunk of funky weather going on.
Oh yeah. Oh, that is 2 BMWs involved in an incident on the last corner.
Oh, that's going to be a mess.
I have a feeling we're going to see quite a lot of that throughout the 6-hour event here. Yeah.
It's not an easy race. I believe it was our very own Barry did the race in a Bentley here on their own. The last race, endurance race that we did here. And I'm pretty sure I saw that car with its rear bumper hanging off more often than not.
Yeah, that makes sense. I am far from surprised.
As we have the last car to cross the line is going to come through. Car 69, Gale in the Aston Martin. And they will cross the line, set a time of very respectable 8:17.202. And that signifies the end of quali and the amazing things that happen in the pits with ACC, because they stack grid pit boxes. So we have a Ferrari morphing into a BMW.
A BM Ferrari?
I believe that's an AC. Is that the AC? Is that actually an ACM car? Which one is that? Ferrari is 296. 283 Ferrari?
I should also mention, for those of you that are interested in real-life motorsports, that the red flag in the ADAC 6 hours of the Nordschleife was due to what I can only assume is a Porsche stranded somewhere on the Nordschleife with a fairly big chunk of its front right side missing.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend that. Thoughts and feelings go out to all those involved. I don't know who else picked up on it. There was a incident late last night, around about 6 o'clock their time in the pit, which sounded like there was a gas cylinder, something exploded. So that's an ongoing situation. Anybody that has heard about that one, they're not something to muck with. Whatever happened, it's an unfortunate incident. It's an ongoing investigation as to what happened, but thoughts and feelings to all those involved, and got, especially those related to those that got airlifted to hospital afterwards. So, fortunately, we don't have any of those risks here. But
that is where sim racing is superior.
There's less risk to life unless you go and lick your power supply.
Which we don't endorse.
No, do not do that. Do not do that. So yes, sorry, we are just entirely yammering on here due to the fact that we're just waiting for the end of the quali to run down here. As it does so the cars will make their way to the grid, or will, well, I say that they'll be teleported to the grid at some point as everything sets up.
So, in the ADAC 6 hour, apparently the entire top 7, which is half of the GT3 cars, crashes on the second lap.
Ooh.
That includes Bastian Boos, Frank Stippler, Nico Menzel, Jules Gounon, Marek Böckman, Alex Lynn, and Alexei Veremenko.
A lot of those drivers you wouldn't expect to have that level of problem. They are all very experienced.
Definitely.
So yeah, as we are on a short formation lap, which is nice. So we don't have 40 minutes of them rolling around to the start. As we're on a short one and we've got 2.5 minutes, I'll take the top half, you take the bottom half of the running order, if you've got that.
I do not. I'm trying to get race control open here.
Oh no, that's absolutely fine. I will go through the list then. So we have Zuna Brovnik in car 127, BMW on pole, followed by Dobbs in car 137, McLaren 222, Domansink in the 222 BMW in third, Warner in car 501 BMW in fourth, Balwender for car 67 is in fifth, Niederel car 8 BMW is in sixth, Thierry car 420 Ferrari is in okay, I think that might have been a disconnect because everybody just jumped up the grid. So they're in sixth. Willamot in seventh in the 316 BMW. Badashmin car 44 BMW in eighth. Vadar in car 923 BMW. Ashkipov in car 95 BMW. Brand, car 723 Aston Martin. 12th is Hill in car 88 BMW. Grace, I'm going to go with that, car 167 Ferrari. Gale in car 69. Aston
Nice.
Martin in 14th. Race Ace. Whatnot's doing some funky things here for us, because it always does. Maya in 15th in car 35 Audi. That's brave. Didn't spot that one on the running order. Nielsen in car 881 BMW. Decro in car 296. Ferrari in 17th. Steiner in car 987. I better get a move on. BMW Wimmer car 791. BMW Chalder car 258 BMW. Goswell in car 283. Ferrari in 22nd is Cackerel 924 BMW, as they are off on their short formation lap. Here, 23rd is Gazone. You all have absolutely wonderful names, by the way. I am apologising now for butchering any and all of them, because
There is a penalty of 10 seconds applied to Baris Shakirel, which is the car that made contact with one of the BMWs at the final corner right before the end of qualifying.
marvellous, wonderful. Don't manage to do that, you get in trouble.
There's also 10 seconds to P5, P8, and let's see if there's anybody else that has been penalized. Yes, P41, Albers in the Ferrari 297 with racing number 297.
Wonderful. That may very well have been drivers that went out for more than one lap.
Could well be, yes. As we are approaching the start of the race here, we will. I will take the back of the grid.
Yeah, we'll go with the front, and I will go to helicap because there's enough height and space here. You see, and we are green. Good getaway from the front two, running side by side. Back there, that is the gaggle of BMWs of which that is Wormer. 501 did a wonderful job of getting through there. Front half of the grid doing pretty well at getting through that. Looks like somebody is going backwards there, but nothing major. How's it looking back there from your end?
Two cars have spun on their own accord, on throttle oversteer it seems like, but no deaths. This has been extremely clean.
Wonderful. As I say, we do have some GT4s in the mix there with some GT3s. That's why it's all going funky, because not everybody has cleared the first timing split as of yet. Because it's saying there's a GT4 in the lead, but there really isn't.
No, that would have been something.
I mean, I wouldn't have put it out the question.
Oh no, definitely not. This is the Nords. Anything can happen.
Exactly. Anything can happen, and it will happen.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, all looks pretty good for the first. It looks like there's some GT4s just getting out of the way and dropping back there. There is a BMW that is caught up behind. Ooh! That was a Ferrari that was across the middle of the track and spinning. And this BMW 7 of Team Bilstein Black Falcon. I'm going to go with KRI because I cannot pronounce your first name. Had to very much get out of that one. They are also caught up behind a gaggle of GT4s here. They've got to try and make their way through. I would have recommended trying to get through them a little bit quicker on the GP loop than they have managed. Obviously, they did have that issue with the Ferrari being across the track in front of them. All managed to get away without
did spin on its entirely own accord.
Yeah. Sorry, who was that?
The Ferrari of Tim Albers makes contact with the Alpine of Cody Lionheart, as that looks like Cody has successfully saved the car from the walls, but the 297 does not let him pass. Weird weird choice as Cody Lionheart now strikes the wall. That car seems to have a bit of damage. We'll see if he can keep that car going straight enough to make the pits. I will stay with Cody here for a while, and I assume you will cover the rest of the field.
Yeah, it looks like the KRI BMW has got past that Corvette? Camaro? I've at least got the right one. A couple of GT3s, a few GT3s getting past the GT4 Maserati there. Sounds fantastic. It doesn't have any ABS or TC. It's a bit scary to drive. Yes, I'm a wimp. I'm sorry. We have Timberlake.
No, the Maserati is extremely scary to drive, actually.
It is. It's fast. If you can hook it up and you can drive it, it's seriously fast. As that is Timberlake in the McLaren there, who is trying to get past the. I believe that's the fastest of the GT4s. I want to say that's the last of the GT4s. In the front sense, that's the front of the GT4 grid. Is that Maserati? Again, I mean, technically they can just hold their line. They don't. Then they're racing for on-track position, but not racing for overall. For the same category.
Cody Lionheart has completely lost the car once more and has extremely major front aero damage and probably aero damage for the entire car, I would assume.
That car is looking about as easy to keep hold of as a greasy weasel.
We have a major crash up the field.
Ooh.
The 814 Aston Martin has been involved in some sort of incident with many cars involved in this.
That was uncalled for from the 777 BMW. Needed to just stay where they were on track and let the Ferrari go past. Just careered straight into the side of the Ferrari that was coming through. That is just RTG. Your splitter is dragging through the floor on that car. That is an RTG job. The stewards are going to be busy after that. As there is a bit of a battle going on here with Balvander and the 420 Ferrari. I mean, this whole gaggle of cars from the 16th to 24th, to be fair, is all very close together. And there is changing places left, right, and centre all the way up through this. I am struggling to keep track of it. Steiner has been overtaken by Balwander, but he's going back through for to try and retake that position. Coming into the carousel. That's too wide into the carousel.
As Marcelo Sindaco in the 814 Aston Martin, the one that was involved in the major incident a minute or two ago now, is trying to limp that car back to the pits, which is heroic if he actually manages to do it, although he is a bit all over the place, touching every single... He paid for all the track, he's using all the track, let's just say that.
There was a message from the stewards earlier on that if they do see anybody desperately trying to limp back to the pits, they are probably just going to essentially disqualify them back to the pits if they are trying to limp around to damage their car, and then to undo that penalty and let them continue on, essentially.
He doesn't look like he is... I mean, he's all by himself in that part of the track. He's not yet to even come up. We have another crash with the 626, it seems like, of Robert Timberlake. I'll take a look at what has happened with him here.
That was with...
He's just lost the car on the curb. Almost strikes one of the green Mercedeses, I think that was.
They were sat up with the Nikolai Polyakov in the GT4 Maserati, so I don't know if that was a involvement. Also, good livery. I mean, that's going to be an easy one to spot as well, particularly if it is dark. with the luminous colours there.
And I think Marcelo Sindaco... No, he just crashed once more into the wall, but he is still trying his very best to get that car back to the pits. And I assume that the stewards have an eye on him, but he's in no danger to anyone but himself currently.
This is true. This is
so
still
I think they'll probably let him ride.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost 10 minutes into this race, and this is still the opening lap. Welcome to the Nords, as Verma and De Crew, I'm going to go with that, are side by side down the Dottinger going into the kink under the Belstein Bridge, and still side by side, and they've gone side by side with Challenger now, and just filing into line with everybody. Lost a few places down there, just getting out-dragged and side-drafted past by a couple of cars. Nothing too major. Everybody seems to be getting... Ooh, that was the Ferrari, just tagged the wall on the outside. It's very narrow on the way out there. On the way across across there, so that has not gone well. I believe that's that's the Alpine that we see on the track there, who has obviously returned to garage and is basically already a lap down, but will steadily now try to return to the racing. They are almost coming up to the end of the GP loop as the leader is coming through the bottom hairpin and up through the Mercedes into the Schumacher S. So that won't be too long. They will catch them this lap invariably, but that will be the first of back markers that these lead cars will have to navigate. Interesting enough, that is Dobbs, who's up in that Ferrari. He stayed in second, but the two of the BMWs that were around them have managed to. One of the BMWs has managed to jump Tut. There has managed to jump Dobbs, who started, I think, on the third row of the grid. So doing a very good job there.
We seem to have another incident, and I do wonder 258 possibly?
258 has dropped back. What happened to you? Battling with Thierry there through the kink, coming up towards the last chicane on the GP loop. Oh, just gets into the... tries to go up the inside, gets into the back of the car. Challenger there, and Challenger is a bit of a passenger. Held their line, did everything they could. I think they just got a little bit stacked up with each other on that one.
As I can now see that the front left tire of car 814, the one limping back to the pits, is currently aiming itself towards another postcode. So that must be quite hard to control.
Oh my goodness. That, I mean, yeah, you're not having a fun time with that. You still haven't managed to get to the second carousel yet. Both front tyres have a spectacular amount of toe in different directions.
Oh yeah.
That...
It's
if I was
an
wearing
advanced
a hat, I would take it
aerodynamic
off
technique that we do not yet know of.
This looks like a possible setup. I'm not sure if this worked.
I can tell you that I've seen weirder cars in real life, though.
Oh yeah, if you look at any of the like mid-90s, early 2000s NASCARs, they look like they've been crashed already before they've even turned a wheel.
We pre-crashed the car so you don't have to.
It is all entirely to do with your aerodynamics. I'm not going to get into it. It's fascinating. Feel free to go have a look at it. But basically they use aerodynamics to make the car turn left. NASCAR and IndyCar is a lot more complicated than it looks on the surface.
Don't you have to have, like, 20%, 20 degrees of steering to the right to be able to go straight in those cars?
Pretty much. You to go in a straight line, you are turning right. They run completely asymmetric geometry and suspension setups. Indy cars have a ability to change the ride height on the right rear corner only, to make their life easier going round corners, and then they can lower it back down to go down straights. As the two... Ooh, that 2-night, what happened to the crew there? Just suddenly see a car dropping down the order, and they get absolutely clattered by another car coming through there.
Oh, Jesus.
They get it wrong on their own and clatter the barrier on their own, and then it looks like somebody else came through whilst they were trying to recover. BMW.
You would not drive that car away.
Across the track when you've got another car coming up the road. That's why it's important to have your map open, people. That goes for people who are coming up to an incident, and those who are in the middle of an incident. You know what you're doing. 283 looks like it's been in the wars. Unfortunately, that car was getting Harry Godswell was doing quite well to get up through the order. Unfortunately, it has dropped down a chunk there due to what looks like their own incident. Honestly, I'm just trying to keep track of everything that's going on and getting distracted. There is two BMWs line astern coming through the carousel, trying to eat the other one's bumper as they go through. As they all get stacked up behind the GT4. GT4, it's just doing what it can do of just following its line and making everybody else go around it, which is exactly what they should be doing. This is GT rules, as McGonagall there gets right over the curbs and has a rather interesting moment with that.
We have Professor McGonagall?
Troy Fraser McGonagall for Stone Cold Racing.
That's a beautiful livery on that BMW. I love the blue.
It's a good blue. I don't have much more than that. I just have the
no, neither do I.
In-game livery, so if there is more to that, check your DDS files on whatnot as Zumbrovnik, having their own funny 5 minutes dropping down the order. The gap at the front has opened out. I apologize, I'm just trying to keep up with everything that's going on at the moment. There is loads all the time. The leader 501 has pulled out a gap of just over 2.5 seconds now to Dobbs, who is a further 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds ahead there, so almost 6.5 seconds back from the leader.
So we do have the penalty outcomes for qualifying, if you want me to run through them real quick.
You can do, feel free.
There's a 10-second penalty to car number 8 for driving into car 432. Car number 8, I cannot see immediately who that is. It seems to be Niederel in P8. Along with that, there is a 10-second penalty to car 297. That is the car of Tim Albers, currently sitting in the pits in P41. Car 44 also receives a 10-second penalty. Car 44... Let's see if we can find car 44 here as well. I cannot seem to find 44, so I wonder if that is the car that left before the race. No, never mind. In P6 we have Badamshin, Roman Badamshin. I don't speak French. And car 924, that is the car of Paris Shakirel, also receives a 10-second penalty. All of these are for causing a collision in qualifying, as he just taps a bit of a wall in the final corner going out on the main straight here. Doesn't seem to have caused him much damage, but we are waiting for an update regarding penalties or incidents in the actual race, which I am sure there will be quite a few of.
Indeed. just jumping to this battle. Is that? I'm going to take a punt and say 8 and 88. They are both backmarker motorsport cars of Hill and Niederell. Niederell has a 10-second penalty over.
As Robert Timberlake is stranded after the first carousel, it seems like. Trying to get going, but he's struggling. There's a car approaching him. That is the car of Jakob Gertsen. Beautifully done there. Timberlake didn't move the car, as he's now trying to get on their way again, and he is moving.
Indeed. Very well done there, not to have an accident, as we have a number of cars visiting the pits after that first couple of laps. 296, obviously, of the crew. Steiner. Chandler. Chal? Lucas, I'm going to go with that because I cannot pronounce your surname. Is there. Steiner is down and away, as is Lucas. The crew is going to be in for a while with that one. Looks like we might have. No, there we go. 815 is now back in the pits and taking service there.
I think by reading the chat over on Discord, I think they're having some issues. So I think they're going to leave the server and then try to rejoin. I wonder if they've had issues with the correct driver entering in the correct order. From what I can tell, they say that it doesn't match up. So apparently the wrong drivers entered.
So the way the list works from the entry list works is you will have to nominate your first driver on SimGrid, and if you join in the wrong order, then it was very much made clear that was very much your own fault, and you essentially won't be able to use that driver. So we'll see what happens with regards to that one. There is a bit of a battle on here in GT4 with the 41 Maserati and the 421 of the AMG Mercedes going through. How many sections that? They are after the first carousel at the top of the circuit, by the looks of it. Is that there? No, that's not there. Is that Flugplatz? That is Flugplatz. Apologies. The Maserati just starting to pull away now from the AMG. The AMG is not quite as quick in a straight line. That gap now coming out to about almost a second, so I'll keep an eye on that one. 666 Esposito for 10. Apologies, I cannot pronounce your team name. I'm going to go with the shortened SFTI. Is catching up on the tail of Macron in 992 MB team Porsche there, as they are going through across the top of the circuit now before dropping back down, starting to that long descent down towards the GP loop. There is a battle on between Kirkel and Henry Machado. I should have looked at the entry list a little bit more than I have done. I am really struggling with these names as they go side by side coming through here. Machado has to back out of that one on the outside of the corner. As Kirkel gets a 10-second. Has Kirkel already got that 10-second penalty? I think they did, but he just spotted it.
We do have updates on the race penalty scheme so far. But before we go through those, I just want to say that the 815 Aston Martin is back out on track now. So it seems like they have sorted their driver lineup issues here. But going through the penalties here, I don't think all of them have been applied yet, but there are some heavy hitters here. Car 222 gets a 15-second penalty for causing a severe collision with car 420, as car 88 is yellow flagged here. Seems to be going again, probably just a spin, I would assume. Let's see if we see anything about it. He is moving again.
It looks to be all moving. That is L in car 88. I'm assuming that was a spin on their own and kept it out of the wall because there doesn't look to be any damage on that car from my end.
That's good. So, there's a 5-second penalty to car 297 for causing a collision with car 432. Car 420 gets a 10-second penalty for a collision to overtake car 72. There's a 5-second penalty to a crew member of the 923 car for use of the in-game chat. That is, in my opinion, quite a dumb penalty to receive. It's something that we've reiterated every single race, that we do not use the in-game chat. It's never been allowed. It will never be allowed. Don't use it. There's a 30-second penalty to car 777. That is the car of Schneider, currently sitting in P42. He rejoined the track and caused a severe collision with car 297. That is the car of Tim Albers in P41. Car 420 gets another 10-second penalty for causing a collision with car 258. They are now up to 20 seconds of penalties. Car 296 causes a collision with car 23 and receives 10-second penalty for that as well. There's an additional 10-second penalty to car 316 for causing a collision to overtake car 95. There's a 5-second penalty for car 137 for causing a collision with car 432. There's another 15 seconds of penalties added to car 296 for causing a collision with car 258. And there's 15 seconds of penalties applied to car 923 for causing a collision with car 222. And then there's also a 20-second penalty to car 137 for causing a severe collision with car 127. That's all we have so far. I'm certain it will be updated.
It looks like it has been steadily ticking through on that one, as we see Arakapov, in the pits. Car 222 is on the tail of car 723. 222 has a 15-second penalty hanging over it, so that will be served at the next pit stop. And yeah, they're catching up with that Aston Martin of Brand for 4th place. Hello Charlie in chat. Apologies for not keeping an eye on things. On chat I have been somewhat distracted by all of this, so yes, good afternoon everybody in chat.
Charlie,
Harry,
don't say hi to just me.
What?
Charlie said hi, but only to me. That's not very nice of you. Say hi to everybody else as well while you're here.
So yeah, Barry, you didn't manage to curse the commentator this. You didn't cause a red flag. Somehow, you haven't had that. I mean, it was, yeah. Kurt Peters, P7, not quite sure which car you're in. Okay, Ches has been keeping an eye. Oh, okay. There's been some bot-related things in Twitch.
Oh yeah,
chat.
my banhammer is twitching for these bots over on Twitch.
Wonderful, wonderful. So yes, all going well. The laps are very long here, and I'm just so. That is a BMW going rally crossing briefly there, as it tries to get past the. That was probably closer than it needed to be on that Alpine. Sorry, my brain just gave up with car names then. As Whitmer and who's that? That is Whitmer and Hill. Bennett. Blandvander is Philip for Pateron. Was dropping down the order. That's why things were going a little bit funky. I hadn't spotted that car was off. Hazards on, and I think just trying to get out of the way whilst probably looking at the state of that car, get back to the pits. As Roman Bassman is on the tail of Zembrovnik in the two BMWs. The gap at the front, Dobbs has closed back in. Dropped that gap down now down to 1.7, but has completely dropped. Both of those cars have completely dropped. Car 923 in third of Vadar, who is now 12 seconds back from there, and is starting to get under fire from this Domonsky brand battle that is going on behind. That gap is now about half a second, with Domanskik now about a second back on there. So this one, if the Aston and the BMW start fighting, that's going to bring the 222 BMW right back into this fight very quickly. As we have Barris Krickel is being passed by KRI there. That's why that car has a rather unhappy front end, but looks to be managing to handle its way back round, and I'm assuming will either try and run around to their pit stop, given that they have 10 seconds, or they will bail this lap on that one. I believe it's a standard. Ooh, as what happened there? I was not paying attention to the screen. Those two look like they might have had a bit of a coming together.
Oh, that is car number 2 of Dobos off quite heavily. He's now down in 5th. I'll try to see if I can catch what happened. Seems to have just hit the wall on his own.
Ooh, that was the BMW.
And almost makes contact with 3 other cars.
The black BMW got it wrong, and I think the green BMW, trying to get out of the way, had its own accident in sympathy. Well done. Sorry, what was that with the Dobbs McLaren?
McLaren. He was sitting in P2, seems to have absolutely lost the car in one of the corners and just entered the shadow realm of the walls here.
Ooh, that's never a good idea.
4-3-2, let's see who that is currently... That is Cody Lionheart, is currently stopped on the road. He will need to get that car moving. There are cars behind him approaching. That is after the first carousel. To be more specific, it seems like he
has had
issues in... Let's take a look here. That must be in... Getting close down to Whipperman. think Hohe Acht, it seems like the place is called. I am not German, although I like to think that I'm good at words.
I believe that is her accent. Yeah, that front end is looking very second-hand now. This looks like it might be 2 trips to the pits in almost as many laps.
Yes. Because car 297 seems to be yellow flag. That is Tim Albers in the wall. Let's take a look at what happened to him. He just lost the car on his own, it seems like. Very unfortunate.
I'm struggling to find that.
He's down in 41st.
Fair enough. We have a battle here. Sorry, I was just looking through the timing screens. So that you guys don't have a map of the track in front of you, I have to pretty much rely on the timing screen. This is a battle between Gamov and McGonagall. Are battling it out, the 2 BMWs. There is an astonishing number of BMWs in this grid.
It's a good car.
Coming onto the pit straight, it looks like McGonagall is possibly just trying to get into the draft. Front end of that car looking very second hand as well. Not the worst we've seen, but it does look like Gamov has possibly got a slightly better condition car. This is an entirely relative point. I don't think there is a car on the track at the moment that hasn't had some sort of altercation with another car or a wall or both. Possibly 501? But then you just kind of got into the lead and have run away, so I think we've managed to do alright. Brand has got past Vidar now for second place as that battle is there. But in doing so, that has put Domansky into very much into firing range of Vidar as well now. As we suggested, the battle between the 2 in front has brought the 3rd in from behind as well. Nielsen and Wittmer are trying to borderline occupy the same bit of track. Another 3 BMWs, followed up by the 88 of Craig Hill. So that one not doing too badly, but the sister car, the 8, has, I believe, slipped down the order quite dramatically. Oh no, the 8 is doing... I'm getting that mixed up. The 8 is on its own running in 6th, and the 88 is down in 13th. And you had seen one of them dropping down the order. It looks like Hill is desperately trying to find a way past Wittmer here. Wittmer? Is that German? If that is German, then that's German, so that's going to be Wittmer. Sorry. I'm slowly learning the languages. Or enough of the languages to make sense.
Good thing you have 5.5 hours.
Yeah, I've got another 5.5 hours of this, so apologies, that's probably going to be a bit painful for everybody to listen to. Don't think there's been any new penalties. We are now inside, we have now passed over the half-an-hour mark, so live stewarding will have ended, and we will now be on to the report-based stewarding system for incidents and various things happening on track. So there may be an incident that we see, but it takes a little bit longer for the stewards to deal with it. As I'm just having a quick scroll through here, I think everybody, the top 2 don't have penalties. Everybody from 3rd down to 6th has at least 10 seconds to add to their next pit stop. The worst offenders being Dobbs and Vidar with 25 and 20 seconds respectively. So Brand and providing they can stay out of trouble, Brand, starting to stretch the gap, but not entirely. over Vadar and Domansky are doing okay. So as long as they can keep the nose clean, as Vadar comes right back at the Aston there, coming up through. I cannot remember which name track that is. I'm gonna pull up that picture and see if I can zoom in on this and I can see it a bit better. Aha. I would hope if I knew what the bits of the track looked like from the ads. Match it up with what it looks like on there, but this is very helpful. Kesselchen, yeah, Bergberg, Lauderlink, X-Muller, Breitscheid. Right, thank you very much, that's an extremely useful piece of information.
It's a really good map to just have, because it shows you how long each corner is, the name of it, it's perfect.
It is wonderful. Also, it just gives you an idea how big this track is. Like, it literally has villages inside it. Incidentally, I used to work with somebody who was at the Nords for a classic race. I can't remember what car they were running. Possibly a GT40, possibly something else. And there was an event at the castle, wherever that is, and they ended up in a hot air balloon ride. They were most annoyed because they ended up missing the barbecue. But yeah, as it looks like this battle, Domansky and Vidar have closed right up on each other, and now Domansky is hassling the back of Vidar and is starting to very much allow Brand, who is now has opened that gap right up now to one, almost heading towards 2 seconds at points, well clear of a second gap over Vidar now. So these two catching up with each other and fighting has pulled that gap right out to the Aston. We'll see what happens in a straight line. The Aston not always the strongest it's good through the mid corner, not necessarily the strongest in a straight line, but all of these cars are running seriously quick. Our fastest lap of the race is still Dogs with an 8 minutes 14. Last lap by was 8:37 and not valid, so I'm assuming that was another. No, that might very well have been their previous lap. Yeah, because they're only 7 minutes into this one, so they're just coming up towards this battle. Having said that, this gap is now down to 3 seconds. What happened there? That looks like Brand had a issue coming onto the Dottinger Higher. He's way down on speed compared to two BMWs, and looks like they're going to get absolutely munched by at least Vidar here, and possibly Domansky going down into the X's at the bottom of this section, which is into Tiergarten and what have you. No, just about managed to hold them off coming down into that section, as the 222 there strikes the wall on the way through.
All the penalties seems to have been applied now, as the stewarding now moves from being live to report based.
Also, it was 137 and 127 was the last issue that we saw. So 30 seconds for car 23, causing a multi-car severe collision. 10 seconds for car 167, causing collision with 924. 10 seconds for 924, reversed onto track after this, causing a collision, contact 927. 20-second penalty for car 924, doesn't hold his brakes, causes severe collision with car 777. 15 seconds for car 283, causing a collision with 423. 15 seconds for car 666, causing a collision with 432. 10 seconds 432, doesn't hold his brakes. And that's the end of the penalties. As Hill has dropped back. Did you have a trip through the pits? No, you have not. Fair enough, you have dropped back on that battle. Still in the position we qualified in 12th, so that's always a bonus. Big winners so far of everything that's been going on, all the carnage. The Ferrari from Sim Esport PT, Henriquin Mercado, is up 27 places from where they started in that anime-esque Ferrari. Another car that is up is Gamov from where they started, car 23 in 8th. They have climbed 32 places from where they started, so very well done there. 666 has climbed 27 places in the BMW as well. Not doing quite so well is Shah, Samuel Shah for Fisher's Esports Racing. Unfortunately, you have managed to lose 20 places from where you started. That's impressive. Well done. As has... you've just come out of the pits and your car looks like that. Wow. Okay. I'm assuming they have opted to just fix suspension damage and leave any bodywork damage. As we see 528, 258 there, sat at the side of the track. I'm assuming you had an accident. Yep, you had a spin all of your own. Having bollocks, these come out of the pits. Stop for 38 seconds, so that's pretty much just a standard stop for you. Total time on pit road was 1 minute 13. Dobbs, who had that issue earlier on with the cars in front fighting, has pulled up the gap to the cars in front to 1.3 seconds. Fasted, they were about 4 seconds faster than the 3 cars in front of them on that last lap of 8 minutes 17.617 versus 8.21, almost 8.22 for the 3 cars in front. Tut has now managed to pull out the gap to 20.7 seconds. So just over...
He's just running away with this now.
Yeah, I think it's just has managed to keep the nose clean, get themselves into some space, and keep clean. I think there might be... I think them and Brand, I think might be the only 2 cars in this grid that haven't had major issues and had damage. The 2 cleanest looking cars that we've seen out there. So cars are starting to come back to the top. Rizzo, car 69. You in relation to where you started? Up 7 places. I thought you'd gained a chunk from where you started. So they are 5.5 seconds back from Neil Alexander, the Aston Martins, just starting to cycle their way back through up through the grid. That's another car that looks like it has done okay. Don't think that one... no, it's another one that hasn't had any time in the pits as well. So, looking clean and staying out of the pits, I think he's going to... Keeping the car clean and staying out of the pits, I think it's going to be the key to surviving this one. As is the case with pretty much any esports endurance race like this, it's just staying out of the pits because everybody's so fast and so consistently fast. As Vidar now is on the back of the Aston Martin. Hello, Charlie. Yes, no, Chaz has come to say hello for a little bit and give us some company in the first couple of hours or so. I don't know when it is you're running away, but whenever you.
Hour and a half, I think. That's how I'm scheduled, at least.
Oh, is that when you're?
Maybe a bit longer. I don't know. We'll see. No, I'm not.
Oh,
but I talked to Mac a bit behind the scenes.
Oh, that's a spin for Dobbs. Sorry to dive in there. Dobbs catching up to the back of this group. Rather amusingly manages to lose the back end on the infamous YouTube corner there, and loses another place to car 8 of Niederal. So not doing well.
The prophecies, they're true.
What?
Oh, you're cutting out a bit.
Apologies.
Alright, you're back now.
Cool. Yeah, unfortunately, it looked like Dobbs dropped it on their own coming through YouTube corner there. Apologies for seeing that one on camera, but it managed to keep it out of the barrier, but has now lost all that hard work they've done to catch up, and that is Brand and Vidar. Vidar has got past in the Kleiner Carousel before the Dottinger Hoa there. Looks like that Aston may have had some issues and is now on the back foot coming out onto the Dottinger Hoa for this long run down. But now has Domanski on their tail, just starting to get into that toe position on toe. However, it looks like, ooh, that looks possibly like Vidar is having a bit of a wiggle just to try and break the toe a little bit. Very gently just running across the track, left to right. Probably not going to thank us for saying that one. But yeah, just a long weave down there. And they are all coming into, as Domanski rattles the curb there on the inside through there. All get through. Domanski is all over the road, almost striking the barrier again on the exit there. So that car being dragged to within an inch of its life to try and catch up with this Aston Martin. The Aston Martin has dropped back a little bit to the BMW, but everybody getting through the first couple of corners okay. Very nicely done. As Niederel and Dobbs are having a battle out of the first two corners. Dobbs has got back ahead of Niederel, but Niederel was just trying to come back against the Ferrari McLaren there, but doesn't manage to do anything, and that is all done, said and done now. So Dobbs now has about 9 seconds to Domanski, who has just dropped away a little bit from the Aston Martin. I think possibly had a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a moment, but he's now, Vidar now very much has Brand on their tail in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, the field here is starting to spread out quite a bit. There's still a fairly huge chunk of cars coming through the first couple of corners. Corner until of the Nords up until the first corner of the Nords again. But quite a few cars that are spread out on the actual ring itself. And I think that's probably what we are going to see for the foreseeable future here. Basically meaning for the next 5 hours and 7 minutes.
Wow, we've almost had an hour of racing. That has disappeared.
Yeah. The Nords tends to have that effect on you.
Yeah, I mean we're almost an hour. We're almost an hour in, and we've completed 6 laps.
Yeah. All of a sudden it's 2 in the morning. You haven't slept, you haven't eaten, and you're watching cars go around in a circle in the dark, and you can barely see the cars.
Yeah.
That's the Nordschleife effect on you.
Yeah. It might be something we look at doing later on in a few years' time, is to try and get out to the 24 at some point.
Nice.
Looking at trying to do them on possibly next year. Just because, I mean, the only way I can describe it is it's Test match cricket style of event combined with a music and beer festival, and at some point in that week, some motor racing breaks out.
Yeah. I mean, it's the Nordschleife is a huge camping ground and a big barbecue fest with occasional cars going around.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And then there's a rave at like 4 in the morning as well, but
Yeah,
that's just typical.
Why not?
Typical Germans.
Yeah.
It's definitely a spectacle that even though I haven't been there, I just know it's one of those things that everybody should just experience.
If you are a motorsport fan, I would always recommend trying to get to one of the endurance events. We've done a couple of smaller ones. We did the double header in 2018 at Silverstone, which had the World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series there for that weekend. That was good fun. As was the 2019 4 hours ELMS round at Spa. That was a good one to do.
I've actually never been to any major racing series. There's not much being run in Sweden currently. Of course, we'd have to go back like 50 years if I would have liked to catch a bit of Formula 1 action.
Yeah.
But we do have our equivalent to the BTCC, and that's some good fun to watch.
I was going to say, any equivalent to that is always impressive.
However, they are running electrical cars now, which I'm not against it, but they've had a fair few issues with them. The first season they were supposed to be ran, nobody showed up, so they shortened the calendar from like 8 to 3 races or something. They're doing head-to-head racing now. It's a bit weird, but I think it could be fun to test something new every now and then.
We saw this a little bit with Formula E when that started, is that it was a little bit... the first few seasons were a little bit odd. They were swapping cars because the batteries wouldn't do race distance and that kind of thing. So there's always a little bit of teething and starting out of all of these things. Personally, it's electric is fine for short races, but I don't feel like electric really is the be-all and end-all future for automotive stuff outright.
Not yet. We're far from that place so far.
It will be electric-assisted vehicles, with be it as a stopgap, as we're seeing with Toyota with the hydrogen combustion engines.
Let's go Prius and Yaris racing. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, and they've got their whole, the World Endurance Championship has got their whole Project Hybrid hydrogen coming in for the new regs in 2028, I want to say, if we read that one correctly. So obviously for longer races you can't be swapping battery packs, you can't be swapping recharging vehicles halfway through the race, because it will take forever. You don't really want a 45-minute pit stop to recharge your car every couple of hours. So
now, to be fair, couldn't you just sort that by having removable and swappable actual batteries, like have on some e-bikes?
It's the capacity issue that you have there. The capacity of energy. This is why you see them, why they all have, all the hybrid vehicles, the LMHs and the GTPs all have these safety warning lights on them.
Okay.
Because you're talking in terms of hundreds of volts. Not so much the voltage, because I can't remember if it's 48 or 72 volt system on those, but it's the amperage that those things generate is absolutely colossal. DC voltage is not something you muck about with, especially not high amperage DC voltage. It is extremely dangerous. All these cars are largely carbon fibre. If they're not, they're some sort of metal. And they have big sticky rubber tyres that insulate them from the ground. It's why you see them go, if there is an incident, you see them jump clear of the car. Because if you touch the ground and the car, the batteries, the high voltage electrical system has grounded through the chassis, you then become the shortest route to ground.
To be fair, now that you mention it, I remember there was actually quite a big car crash in a town close to me. One of the cars involved was an EV.
Oh, and we have...
That thing was sat on the side of the road for 2 weeks before it was being towed.
Yep. They have to basically make sure it's not going to catch fire, and it's not got any battery power left in it that could zap somebody. As we see the entirety of the top few cars, we see the entirety of the top 8 all in the pits at once as we come up to the end of the hour. They have all done, I'm assuming, 58 minutes, so yeah, you're not going to get a chance to get around and do another... Well, you might just about get around to do another lap, but you are pushing your luck there, so...
Seems like, yeah, everybody's in the pits now.
Absolutely everybody is coming in, almost everybody. There is a couple of cars that are not likely to come in. Shah is on a 24-minute stint due to having an incident and ending up in the pits early on. So we'll make back some of the places that they have lost. They've dropped 13 places from where they started. Obviously, a lot of the front runners had fairly sizable penalties to serve in the pits, which they will now be serving as well. So that will shuffle this order around and probably break up what was really quite a good battle going on as we see Brand and Tut out of the pits, and Shah now cycles into 3rd place. Rizzo is racing. Rizzo and Vidar are racing each other out of the pits. It looks like Rizzo... I'm assuming that hasn't caught up because they haven't crossed a timing split yet, because that's still saying Gale in the car. One of them hasn't caught up, and I'm not sure which it is. So it's either Gale or it's Rizzo in the car. Is now racing Vidar Karkaros? I'm going to hope that's correct. I'm going to go with Karkaros and hope for the best. Similarly, if anybody does want to jump into and let us know how to pronounce some of your drivers' names, please feel free. It would be lovely to. That looks like Demansky has got a stop-go 30, which is less than helpful, on top of the penalty that they had already served in that one, and 13th Nielsen has also copped a 13th? No, which car number is that? AA1. AA1 Nielsen, yes. Has copped a drive-through as well, who's down in 15th. Sorry, I'm looking at 2 different timing screens at once. So yeah, they've got
the pits are probably the busiest that I have seen for a good while now over the last lap and this lap that we are on now. 3 cars in the pits, P23, 24 and 25, but I assume that everybody who didn't pit that are coming around to the end of their current lap are going to head into the pits. It would be dumb otherwise.
Balvander will be staying out, as they do, because they're on a 24-minute stint. Jardine in the Lexus, with that fantastic livery on that one, is on a 50-minute stint, so they've still got at least one more lap to go before they pit. De Crew, who we saw in the pits earlier on, is on a 42-minute stint. So that is so they will cycle back up and through. Skipper took an early pit stop. They are just coming up to the end of their first lap there. 23-minute stint for Escavoy. in that very, very beaten up BMW. And that car is still pounding around and not doing too badly. What was your previous lap? 8:29, so not even that bad of a lap considering the damage on that car. And 159 is on a 50-minute stint, so they will be pitting shortly. 23 minutes for Alexi Pinto in the Raz Racing car. 20-minute stint for Timberlake in the 626 McLaren. 24-minute stint for Schmidt in the BMW 777 BMW. 25-minute stint for Albers. Reed in the troubled Alpine is back out and running with a 25-minute stint, and Christian Mancha for Reptile is on a 14-minute stint. So that is your runners and riders. They have both Reed and Mancha are on 3 stops, and Halpers is on 4. Ooh, you've not had a fun race. We're an hour and 5 into this, and you have already made 4 pit stops. You've pitted almost every lap.
Not what you want to see.
Yeah. So what that has done at the top, as we are now into the second hour of racing, we'll run you through the top 10. As it sits, it is 30 seconds ahead of Fuge. Is 501 Verma. 723 Fuge has taken over that car in second. Shah in the BMW is in third. Carcross is in fourth in that 923 BMW. 69 of Gale is in fifth. Evans in sixth in car 8. That one did my head in. Is actually having a hell of a battle here. Loses 2 places, unfortunately, to Mazarak and Torres in the Ferrari and the BMW, respectively.
It should be mentioned that Marzek does have a stop-go 30 to his name as well.
So Marzek has half a stint, basically, to... That hurts my brain. Marzek has half a stint to serve a stop-go.
3 laps, so yeah, half a stint roughly.
Around about half a stint to serve that penalty. Obviously, the first lap would have been a little bit slower than the rest of them, so we might see 7 lap stints creeping in later on in the race. So yeah, that car is and isn't racing for position. It's just racing to try and make up as much time as it possibly can before it loses out. Tempest now is in control of the 137 Mercedes that is in a backmarker motorsport sandwich with the 8 and the 88 either side of it, and it is battling with both of them. Tempest now gets past Carenda for position and has just run away. I think Carenda had a bit of a... looked like they had a bit of a running wide moment and has dropped. Evans had a bit of a running wide moment and has dropped back behind teammate. So these two are going to be doing their best to try and make their way back up through the field, as is Tempest. Tempest is about 2.2 back from this battle with Torres and Mazek that's still going on as they go past Knight in the GT4. Oh, that suddenly got lively. I thought, it will all spread out after the pits and we'll basically just be on to just keeping an eye on things. No, it's all changed, it's all carnage. As El Aviv in 11th is now battling with Evans for this last top 10 position. Moving back from there, other battles that we have on is Radionov. Rodionov? I'm going to go with Rodionov and hope for the best. In the 23 BMW is racing the 316 McGonigal BMW. So McGonigal opting to do a double stint in that car. I think that is all of the... Oh no, we still have the two GT4s battling it out. One of the two... Okay, so it is the two F1 memes racing have two Maseratis first and second in the GT4 category. Second and battling with the 421 Mercedes. This is a battle that we saw early on in the race, and it's still going on with these two cars. Now, Gutra... Gunkarak? I'm going to hope that's correct, and I apologise if that's correct. And Kruma, Moritz Kruma in the Mercedes is on the tail and looks to be possibly a little bit faster than the teammate, because that gap had started to open out, but post pit stops, that Mercedes is looking very racy in comparison to the Mercedes, in comparison to the Maserati. I'm going to get Mercedes and Maserati mixed up for probably the next 5 hours. So that is your GT4 battles. Skipper is trying to make their way back through the GT4 field. In that, which piece of artwork is that? I wouldn't say it's Mondrian. Oh, the blocks of colours.
Which car?
Skipper, car 5 BMW down in 33rd. It's a very cool livery, I'm not gonna lie.
Let's take a look. Oh, that's a beautiful car.
I know, they've done a really good job. That is, I'm assuming you have some form of 3D ability to do that, because I've looked at the wireframe for a lot of these things, and doing that kind of work is not easy when you don't have a 3D image to work with.
Oh no, that has to be a 3D image, yes.
So yeah, very nicely done. It looks very cool. Hopefully it continues to stay looking as reasonably clean and sensible as possible.
A clean car hasn't raced, keep that in mind.
Which one?
A clean car is not a car that raced.
No, it's a car that has raced fairly.
Robin is racing, door banging is racing.
True, to a point. I mean, admittedly, around here, yeah, there is to some degree. Almost always going to be some sort of contact. But yeah.
That being said, do drive safely, please, everybody.
Yes, please no torpedoing people, even if it is out of sheer frustration.
I have been on both sides of those moments, and it's not fun being on any of the two sides.
No, you never feel better for doing it, and all that happens is you end up with a massive penalty and somebody else being really annoyed at you, and potential, as we've seen, potential bans. Hayden.
So do you want to see what happened at the Nords in real life with the massive crash? Because I'll share my screen with you. Because it's starting to calm down the racing out there, so it would only take like 2 seconds.
Why not? We have got just having a quick look. Server area and trying. Fine, that's some stewarding related stuff. So I was just catching up with getting the right screen to open for penalties and what have you. What did you Oh, that is wet. I'm assuming this has suddenly arrived. Yeah, yeah, so as per usual.
It's only getting worse.
The rain arrives, people are on slicks, and it arrives very, very hard.
Very.
There's various vehicles arriving in various states of disrepair before it's even... Yeah.
I understand the red flag now that I've seen this incident.
Yeah, that is literally a track block.
It's not much.
For those that are interested, go have a look. I'm just following this battle now that has been broken up a little bit by the BMW of Elosoy. Eins? I'm going to go with that because I have some idea how to pronounce your first name. has been broken up a little bit by the BMW coming through these two cars. That's on a reasonably short pit cycle. I think that's around half an hour out of the pits. Looking like it could do with another trip through the pits, but hey ho. As we have Jardine and De Crew in the pits.
Is that the female version of Jardier?
I don't know. Is the honest answer. Yeah. So De Crew was on 51 minutes, and I'm assuming Jardine was also on their on a time
That
limit.
Lexus will be updated because currently Ike Sky is in that car.
Yes, the timing screens will all update. It updates when they go through a timing loop, but on the timing screens. So Ike Sky looks like they have now taken over that car for GTIT Tarot. That is quite an interesting name.
Interesting name, interesting car choice, a very interesting livery. I love it.
Indeed, car looks great. There's trying to find a good your favourite livery out of this isn't going to be easy because they're all great. The amount of work that's gone into all of these is fantastic, and they're all great liveries for various different reasons. As De Crew has come out behind car 41, and it's again split this 41-41 battle that we've been watching. So that was a scheduled stop for both De Crew and Jardine, Sky taking over from Jardine. KRI has made it past Madsen. And we have McGonagall and Evan. Oh! Evans, you are not going to have wanted us to have found that one just as that happened. What was happened there? So this is the McGonagall-Evans battle that I was just about to comment on being rather close. I don't know what happened. It was Evans arrived into shot there backwards. The two were very close. I'm going to leave that for anybody who wants to have a poke at that one and send anything they feel may or may not be necessary to the stewards. Tempest.
Do you think there was a tiny bit of contact involved?
There may have been a very slight touch with the cars all loaded up through that. I wouldn't like to say. I don't have all the angles, and we're just catching up on this Tempest Torres battle. As Tempest is trying to make good the errors of their teammate earlier on in the race and get past Torres. This is for position. This is for 7th overall. Tempest, remember, was was way up, started in, up on the front row and has had issues and fallen back now. I had something in my head and it was just run away. I hate it when that happens. That was it. Also, they did previously have the fastest lap of the race. That has now gone to car 501 with an 8 minutes 11.525. So there we go. As Tempest gets past Torres going down the Nottingham, however, Torres has got the tow. Can they do anything about coming back? No, not quite. Anything coming down into Tiergarten towards the end of the lap? No, that looks like that is done and was more of an if. More of a when than an if for those two cars. Carcarus and Gale are battling. I believe Carcarus was passed by Gale just a moment ago, around the same time as we saw the Tempest Torres battle, and is now trying to make good their escape. So that is that one. Werner in the 501 BMW is now 40 seconds ahead of the 127 BMW. Fuge in the 723 Aston Martin is a further 15 seconds back for your top three.
I will never get over the sound of the Porsche. It's such a beautiful car, beautiful sound as well.
Oh, it's
Shame there's only one of them in this race.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised, but it is a track that car IRL has always done very well at. But I feel like it may be a car in this game is a little bit more of a handful than people are willing to run, especially considering a lot of this has been the grid that was set for the that was due to be racing the 24 hours this weekend. So that may also be something that played a part in it.
Could well be.
If it was just a 6-hour race, I think we might see more. I think due to the fact that it was expected to be significantly longer. Don't worry, we will be bringing you that race later on. We just wanted to know what was going on and make sure everything we had was working. Hence why we have this race on today. We had something planned. A lot of us already made plans for today to be doing commentary and stewarding and bits and pieces for that event. So it just seemed a little unfair also on the drivers who organised time off, etc. to manage to come and do this. We needed to do a stress test on the new system, so this seemed like a reasonably fun way of doing it and going about it.
Yeah, and I was initially planning on actually being part of the race, but when we first heard that it was cancelled, we decided to pull out, and the guys had already made other plans once it was changed to a 6-hour race. So here I am, and I couldn't be happier. It was a great way to find something else to do today.
Indeed, and greatly appreciate that. It is greatly appreciated. It is lovely to have you here with us this afternoon.
It's fun to be here. Of course, I did a lot of commentating here a couple of months back. Had to sort of leave that behind, but who knows, maybe I'll be back again. Definitely for one of these events, one-off stuff. And if you ever need the help, everybody here knows, everybody in Toga knows where to find me. So.
Indeed. You step back to spend a bit more time running your race team of Togs Esports. So
yes,
that has. It would have been lovely to see you out there. I'm assuming you'd have been in the McLaren, as that seems to be your weapon of choice for pretty much anything.
Yes, that is what we were planning on using. Of course, it's a very stable car that suits basically everybody on track. If you have a team of, let's say, varying skill level, it's a very well-balanced car that I think basically everybody who jumps in it can go reasonably fast in.
Yeah. So, indeed. Apologies, chat seems to have... I would be saying hello, the chat seems to have gone rather quiet. So apologies for not saying anything there. I'm hoping the stream is still running. I've still got a red light on yeah, it's still going on YouTube. I was just double checking in case it had something had blinked and cacked itself. I did do a stream on my own YouTube channel that was basically just me mucking about doing a few hours of racing on pit skill just to test internet connections and what have you. I have made a few changes this end, which is why we haven't been streaming this week. Streaming as much recently and not been doing as much commentary, etc. Just because I've had some things I've needed to deal with personally, and also internet-related issues not being stable. But that
the internet was not interneting properly.
Yeah, like we might be doing a bit better now.
If you could just take a look in your DMs real quick. Just keep it a bit hush-hush. But
okay.
Just so you know. Yep.
Not a problem.
Perfect.
So, yeah. No,
okay,
no
clarification on the... I don't know if you've mentioned it. already, but let's take a look here if I can find the car before we start to talk about it. The car, the Lexus car number 72, currently driven by Ike Sky. The team name is GTIT, and the name of the livery is Tarot. We got some clarification in the Twitch.
Very much. Yes, thank you very much. That car back in the pits.
It was, yes. It had the stop-go that they are serving currently.
Right. There we go.
It did not seem to have cleared, though. Will be interesting to see if that clears once they go over a timing line, but...
That will clear as soon as they come out of the pit. As soon as
they are already out of the pits.
That car did come in damaged. I had seen that car when it left the pits originally had damage, so if you have previously... we had this in a endurance race, is we went to serve a penalty and got it cancelled itself as we went to the pits, and it wouldn't reset. Which kind of left us a bit dead in the water on that one. So keep an eye on that. Double check amongst yourselves as to what happened.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on them. Might well be that they had to go in and fix the damage, and then we'll have to go in and fix the penalty.
Shattered the front suspension. Had to fix it instead of clearing the stop-go 30. Fair enough. That makes sense. That is not a place... there is no such thing as a small accident going through Tiergarten. It's very,
Andreas
very fast.
Madsen has had a major off at the 13-kilometer board, exactly at the 13-kilometer board as well.
Who is that, sorry?
The 881.
881.
It's back in the pits now. Major crash. Had to go off right before the carousel, I think that is. Basically, RTG, unfortunately.
Yeah, they've been in the pits a little while. I just did a quick jump back for a replay for 30 seconds, and that has not yielded anything, so I'm guessing that was a rather big hit. That's unfortunate, because that is that car out of what was third by the looks of things. That car was running in. And has now dropped down to 7th. That puts Shaw and Fuge now up into 2nd and 3rd respectively, with Gale in the 2nd of the Aston Martins in 4th, still with Carcross in 6th. Endurance penalties we have been applied. 10 seconds instant between car 137 and 6. Car 6 and car 137. That hasn't been applied in game as yet, but there will be a 10-second penalty for car 6 by the looks of things. No car 137. Okay, fine. Either way, there is a penalty. That car cannot catch a break, can it? It was incredibly quick in qualifying, and just cannot catch a break now in the race, picking up penalties and mistakes all over the place, unfortunately.
It is a long race. There's 4.5 hours left. Yeah. 10 seconds after this race won't be that much.
A couple of pit callers. 95 is in for a scheduled stop. Again, that's a fun livery.
So is the 316 driven by Jordan McGonigal. That car does have heavy front damage.
That is out of sync. I'm assuming that is in relation to the damage. That is done a 25-minute stint. So it's barely half an hour in. 881 is still in the pits and dropping down the order. 971 is again out of sync. They've again done another 25-minute stint there, so this may be trying to clear pit stops that they will have later on in the race that will be short stints. I don't know what they're all planning, but it is a 65-minute stint. So if you end up running all the way to the 65 minutes on every stint, you will end up with a slightly odd amount of time left at the end rather than a full stint. So this may be in relation to that. However, most cars are doing an hour to get through anyway. This one being an interesting one, you may see this later on the race, as the 501 is catching up on that much delayed GT4 Alpine. You may see drivers doing drive-throughs to reset stint timers towards the end of the race to make sure they get to the end. They may have enough fuel, they may not have enough drive time to get to the end. So you may see drive-throughs as a result of just being able to make it to the end of the race. There. Shot in second. Drag was 2 seconds faster on that lap. As we see 69 off track and dropping down. What happened and what was the cause of that one? Goes off in avoidance of another car having an accident. Didn't see which one that was. Unfortunately, that has cost a they went off in avoidance of that one. Where is Yusov car 159 down in 34th? So they were a back marker to Gale anyway, but did unfortunately have their own accident, and Gale unfortunately ended up having an accident in avoidance there. Wonderful. The Carcross, Tempest and Feud battle is on now. So this is 3 cars, 3 different manufacturers, all separated by barely over a second. Tempest is on a charge back through the grid. Obviously they have another 10 seconds to serve at their pit stop, so they will want to try and make as much time up as possible to the cars in front, as Carcross there is flashing away going into the carousel there on the Aston Martin, keeping out of trouble there but doing okay. The BMW actually, because he got stacked up so much behind the Aston, has now dropped very much into the clutches of Tempest and McLaren. As they go through this top section of the circuit, we have a yellow flag for, which car is that? 815 Aston Martin. 815 is that? That is the troubled 815 from earlier in the race. Down
by Christian Manica.
Third place, having another incident of their own, as Yutsov goes past as well, and that will leave Torres there to get past at some point. Gets on the curb, just keeps it out of the barrier, well held.
So Barry will be joining us in a moment.
Ooh, awesome.
Just to let you all know that there will be 3 of us.
Hey, hello, Mr. Barry. When you arrive, I think I might just leave you and Barry for a second when he does turn up, so I can drink for 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
As I have about an hour and a half ago finished my mug of tea.
And you'll be here for the entire race, right?
Yeah, I'm streaming this for the entire race, providing nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, so more... yeah, you deserve more than just a 2-minute break if you need it.
It's all good. It's all good. It's good fun. I enjoy doing this. It's good fun to be back doing this. And yeah, really enjoy the long races, because it just gives us a chance to chat to everybody and enjoy some fantastic racing. And see what's going on. As Gale is now on the back of... Okay, Fuge has dropped back massively. Didn't see why. There is now an Aston Martin battle for 5th and 6th. Didn't see how that happened, but that is now what's going on. Gale looks like they've got into the toe. This is going to be who has the least rear wing in their car. As they go down the pit straight. And up ahead, we have Tempest and Carcarus side by side. As Tempest goes up the inside, coming over the hill, down through the kink and into Tiergarten. The McLaren holding off the BMW to keep that place. Gained there. How is this battle with Gale and Fuge? Fuge is holding Gale off for now as they go through Tiergarten and Hohenride. I think that's the name of that one. Yes, it is. Just checking the map. I hope everything is okay. I've just seen your message, Barry, in chat. I hope in the commentators chat, I hope everything is okay, and if you need to take any time to deal with anything that's going on, then please don't hesitate to do so. As this battle here is side by side on the GP loop for these two Aston Martins coming down towards the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit. Gale is through on the inside, very nicely done, as Fuge has to yield on the outside there, not able to get through. Bit of a wiggle on the exit, but otherwise everything is all good as they come up through the Schumacher S's. Torres, with these two battling ahead, Torres has now starting to come into the fray now with these two cars. Looks like Fuge may have picked up a little bit of damage there on that what was otherwise pretty much pristine Aston Martin. So that will be one to watch out for, how much that is affecting that car. KRI is on the back of the Porsche going down the Dottinger Hoa, coming into Tier and over the brow of the hill and through there. Looks like they are through and clear that Porsche now. Just dropping back quite quickly there. Have that battle with Fuge and Tempest. Fuge has just started to pull away from the Ferrari into this early section of the lap on the Nordschleife. On the Nordschleife fully. Has both cars getting all sorts of shapes of wonky understeer from quite a chunk of understeer from the Ferrari and a big chunk of oversteer from the Aston. Keeps the gap nice and even. Tempest is obviously now up into second with everything that's been going on, and is trying to chase down a minute and 24 gap that the leader has now. So this is looking like a race that nobody wanted to come in second on. If you're in second, I'm going to curse the commentator saying this. If you're in second, it seems as though you have problems. Everybody so far from second has had issues and has dropped back, which is what's caused this absolutely colossal gap back to the leaders, back from the leader of almost a minute and a half now, as everybody else is battling and arguing and trying to occupy the same bit of track as each other as you go down through the grid. As Torres is now made that gap right back up to the Aston of Fuge and is all over them like a cheap suit there, through the...
I will be going on a quick break for just a few minutes. Need to stretch my legs.
That is fine. Feel free to carry on. Yeah, so we've got this Torres Fuge battle going on. So that's doing alright. obviously, at the front there, we also have the 10-second bounty for Tempest. So Tempest needs to get a bit of a hurry on. They're currently about almost 4.5 seconds up on Carcross in the other BMW. So they will need to try and open that gap up as much as they can prior to the pit stops, so that they can get as much of a jump. The BMW of Carcross is looking remarkably clean as well at this point in time. They are 37, 38 minutes respectively into their stints. Carcross actually will stop, not just on track behind, but time-wise, will have to stop ahead. Okay, sorry, just catching up with everything that's going on with Barry, who is having some fun where he is. 147, go... which one's 147? Where's 147 on the list? Where's 147? There it is. 16, in 16th. The Soul Porsche hammering it round. There. So yeah, looks like Barry will be joining us shortly. Like I say, with everything that's going on there, make sure you are as sorted as you need to be, and if you have anything you need to jump off and go and deal with, go deal with it, and don't hang around for us. So yeah, that is 147. It's just cruising around on their own. Actually have a nice clear bit of space, and we do have, I mean, normally a 43 car grid. We've had a couple of disconnects. We're up to 45, we're down to 43. Do feel free to let people know if that was a disconnect of your own choosing, or whether that was a disconnect of unforeseen circumstances, as Car Corral has just pitted. Car Corral? Yes, it is Car Corral back in the car now. That car has taken service. I would be on time for that one. That has managed to muscle its way around with quite a damaged front end that is now all sorted. That was quite a long stop in the pit. That was 1 minute and 4 stopped with a total pit time of 1 minute and 39. So that was a long stop for that car, but they have managed to not lose out too badly. Is that you serving your stop go? Sky, I'm assuming it is. Your stop go 30. Yeah, I was about to say, you've managed to clock the highest top speed by quite a margin at 289 kilometers an hour. So, if nothing else, that's going to take quite a bit of beating, and I doubt it will be. So, very well done there. Werner is obviously out in front and just cruising around happily. As Torres is dropping down the order. Did not see what happened there, but has dropped down the order spectacularly. Might have picked up a little bit of damage there for that car on top of what it already had. It wasn't looking amazingly clean, but definitely had a little bit, may have picked up a little bit more, but is happy to continue with the condition of their car. So that's all good and all fine, but that has left this battle with Schmidt, Torres, and Rodionov. Rodionov? It's an O. I'm going to go with Rodionov. There. So that is a 3-car battle that is ongoing. Quick update, Goswell has passed KRI as well, out on track. and KRI is looking to possibly try and make a bit of a move back against that Ferrari. But looks like that Ferrari is just a little bit too quick and is pulling away. So where did that car start? I think he started... Goswell has gained 8 places, KRI has gained 23. Radionov is still up on gaining 35 places from where they started, so very well done. Schmidt is right on the tail and going up inside into the Schumacher S's. How is this going to pan out? It looks like Schmidt is alongside. Who's got the drag out of the S's and down into the long back straight before they turn off? It looks like Schmidt has got it into the hairpin, into the chicane at the end of the lap, end of the loop, and has got it done there. And this has left Rodionov on the back foot and possibly under fire into this first section, with the Ferrari of Torres now all over the back of that car as well. Again, to note, car 88 in 8th is slowly catching up as these three have been battling. That gap has been coming down. It's about 2 seconds, but it was significantly longer just now. So with these two cars battling, it looks like Rodionov had a bit, either Rodionov or Torres had a bit of a moment off track. They have dropped back from Schmidt now, so Schmidt starting to get a bit of a move on and make a break away from these two cars of Rodionov and Torres that are battling. Managing to break that out, going up over Fluplatz by a second.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Barry.
I am here. Apologies for the delay. Got back to the flat late, so.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. It happens. It all happens. It's not being entirely the most normal of endurance races. You know how normally they kind of get an hour or so in and everything spreads out?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not doing that.
Just how I've just got like everything open and I'm just having a look through race control now. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's as spread out as I assumed it would be.
No, it has. We've just seen Torres and Rodionov having a bit of a battle. That gap has opened back out now as they've gone out onto the Nords, the North Loop, as it's actually technically what Nordschleife translates into is the North Loop. Has opened up there. The gap at the front is about what we'd expect.
Oh my word, a minute and a half.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently, Scrub saying, Barry, your mic's... sounds like you're on a 1920s mic.
Sounds like I'm on a 1920s mic. That shouldn't be right. One moment.
That might be an issue my end with Discord more than it's an issue Barry's end. I don't know what's going on there.
Try that now. Tell me how that is. I've just reset my input device for Discord.
That might do it.
It was my mic, but I'm just reset it just to make sure it's actually pointing to it properly. Because Discord's audio settings never work properly and it's always fun.
New subscriber. Mariotco7 subscribed to the channel.
Hello, thank you for the subscription, Mario DK07. Thank you very much. Have a hug from myself for that one. Thank you, that helps keep the lights on here at Toga and keeps us yapping away at you lot.
Professional yappers.
Nice
to call us.
what's going on. Okay, where's OBS gone? Discord. It might be Discord popping out. So I will just bring Discord down. I might bring myself down a little bit as well because I look like I might be topping out. Let's try that and see what happens.
Do you have a fan on, by any chance?
I do have a AC unit on in the background. That may be part of the issue.
Yeah, I can hear it coming through.
How bad is it? Because I might be able to adjust something, or I'll just turn it off in a minute.
It depends. Sometimes it's worse than others. It really It's not too bad a lot of the time, but you can hear it coming through.
Oh, okay. Let's see what I can do.
It's all good. I'm just catching up on what's been happening. I'm reading through the penalties. So
Oh, the penalties are spectacular. The list for the first half, the list from qualifying was impressive, and then the list for the first half an hour was amazing.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm reading at the moment. It's quite the wall of text.
I hope that has helped. I've just adjusted threshold a little bit.
Hopefully we'll see. It seems to be a little better from coming through my end anyway.
Okay.
Hayden, I think you're going to have to buy the stewards a new pack of crayons. They might have run out with all these penalties.
Yeah, normally they get bored and eat them, and that's why they need new ones. But I think they've just melted through them, having used them that much.
Yeah. Let's have a look at
So
the endurance
GT4
penalties
action.
section.
That is a good point. How is the GT4 going? Unfortunately, there hasn't been a huge amount going on because I haven't seen. I do keep an eye on all of the gaps as best as I can with everything. How is the GT4s going on? GT4s with everything that's going on. There's the delayed Reed-driven 432 Alpine with. By the looks of things, that's one of our Antipodean friends out there. Good luck with your ping on that one. That will be a fascinating one for the team to keep an eye
on. Sorry, there's a BMW number 5 who's got very big damage. He nearly took out another BMW.
Oh, that is a shame. That's number 5 of Skipper. That is. Hang on. That was. Was that Key? No, it's not Kegel. Schmidt. Who is so that was Skipper was a backmarker to Schmidt, who has now lapped that car. So whatever that was may or may not have been backmarker induced or impatience induced. I don't know which.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of BMWs from what I could tell.
There is a lot
There's
of
a
BMWs.
lot of BMWs.
There's a chunk of BMWs there. You'll be glad to know there is a Porsche out there.
Yeah, I've seen that. What a brave man. Brave man. I did 24 hours in the Porsche. Never again. I'm never driving the Porsche and Nords ever again. as much as I love that car, it's not a car for the Nords lifer.
Car 39, Robert Timberlake is in the pits, presumably serving a stop go 30.
Indeed. Car 7, KRI, that was doing surprisingly well earlier, has eaten a lot of Barry R by the looks of things. There are front wheels pointing in funky directions, and that bonnet doesn't look like it's connected to much that's important anymore. So, not sure what happened to you, but that was a very large accident regardless.
Yeah, there's a BMW battle going on as well. Tiki and McGonigal for P21 coming up towards. I think this is the third sector. I can never remember in the North. It's just after the first carousel.
Yeah, so they are going through. I will send you the photo that.
That'd be helpful.
There's sent us. Because it's got all the corner names, which is awesome. So it's going through Harat down to.
It's only for the actual Nordschleife, but it's far better than nothing.
Yeah, it's the corners,
Yeah.
so it's actually really helpful. If you open it up in in Microsoft Images, you can zoom in on it and you can actually see everything, and it's really, really helpful.
Yeah. I love this section of the Nordschleife because it's so fast and flowing. If you get it right, it just feels amazing.
Yeah. Honestly, I struggle. As much as I absolutely love the tight, twisty, rough tracks, I just don't get the hype with the Nords.
I just love how good it feels to do a good lap on it or a good race on it.
I mean, to be fair, I can't say I can't fault that. That is impressive. As KRI and Schmidt and somebody else is in the pits. That's a Ferrari and a BMW morphing together. That is 167 Camille Terrar, KRI and
Ooh, Kamitaha, I know him. The 167 car. Yeah, I did a couple of endurance races. My 24-hour races with the guys that are driving 167.
Oh, nice.
I did it in the Porsche. For those guys, whenever
that car.
Yeah, that guy Alex is Swedish.
Let's go.
He was part of the team I was on for the Nords 24 in the Porsche. Which actually ended pretty well. I think we came 14th overall.
Bring glory to the Swedish flag.
That's it.
The other car that I was going to mention, there is a Salt Audi that was car 21 from 19th has just dived in the pits.
Oh, hang on. There's a battle for P3 going on with 3 cars.
Ooh! Oh, they've closed up. That is Carcassel, Gale, and Schmidt are all now running together.
Yeah, there's about half a second between all 3 of them. Aston has a couple of times in the last few corners has got very close to that rear bumper. It's going to be interesting to see. It's good that at least one of the podium spots is up for grabs.
Wonderful.
Warner has completely run away with the lead here.
Yeah. But then everybody who's been in second has had issues and has dropped back. So yeah, I mean Tempest has got a 10-second penalty, but that gap's now 20 odd seconds.
Tempest is a really fast driver. He did one of our series. What was it? It wasn't World Tour, but he did a series, and he was so quick.
Was that the 24 2.4?
No, it was one that I was commentating on. It was the one that ended in the Nordschleifer. I can't remember the series name
was
now.
That World Tour round 1?
Might have been.
Honestly, I can't remember.
I know the Tempest has been a part of the Toga community for
quite a while.
Over a year, I would say, because when I did stewarding basically all by myself before we had the proper stewarding system we have now, I used to see him all the time, and he was always in the top. Always in the top.
Yeah, he is absolutely rapid. So I'm not surprised that car is up at the sharp end.
Not without their own, they qualified well up, but not without their own. They've not had smooth sailing to get to where they are. That's for sure.
The Aston and the BMW for P3 nearly collided on the way out to the carousel. Oh, as the Aston's going to take a peek, and he's going to just sit in behind, probably wise at this section of track.
Yeah. I'm going to leave you with this battle, as the two of you are here. I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes just to go and grab some liquid and possibly a bit of a snack. But I will, as soon as I am back, I will just direct us as to where you want us to be looking, and we will keep going. I've also spotted Rodionov on the back of this group. As these three have been battling, it's brought that a third BMW into the mix. So enjoy that one.
Yeah, I've just seen that as well. The 4-car battle for P3 now, which is pretty nuts. Surprisingly, 3 of them are BMWs. Well, actually, on this track, not surprising. BMW seems to be one of the best cars for the Nordschleifer. Just eats the curbs. This is always fun. How are you doing, Ches? If you're still there.
Good. Just sorting out a few things in the background. Have you watched the race, or?
I watched a little bit of the start of it.
Yeah.
But I was out there earlier. That's why I was back so late. Had some issues getting back. But yeah, I watched a little bit of it. It looked pretty interesting, but I didn't get to watch much.
It's been quite hectic. Of course, given Schmidt is through and Gagel. Let's see if he can make that actually properly stick. He has, indeed.
That was a brave move.
Really brave move. Now he has to do a bit of catch up to Caracas. A total of, I think, 0.7 of a second is the gap?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like that, yeah.
He is gaining because I think the Caracas made a bit of a mistake. Yeah, he's right up his nose now.
These 4 cars. This might end up in a crash. Oh, there's a car
off right in front of them as well.
That's a Lexus.
That is a back marker. Yeah.
The back marker Lexus. He's gonna have to let all of them through.
That is the Lexus currently driven by Ike Sky in the GTI-T 72.
Hang on, Gaggle is basically pushing Smith up the Dottingham.
Oh, let's go. This is proper racing, guys.
He's pulling out. He's going side by side. Is he ahead yet? Can't quite tell. He's got his nose slightly ahead. He's got the overspeed and he's done it.
Yeah.
That's a really good move.
Car number 23 in P6, Alexander Rodionov, is right up, nosing a bit on this group here as well.
As I see, Tempest is in the pits. Warner's just out of the pits. P1 and 2 then pitting. Carcass is actually pitting. Oh my! All of the cars are pitting in the top 6.
They are.
Apart from Smith. Smith's the only one continuing from the top 6. So they must have
Warner and Schmidt are still out. We've seen that the what's it called? The stint timers are a bit out of order here. Just a few cars have had penalties and
Warner was in the pits there at the end of his lap, but so I'm surprised Smith he must have a lap in hand then, still in the driver's stint time.
Probably, yes.
If he can keep going. Let's see, P7 is now in the Aston of Fuji, Fudge. I'm butchering that already. I apologize.
We have been butchering names all day.
Yeah, I'm terrible at accents and names. What's happened to? I thought there was the Lexus of Sky had an issue with the GT4 there, but no, he just had to get past him. All is well from that side of things. Yeah, it's not spread out as I assumed it would be. Oh, Carcass and Rodionov are like, basically, like side by side coming out of the pits.
Oh, that's gonna be. That's contact.
That's close. They're still side by side coming down. Obviously, the two different drivers now. It's Kamov and Vardar, but race control.
Carcass does have his stop go 30, so I assume that is for speeding in the pits. It's not worth it for him to keep in this battle here. He's gonna lose all of it. And personally, I don't think it's worth the risk.
Yeah, I think the drivers have changed, but because they haven't went through the first timing zone, it hasn't updated yet.
They have done a driver swap at the penalty.
Oh yeah, the penalty is the same.
Yeah, they'll have to go in once more, and that's going to be devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably shouldn't be fighting that too much. As the number 69 Aston Martin, driven now by Gerber, has Hill for company in P7. The number 88 BMW, who I don't think he pitted this lap. As quite a lot more cars are pitting. P13, 14, 16 are all pitting. As that's going to give the 167 Ferrari a few positions, and I believe they pitted last lap. Yeah, Alex Gray. He pitted last lap or the lap before there, so that's giving him a nice undercut. As Hill has actually got past Gerber on the turn into the Nords slifer. So that is another position for the BMW of Hill, which is excellent work.
We've seen some absolutely great racing here today.
Yeah. Oh my. The BMW number 5 is again got severe damage to its front end. Unless he didn't pit to fix that, but it doesn't look as bad as it was. Yeah, they pitted because they changed driver as PathGen in P33 has just been given a drive-through in the GT4 car. Oh, that car looks like it's been through a war.
Just makes contact. Let's take a look at the replay here and see what has happened.
Oh, no wonder the front wheels aren't pointing straight anymore. Is he not going in the pits?
I would really assume so.
I don't think he could turn right. I think that's why.
Oh.
I think his suspension is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. He's struggling to turn right.
Come on, BMW, I believe in you.
Oh, that poor car looks like it looks like it's been in the wars.
Well, he won't have to worry about going too fast into the pit lane.
I don't think it could reach 50 kilometers an hour even if you tried.
626, car 626 is off.
Who's that?
Somewhere. I'm trying to figure that out.
P38 Timberlake.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of damage to the front of that McLaren.
Spun on its own accord, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. It's devastating. Oh, he does go quite heavily into the other wall, trying to spin the car around, but should be fairly okay still.
Yeah.
The car is not driving. Yeah, it's driving straight.
Yeah, as Mario Costa in the Porsche has Fabrizio. Are you not supposed to be doing football transfer news, Fabrizio? What are you doing here? Haha. Funny joke. Now he is chasing down the Porsche. There's two BMWs chasing down the Porsche.
Fabrizio for P19. Here we go.
Yeah, that's it. Nice one. I love that you got the joke.
Of course.
Yeah, as actually the Porsche's pulled away a little bit. It must have been a mistake from Fabrizio, as he's now in P22 instead of fighting for P19. He's lost another position. For Niederel, I don't know if there's contact or anything like that. Both cars look okay, so... Oh, there's a little bit of markings on the sides, so they maybe bind doors a little bit, but that's just racing. As Goswell is losing out to McGonigal, and also maybe losing out to Angel in the 67 car, which is also a Petrolay car. There's two Petrolay cars in the grid today, that's pretty cool.
Three, I think, even, actually.
Oh, really?
Let's take a look. I'll check for you.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind. Oh, as Costa has Niederel. Niederel's pushing that Porsche around the Nordschleifer. My word, he was close.
So, car 13... No, P13, sorry. 167 car.
Yeah.
That is a Petrolay.
P16 is a Petrolay car as well.
Yeah.
And then I don't see another one. Oh, hang on, Niederel's just got the move on Costa heading down towards... I have no idea what corner that is, but they're on the way to the foxhole, that's all I know. Do you have that sheet with the corner, with the corner number, corners on it?
Is it the fast, long left-hander or the right-hander?
The right, they just skid around the right-hander, they're heading down the foxhole now.
The right-hander is Arenberg.
Ah, okay. I have no idea what half the names are.
The left-hander is Schwedenkreuz. I won't be able to pronounce that.
I won't be able to pronounce that. My accent doesn't go that far. If you have that photo of the corners, can you please send it my way as well?
Will do. I do think Ceda's already sent it to you, but I will definitely send it to you otherwise.
I don't see it. I don't see a message from Zeta with it on it.
Okay, I'll get that your way.
Oh, maybe she meant to and then just sort of forgot at the last second.
It happens to the best of us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I do it all the time. I mean, I need to do this one thing in 2 seconds and they're going, what was that?
Make sure you save it and open it in like the actual Windows photo thingy, so you can actually zoom in properly.
Oh my. Save image. Right, let me see.
It works extremely well.
What? Photos can't open this file because the format is unsupported. That is not helpful.
I can send you the link to the download otherwise.
Yeah, please, just to have it. That would be very much appreciated.
It is the like second image in the link. It does say click image to download high-res map on it. So yeah. And I will actually put that in both the YouTube and the Twitch in case any viewer wants it.
Right, do you now want to open a JPEG? I love how it's like, it doesn't want to open a JPEG file. That is very funny.
Oh, lovely.
Okay. Yeah, the names are a little blurry, but I can mostly make them out. That's helpful.
Just zoom in on each corner otherwise. Double click on them.
Oh, the quality is terrible.
It's perfectly fine for me.
Maybe my PC just doesn't like this file for some reason.
Could be, because I'll show you how mine looks. It's absolutely fine.
Let me see. Yeah, one moment, let me have a look.
And I can just zoom in how much I want.
I almost clicked on Dex's live in the Stuart room. Yeah, yours is a lot better than mine. Why does it like yours and what? I'm so confused.
Did you right or left click on the link in the link?
I left clicked. So left click.
And it just automatically downloaded it, then it should be fine.
Yeah. Right, hang on, let me try it again. Right.
It's not a Nordschleife stream if there aren't technical difficulties.
Okay, that's still blurry. Is that still blurry? That's still blurry. Why?
It feels like it's not a stream that I do if there isn't technical problems.
Oh no, this is just my PC being garbage.
It's just Barry's PC who doesn't like the Nordschleife corner map.
All I did was, you sent us the photo, so I just saved it and then opened it in pictures.
Oh, the problem with mine is it's really blurry for me. It doesn't like it. It also says, sorry, photos can't open this file. It's a JPEG, by the way. It should be able to do it. Because the format is unsupported or the file is corrupted. That is just excellent work.
That's lovely.
My PC needs,
Talk to
refresh.
The proverbial nuke taken to it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sorry, just going down a docking hammer there. 222 and of Mazarek and 987 of Tiggy being passed there. That was a battle that has gone on, and Tiggy has now dived into the pits. We are now down into the second hour of racing, and we have had 15 laps. So I'm assuming this is an on-schedule scheduled pit stop. Yep, they are an hour and 1 into their stint time, so they didn't have any more time they could spend out on track.
Yeah, just whenever you were away, there was a flurry of pit stops that happened.
Not surprised. Good afternoon, Mank. Nice to hear from you. Apologies, I have literally I am in the middle of eating some noodles, so I may mute my mic in a minute.
Sit back and eat and enjoy it. Me and Ches can just yap for a little bit.
If there's one thing I can do, it's talk for hours upon end.
Yeah, I think you know by now I can yap a lot.
Yo, certified yap meisters.
That's exactly it.
I need someone to make that role for us now.
We're gonna change commentator in the Discord to professional yapper. I wouldn't be surprised if Dex actually does it.
If we ask him, he's doing it 100%.
Oh, he would. He would do it for the lols and then change it back.
Or just do it for lols and then forget to change it back.
Potentially. As Gerber in the 69 Aston Martin has Terhar in the 420 Ferrari for company. Two funny numbers fighting each other. We'd love to see it.
Don't forget P22 car 666. We need him up there as well.
Oh, Fabrizio is a P20 now.
Oh, okay. That means... Oh, my race controller's crashed. That would probably explain it.
Yeah, that happens.
It's not a stream using race control unless race control actually just crashes.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm now trying to use this trusty map to see if I know where I am.
Car 297 seems to be off somewhere.
As the Ferraris go past the Aston Martin, heading
That
up
is
towards the carousel. So
Tim Albers down in P40. Let's take a look at what happened to him.
Overtaken just before curve. Yeah, I've got a corner name right. Oh, it's the Aston Martin's in the wall.
What I can tell you is that the 297 Ferrari of Tim Albers, he just spins, going on to the Nords, spins the car on a curb, but is underway again.
Oh, I don't know if there was contact between Terhar and Gerber. The camera angle was a bit funny. But thankfully that Aston Martin doesn't look in too bad a shape for that impact. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of damage, but nothing serious.
Who crashed?
P7.
Yep.
The number 67 car of Philip Ballawender, yeah, I know that guy. He's got past the Porsche of Costa for P18. I'm surprised Philip isn't much higher up the order. He's a really fast driver. So that car's best lap time is an 8:15.3, which is up there with the top three's best times. So yeah. I'm assuming they've been involved in a couple of incidents to be down that far.
I don't think any car has had a clean race.
Oh, it's the Nordschleifer, of course not.
I believe Philip had issues earlier on and was one of the ones that got a chunk of penalties added onto their pit start and their first pit stop.
Let me see.
Yeah, I think they had a total of 20-something seconds of penalties, if I remember correctly.
They'll be in the penalties outcomes for the first half an hour. I think they got caught out in a chunk of quality-related issues and first 30-minute issues, and ended up with a big chunk of penalties.
They didn't get any.
Huh. Either that or they didn't qualify very well. Race control... No, not ACC. I keep doing that.
They haven't had anything in terms of the...
Must have mixed up the numbers then, just...
that's why they're up 25 places from where they started. I don't think they had a particularly good qualifying lap. I knew there was a reason they were a long way down.
Must have invalidated it then.
Yeah.
Because he's a quick driver.
Qualifying.
Yeah. Just getting a lap in, puts you in the top half of the grid.
Oh yeah,
default.
no, definitely. I think the slowest lap netted you like P15 or something.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And there was a chunk of GT4s that were in amongst the GT3s because there were so many GT3s that didn't set lap times, but the GT4s did.
It was chaotic.
Yeah. I think still the biggest gains on track for anybody has been car 23 Gamov. It has gained 36 places from where they started. They're in 4th, and Torres has gained 33 from where they started. That driver's still in from the start. I'm assuming they're doing a triple for that one with that car.
Must be.
And I'm assuming the second driver is going to do a triple themselves. That's a lot of work.
If it was me, I would have split it up, but In saying that, I'm someone who did a 4 hours of Nordslifer by myself.
Yeah, I was going to say you did a long one on your own. I couldn't remember if it was 6 or 4, but...
It was 4 and I regret doing it.
I was going to say, I think it was more of your back bumper hanging off than not.
Yeah, that was just a terrible race for me. Didn't have a good time.
Ooh, car 222 and car 283 are again trying to occupy the same bits of track. They have the much delayed Alpine GT4, which is again carrying some front end damage as Mazik tries to go up the inside coming into the there.
And he does make it stick.
He's made it stick. That is impressive.
That
right
is
outside
good
of
going into the kind of carousel, and that is good going.
That number 5 BMW.
This is big though, because the BMW's now got checked up going through this last corner with the Alpine, so that's going to leave them slow going onto the Dottinger Hoa. And the ACM car of 283, I think.
Yeah, he lost a bit of time coming out of the second carousel.
Yeah.
I think he maybe had a snap oversteer.
Quite possibly, because he's right just in front of Burns in the which
in the
is
scrap
a back
BMW.
marker. Unfortunately, that Burns car is a lap down on these two. I thought that car had been delayed earlier on.
There's a big crash.
Oh.
I think it was F Sachs. I think they've RTG'd.
Yeah, I have just. Oh,
Yeah,
that car was
RTG.
already damaged. Before anything else happened.
Oh, there's an Aston Martin fight happening for P7. Toby Toddy, that's a great name.
That's a good one for
is
you to say.
That is Gerber fighting for P7. Gerber had a moment with the wall a couple of laps ago, but that Aston Martin seems to be alright. I think they got away with only a light damage.
Looks like Sachs lost it on their own, having already picked up a chunk of damage, and then opted to return to the pits, having tried to recover. I don't know if they collected anybody else in the process of trying to recover back to track. No, that looks like that's all that happened there.
As Toddy's pulling away a little bit, but that's letting Badamshin in that 44 BMW in as he gets a little bit too much curb coming out of that corner at the top of the foxhole. But these three cars with P7 separated by just about 2 seconds. As Warner is pulled on back up to a minute gap after the last round of pit stops. And Smith's in P2. He needs to pit, I think, does he?
Smith's out of sync with everybody else. So Smith is on a 47-minute stint.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure that was just because I only joined, like, not that long ago, or if it was actually their stint timer.
Yeah, no, they are 47 minutes into their stint, so they have about 10 or so minutes to go, so they've got at least this one and possibly one more? Where are they? They are kind of carousel, so... Are they kind of carousel? Or is that somewhere else that looks very similar?
That's in
Oh,
the
no,
middle,
that's
that's
Brunchen rather
corner.
than... kinda, so...
Yeah, that's YouTube corner they're at now.
Yes.
I don't know if we're gonna have enough time. It's gonna be tight.
It's going to be very, very tight if they do. I think it's a stop go 30 if they don't make their stop. So if they run over there.
Gerber must be holding on some pretty serious damage. You can't really see it on his car, but he's lost out to P8 from Badamshin. And he's already lost a second to him, so that car must be carrying more damage than it looks.
It might be that it's tweaked the suspension. It was a fairly sizable sideways hit onto the wall, and one of the issues with the Aston is because the road car is so small, it effectively gets an absolutely massive wide body on it. For GT3, so the wheels are almost quite exposed on that car. so it's not impossible that they haven't tweaked both front and rear steering suspension geometry on that car.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there are 2 new penalties that are being applied. One of them is a 10 seconds to, I assume, car 95 for not passing slower cars safely.
Ooh.
And then there's also car 42 receiving a 10 seconds penalty for not holding his brakes after the incident between car 95 and 42. So that's the update. I will clock back in once there are more updates.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm
like,
just having a look at car 42. As we were talking about them, they have a nice big bumper sticker on the back of that says, "Student driver, please be patient."
What car is this?
Car number
yeah.
42 in 36.
Yeah,
I used to have one of those stickers on one of my liveries.
Couldn't
Couldn't tell.
That car was trying to get into the pits, and their suspension was that banjacks they couldn't turn right.
Oh, that's not good.
They managed to get it in the pits just about, but it looked like hard work.
Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, he
I-
was basically straight lining another postcode.
Yeah. One thing I was going to say is, Philip looks like he's on an absolute charge of P16. He got past Mass at the foxhole and has already pulled nearly 5. He's already pulled 5 seconds on him.
Yeah, I was going to say, that one was going on, and it's just... They've just disappeared. I mean, that may very well be however they got past. There may have been some delays for the other driver, whatever that may have been, but there's 12 seconds to Mazarak in 15th, so that car's on a charge. They didn't have the best of qualifying, so this is going to be essentially a 6-hour recovery drive to see where they can finish up. Speaking of 14th, 15th, Hill and Brill are, that's quite a pairing of names, are racing side by side. Neither of them are looking entirely factory fresh. Brill looking worse than Hill going through there. So that is the 88 Hill car of Toga Motorsport, and Brill is Tobias Brill in the NOLA Racing NR car.
Yeah. So it almost looks like Hill is nearly pushing that BMW around some of these corners. That's how close he's getting.
The front end of that of the 791 is not looking entirely comfortable and happy with its existence.
That Ferrari of Mass must be carrying some serious damage because he's just lost another place to Nidaryl. Sorry if I butchered that. The car, and he's already a second half back. Yeah, that car must be harboring some damage that I can't actually see.
Again, I wouldn't be surprised if it's another car that's had a brush on the wall and tweaked its geometry, or they've just made a slight mistake and have dropped back as a result of making that mistake.
Potentially, they just don't look comfortable in that car at the moment.
No, however, it is Mass. Is it Mass? Sorry, was that Mass or Nidaryl that we were talking about?
Mass and the Ferrari 283.
I don't know, because that car's been flying, and it looks completely fine. Sorry, I was looking at the car of Nidaryl, which does have a little bit of damage on it. But no, that car of Mass for ACM is... Keenan's going to join in with some of their events. They look like fun. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It might just be that they have a group of drivers of varying abilities and might not be able to find the speed that some of their compatriots in that car have been able to find.
Can we take a moment for the fact that there are 2 Maseratis in the top 30?
Wait, is there?
Wow!
There is.
That's genuinely impressive.
Hang on, there's actually a GT4 battle starting.
GT4 battle. Yeah, it's 421 and 41. This is a battle that's been going on and off all race. It's been reversed now. Don't know when that happened, but the 421 has got past the 41 at some point and is now The 41 did look like it had a bit of damage on the front end of it, so that may not be helping their situation. Oof, that thing looks like it's been a little bit in the wars. A bonnet bouncing around a bit there on that car as well, so that's not going to be having a fun time through some of the faster corners, given how much GT4s like to understeer to start with. So that may very well be the reason Kong is now... I'm going to go with that. I'm hoping that's correct, and I apologise if it's wrong. He is now sort of pulling away, although the Maserati is very, very quick through this, through the GP loop.
Yeah, they're right on the tail through that. There was almost exactly a second difference in lap time last lap. It looks like the Maserati's faster.
Yeah.
But it's getting past is the problem.
Yes. I mean, it's going to be slightly easier in these cars than it is going to be in the GT4s. GT3s, they are a little bit smaller of a chassis. But having said that, these are the two biggest GT4 chassis, I want to say.
Also, keep in mind that the Maserati is basically a cup car.
Yeah, it very much is.
It has no traction control or ABS, I'm pretty sure.
None of them. It's just pure driving skill.
Yeah.
Which makes it even more impressive, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, I believe from, I think it was this team that, I think they split the drivers for this event. I think they were running one car for the 24 hours, but they've split it to run two for this event.
Which is still
I believe
mad.
they put the car thoroughly into first place in the GT4 category in the qualifying session.
Maserati's going around the outside into the left-hander. Oh, that's brave. That is very brave.
That's Schwerenkreuz.
Danish
Down Nuremberg.
can't quite hang on to it. Got a little bit of a slide on in that Maserati.
That is one of the sketchiest places to make an overtake in.
You need some brass buttons to try that.
Indeed.
Oh yeah.
My word.
This is beginning to feel more like a when than an if situation in terms of getting past.
Yeah, as Mass is about to lose another position to Costa in the Porsche.
Ooh, that car is dropping back.
Yeah, it's Costa's just got past there.
I am
North
wondering
left
if
entry.
this is somebody who's not entirely comfortable with the car.
Potentially.
Entirely comfortable with the car and all the track. I mean, at the end of the day, this is an open race for all abilities, and kudos for doing it. I'm not sure I will ever bother to do any race around here, because I know I'm just not good enough, and I'm not sure I have the time or patience to learn the track properly.
So
Yeah, I
the
would've been-
last lap of the 283 Ferrari was a 8:49. So some sort of mistake, because that is close to half a minute off everybody else.
Indeed, as we
Yeah.
see Krakel go past Mondell, 924 BMW going past the 21 Audi.
Yeah, as Philip is now on the back of Andrea for P14, that Ferrari is on a mission at the moment. And he's actually nearly pushing that BMW round the corners at the top of the foxhole. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a move here in the next couple of corners.
That car is flying.
Absolutely
To some
flying.
degree, I feel like this is a what could have been if they'd managed to hook up a quali lap, but also if they
Yeah.
can carve through the field and not pick up damage or penalties in the process.
the BMW
As
the
Andrew
BMW as
just
well.
enters shot sideways.
Oh, I wonder what happened there.
Don't know if there was contact, don't know what happened there at all, but Andrews
there's no-
arrived sideways into shot spectacularly there.
There doesn't look like there's any marks in the front of that Ferrari, so I'm willing to bet it was just a
I mean, with the
mistake.
size of these curbs, even the BMW, which can absolutely demolish them, can still be unsettled by them. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is an element of pushing to try and stay ahead, rattled the curve a bit too much, and, well, you can see that a lot of these places around this track, there is barely a car's width of grass between you and the barrier.
Yeah, pretty much.
As these two are catching up to a GT4, I believe that's Maserat ahead. That is Maserat ahead, who is catching up to. That's the BMW GT4 of Alexander Pafkin? I'm going to call you Alexander because I have no idea how to pronounce your surname. Yeah, so the 42 of Alexander there to be lapped. Is that lapped or is that? Yeah, that will be lapped. 45 is. We do still have a number of. Oh, that's a shame. It looks like the 813, was it? Aston Martin has dropped out of this one, unfortunately.
Yeah, as the battle for P2 and GT4 class, there's also a GT3 car of Alex Gray that looks in bad shape. Trying to get past, and I think they're blue flagged, but he's struggling to get past them. He's just taken out he's got past the Maserati. Sorry, my choice of words wasn't great there. And is now hunting down that Mert to try to get past on the last section of the track. Oh, that corner's wonderful. The one where you get full left off as you're going over that left-hander.
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up. I've got the GT4s, but I can't find the. Where's that position?
That's P11, Alex
P11.
Gray.
Sorry, I am completely failing to do a good job of streaming this and commentating.
Oh, you're fine.
My ability to read is not great.
Oh, neither's mine, don't worry.
So, indeed. Ooh, up at the top, Schmidt and Gamov. So Schmidt, I believe, will have pitted. Yeah, Schmidt has just come out the pit, so has 35-minute newer tyres than Gamov in front, and is on the hunt for. Can smell blood there, well and truly, for Gamov, and is on the hunt, trying to catch up for Fisher's Esports there.
Oh, hang on. The two GT4s are going side by side. Oh, my, the Maserati's got past on the Donninger. Oh, that was the Mercedes tried to do some weaving there to try and break the toe, but just wasn't enough.
Maserati, I think, is just trimmed out a little bit more than that. I've seen this a little bit on and off with the race, is when we have followed this battle, the Mercedes looks a lot happier through the corners than the Maserati does, so it's able to keep up and stay right on the tail. As we see the Maserati going super defensive right up against the wall going down the pit straight there. Tight on the inside, moves right out wide to try and hold it, but the Mercedes has just got the cornering ability to go around the outside of turn one. Little bit of a touch on the exit.
That was a brilliant move by the Mercedes.
That was.
Well done, Underbragen there.
Lights being flashed well and truly by the Maserati there, I think in frustration for being outdone like that. But yeah, the Mercedes has got the ability to get around the corners a lot better than the Maserati has. So as you can see, going down into turn one, it just outbraked on the outside, ran it round, and held the inside line for the second half of that first corner.
Yeah, that was a brilliant move.
So,
I did the same to Davide Mandalisi last night, and I actually spun him out.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
when I
dear.
jokingly told you, hit him and you'll get the position, he proceeds to do a mistake that looks like
it was coming up to turn 3, and he sort of went defensive, and then he had a lot less cornering speed, and I kept it wide and swung the car in, and just didn't anticipate the speed difference and just tapped his rear end.
Oh,
I gave him the position back immediately because I felt bad.
yeah. We've had that. We've got caught out on the brakes into corners and stuff, and people just haven't.
Oh, Alexander Gray almost loses the car in the final chicane of the GP track.
Yeah, to be
Vidar
fair,
has just come out of the pits after a, I'm assuming, scheduled stop for that car. This battle with the Mercedes and the Maserati isn't over. I was just having a look at
No, it's still
77881. Was very much hotting up two BMWs. This is down to who's got the setup and who's got the better tyres and what have you on their car.
So I will be leaving you guys for a bit. I'll drop in if there's any penalty updates and give you those. I need to get some food in my stomach.
Fair enough. Go and enjoy. Go and have a break.
I'll see you guys in a bit. Good luck.
Indeed.
See you in a bit.
So
Yeah,
that battle was going on there. 14. Yeah. So that's the GT3 battle there of 777 and 881.
Yeah, the Ferrari of Alexander Gray looks like it needs a new panel all round.
I think that is every single panel bar the roof has been damaged. That's
Yeah,
a
pretty
skill.
much.
Well done.
Yeah, I don't know how he's keeping that on the road that way he is.
It may very well be, rather than anything major, it might just be scrapes. Lots of little scrapes might not have actually amounted to much damage, it just looks like a lot on our end.
Yeah, I was just reading a couple of messages in the Discord. Zita, I'm just gonna call you Dean because I'm not gonna pronounce that very well, is chasing down Gamma for P3 in the 127 car.
Yes, I was going to say that is, that Schmidt who has recently pitted, no, not Schmidt, yeah, Dean, I'm going to call you Dean as well, because I've got no hope in trying to, pronounce that one either. Yeah, they pitted, and it looks like they've lost, they're now, they're 6 and a bit minutes in. They might have just started to lose the edge, having been sat in the toe of the Gamov 23 BMW. But they are on a charge and have been desperately trying to catch up. Having had that 127 pit that now had, because that car's out of sequence, that was a wiggle and a half out of the Kleiner carousel there. Came out early and got all sorts of shapes crossed up. Has barely lost any time though to Gamov in all of that, so still very much getting into that point of being on toe with the car in front.
He's going to be getting a huge toe up the back straight here.
Yeah.
Will it be enough though? Which car's trimmed out more?
I think Gamov is trimmed out. I think the reason that Dean is being so much quicker through the loop is that Gamov is a little bit more trimmed out. Having said that, the toe between these two cars has brought Dean right up under the rear wing.
He thought twice about making a move there.
Tiergarten is somewhere that if you want to make a move, you can, but oh my goodness, it's probably one of the fastest and most dangerous places to make a move. So, who has got what down this front stretch? Gamov not feeling the need to go defensive into turn 1. Dean just showing their nose in the braking zone into there. I love that shot of the camera on top of the tyre bundle there. Seeing the cars getting all loaded up on the far side.
Yeah, every time I see someone going for a move into Tiergarten, I just think of that classic GT3 meme of the cars going side by side, and one ends up in every barrier up the hill.
Yeah, one of them ends up in another postcode having an absolutely massive accident.
Yeah, that's all I think every time someone even puts their nose out looking at it.
True,
it's such
but
a dangerous place to do it.
This is true, but if you can cause the person in front to be offline and you can stay out of their accident, well, you technically didn't touch them.
If you spook them into an accident, that's different. As to be fair, Dean does seem to have the pace through the corners. He was nearly touching the bumper there through the GP circuit at one point.
Yeah, as I say, I think that car's It's got the fresher tyres on it, which I know sounds weird considering that it's a computer game. Tyre wear on this is a surprisingly big thing, especially as the generations of game have gone on. And I think it's probably at... I don't know how realistic it is, and I don't know whether it's at its most severe or what the situation is, but it's definitely takes some managing if you're doing long stints.
Yeah, I don't think it's not perfect by any stretch, but it's pretty good at simulating tire wear over time.
Yeah, it's pretty good at... If you push the car too hard too early on, you will feel it later on in the stint. So that's the thing that Dean does need to look out for, is not taking too much out of the tyres trying to get past, and then to lose that when Gamov picks and can make that back up.
The other problem is Gamov's tyres are already old, so he needs to just...
He needs to not push
what's
too
left
hard, for the same reasons as to not to take too much out late on.
Yeah. So it's quite the fine line both these drivers are going for here, especially in an endurance race. It's not really about speed. Speed plays a factor, of course, but the big thing is consistency. Obviously you need to keep out of the wall, and in this track it's damn near impossible.
Indeed.
There's so many corners and so many points that any minor mistake could put you in the wall. It's near impossible to not hit anything. So it's such a fine line in this track that consistency and being able to actually just put in clean laps is more important than the speed, but the speed does help.
I think that's what we've seen with 501. Although having said that, 501. What?
Oh, do you remember what I said about the Tiergarten 2 GT3s don't go into one meme? That's just happened. Philip, for P13 in the 67 car, made a move on Marzik in P12, going up through Tiergarten, got spun and hit. A wind spin. I don't think the damage is severe, but the bonus flapping, so it's probably not great.
Yeah, it gets a little bit, just watching a replay, the tiniest bit of contact means that the Ferrari's just a touch unsettled going into the bumps just as you come down into Tiergarten where you're starting to slow down. And just the back end just stepped out. They tried to chase it across the road and then it snapped back on them.
What car was that? That was on its side or sideways across the road there?
I did not,
of some sort.
Did not see that one.
It was near where the P3 and P4 are. There was a car just sort of sat there.
It may have been car 8 because car 8 is now in the pits.
Potentially? How far are they into their stint? They're 58 minutes into their stint.
That may
So it may be a changing driver. I'm not too sure if it's a standard pit stop or not. But I still see the battle for P28 still going on, but the Maserati has currently got the advantage.
Indeed. So that Maserati has got back past the Mercedes, but that Mercedes, I am wondering if that is... Which car is that in front? I can't quite see.
Oh, that's Philip, the 67
oh, is that...
car.
What? No, Philip got a going...
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, it is. It is, yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out whether that car will have played a part in these two switching places. Because I know they were coming up to this battle, coming into Tiergarten, so I don't know if that... Philip going past these two has allowed the two to swap places or not. But yeah, no, this is... I don't think this battle's going to be going anywhere soon. I mean, 3 cars in the top 30 are all GT4s. We have 2 Mercedes and 2 Maseratis.
Yeah. Which is pretty mental. Considering
Polyakov...
there's quite a lot of GT3s still behind.
Yeah, Polyakov is out a minute and a bit on mass in the in that ACM 283 car. That car's dropped a long way back. It's had an 8:59 on its last lap, and it's on a 10-minute lap for its current lap.
They were in the pits. They were in the pits for 3 minutes. That is why. So I'm assuming they were stopped for massive damage.
That makes a lot of sense as to why that car has tumbled down there. The order there.
Yeah, they've tumbled down a fair bit. It looks like Gamov has pulled a little bit of a gap to Dean P4, about 1.5 seconds or so.
Costa goes past Krufus in the BMWs. That is the Porsche gaining a place over the BMW. Didn't see what happened there, but the BMW was passed like it was almost stood still because that gap has gone out to a second straight away.
Yeah, that Porsche doing God's work at the moment, being pretty fast. And brave man for taking it. Like, the Porsche on the Nordschleifer it's something else. It's incredibly tricky because the Porsche doesn't like curbs on most tracks, but you really have to stay off the curbs in the Nordschleifer because it will just spit the Porsche into a wall at any opportunity. Which is why sort of more the BMWs are more favoured here because they can somewhat eat most curbs.
Yeah, as there's around about a second now between Dean and Gamov now. That gap just opening out a bit between these two cars, so I wonder whether there was some backmarker traffic or not involved in that one as they go through the down into Tiergarten, down the Dottinghauer. Sorry, that took way too long to identify that bit of track. Oh, you're gonna be so cooked by the end of this.
Yeah. My brain's already cooked, but that's just because long work week.
What a way to chill out though afterwards.
Yeah, watching some good sim racing, always good.
Mhm.
No, I went for a run this morning and was out with some friends earlier, so good way to spend the Saturday.
Sounds like you are having fun times. Oh, we've been watching this since qualifying, so.
I watched qualifying. I watched like 20 minutes of the race, and then I had to leave.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so I did watch a little bit of it.
It does look like Krufus is trying to get back at Costa here. I'm going to change my camera angle because I can't see squat because of all the trees.
Yeah, some of the camera angles just.
Oh, you can't. Once they're out onto the Nords, you can't use helicam because it's just trees. It's just all trees.
Torres of P5 is in the pits. Do you say they did a triple stint? I think that's a triple stint up.
Yeah, I would assume they're probably going to swap drivers.
Unless he's doing it all himself, in which case...
There was a minimum requirement of 2 drivers.
You're right, there was.
So,
I noticed
at the very least,
someone...
one of them is going to do 1 stint, I would have thought. That gap has come right back down, with Dean and Gamov. That's now down to half a second.
Hang on, that car's got 4 drivers attached to it.
I may have missed some driver changes. I apologise if I have.
Oh, hang on, no, I remember it. Machado was in the first stint. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I saw that name at the start of the race.
Quite possibly. I may have missed a driver change at some point, and I apologise if I have.
Oh, it's all good. Don't worry. I was just curious how many drivers they had.
After that incident, Bauwender is now caught up to Mazarek in the 222 BMW, and is hassling them back of that car, something chronic. Coming into the Schwalbentrans, and the kind of carousel. Yes, it is Schwalbentrans. I had read that right.
Gamov has Dean for company this again, and it's much tighter this time.
Indeed, that gap has been coming down. I wonder if Gamov had it opened out down the Dottinghauer, but Dean has caught that gap right back up through the GP.
There's 3 battles currently going on in the top 13. Torres, it's not Torres anymore, it's Andre in the number 6 car has Yannick for company in the 420. They're going side by side through the GP.
Past.
Yeah, they went side by side through the Schumacher S, I think that's called.
I believe it is.
This is going to be round 2 for Philip and Marzik, coming up towards Tiergarten. Don't make the same mistake twice, please, lads. Please don't do it. It's going to only end bad for one of you.
Just noticing, Balwander, I think in trying to recover earlier on, has managed to end up turning their rain light on.
Yeah, I noticed that as well earlier, but my brain forgot to say it.
It's alright.
As they both held position this time and didn't try any moves. But it looks like that Ferraris might have run into the first turn.
I'm not 100% sure it's going to have quite enough grip to... No, not quite. Not got quite
not
enough
quite.
front end and braking on the BMW. The brakes on the BMW are genuinely impressive.
Yeah, but I know Philip, he's such a fast driver. He will overtake him, I think, because he was just over a second and a half faster than Marzik last lap, even with that damage. So
Yeah, I think that's going to be run it to the pit stop. Where are they on pit windows? This is going to be their last lap on... Mazak is going to be pitting this lap. Balwander is on a 42-minute stint, so they've still got a couple of laps to go. As
he
they
goes
go
for the
up
switchback.
the inside on the hairpin. Ooh, there's some door banging.
That's a
Waiting for him to
brilliant
come
move.
through into the Schumacher. That is clear through there. That is Balwander up. Now they have got the Camaro GT4 to is going to be for company possibly before the end of the GP loop. Otherwise, it's going to be right into the start of the North loop as they go out onto the circuit properly. So this may play a part, as this GT4 may very well play a part in how this battle goes on.
Well, they're right behind it now, so he's probably going to let them go before the start of the... Yeah, just letting them go before the start of the Nords.
That's well played by the GT4, not getting involved in that battle anywhere. Bit of a slide coming out of there from Mazak and the GT in the M4.
Yeah, but it looks like Philip, he's got clear by 8 tenths, so he's now in the charge for P10, which is another 30 seconds up the road, so that's a tall order.
It's tall order. P10 is Hill in the 88 Backmarker Motorsport BMW, but they are a minute and 10 seconds back on car 6. Andre Carlo? I'm going to call you Andre.
That's what I did the same thing. As Caracas in P16 has Alex Gray for company in the 167 Ferrari. Alex just come out of the pits as well. Or sorry, it's not Alex anymore. It's Camille Taha. They switched drivers. Just the race control hasn't updated yet because they haven't went through the first sector. Or they have went through the first sector. It's just not updated properly yet.
I think it's because of the difference with sectors on. Because the first sector on this, because it's split into like 3 or 4 for race control, so they're actually a lot longer.
Yeah.
So it takes a bit longer to update. Who are these catching up to? Oh, they're catching up with Crufus in the 9. Cranfus? Cranfus. I'm gonna go with that. I think I pronounced your name wrong quite a bit today. Apologies. In the 791 BMW. So this is 2 BMWs and a Ferrari. There's probably a joke in there somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. As both Carcass and Gray are catching Cranfus.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Is they're both catching up on this this BMW.
Oh yeah, so my brain took a second to process what you said. I heard it, but it didn't fully process it.
That is
So
they almost go on either side of Granvers there. Is that going down to Foxhole?
Yeah, this is the foxhole now. Down and up. Is there a bit of flashing going on there?
There's a lot of flashing going on as Taha and Carcross there.
Oh, Taha looking to take advantage of this potentially. Oh, he's going to... Oh, look at this. This is some brilliant racing. Go on.
Up on the curb, holds onto that one absolutely beautifully.
What a move by Taha. Now, Kronfist has got a second of breathing room for now.
Yeah, that Kramfus BMW now can breathe a brief sigh of relief before the onslaught happens again. Amazing bit of defensive driving there to back the BMW into the Ferrari and give themselves that breathing room, whether that was intentional or otherwise. Very well done indeed.
Absolutely. Gamoff and Dobos from second and third are both in the pits now. Serving, I'm assuming, mandatory stops. Yeah, 57 minutes, yeah.
As Dean has
inherited P2 for now, and Warner's actually just is out of the pits, but he's so far ahead it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
At this point, which is absolutely insane to be saying, but so I think Phillips had a bit of a mistake as Marzik is actually caught back up again. He's now 3/10 behind, heading into the carousel.
Yeah, that gap went out initially, but has slowly been ticking back down. So I'm wondering if Philip is just struggling to not look back too much to as the ACM car there of Mass dives right out the way, almost hits the barrier of these two cars.
Yeah, that Ferrari for Philip looks like a bit of a handful in the corners at the moment.
Yeah, I'm guessing the front end of that car is going to be being very recalcitrant to do anything you ask it to do.
I think my ACC might have just crashed. Yeah, it has. My ACC just crashed. Excellent work.
Awesome.
Let me just reload it. I just went to change who I was looking at, and it's crashed it. That's just great.
Awesome, this bodes well, doesn't it? As Vermin Badmission is in the pits, as well as Toby Toddy for Left Hand Racing is in the pits. That's the 723 that was driven by... Oh, why can't I remember the names? Brand, that's it. Brand and Fuse. So all three drivers making pit stops there. I like being able to do that. Also, that gives you an idea on the ballast for this one. Who is down 11 kilos? Oh, the Porsche is down 11 kilos from from their starting weight. As I don't know why, but as Toddy left the pit lane, it suddenly jumped to the Lexus, which is doing very well. Looks fantastic as ever. Keeping the nose clean down in 24th. As Evans is in the pits. That looked like that was a sudden jump to the pits rather than anything more than that. So Gerber 41 is in the pits as well. No, 69. I don't. Oh, that's the ping, isn't it? 40 milliseconds.
Yeah, as I'm back in now, let me just get my race control reconnected. Hey, we're back. Right, let me get calm on what's just happened. My course race controls immediately having a panic attack as everything has changed since.
Oh yeah, it will have an absolute fit for about half a lap.
I think it's slowly getting back there, as it looks like the two BMWs are back at it again, as Taha's actually got past Kranfus.
Indeed, that very much felt like a when more than an if. And much the same with Carcaros behind is out on the charge as well.
Yeah, whenever my game crashed, I was actually switching to these guys because I saw Taha was like 0.2 behind. Then my game crashed. It's like,
no!
Oh well.
Oh, you should have said, and I would have jumped to them. I didn't realise that was the case. I've been looking at so much other stuff on.
Caracas has got past. By the looks of it, he's also got the inside as well. He's done it. He's got past. Heading into I forgot Tier Garden. Yeah, that's what it's called.
I think I know why it's called Tear Garden, because there are tears in the garden when it goes wrong.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As Kramfus runs wide through Hohenrind before the open out onto the GP loop Krampus coming back at...
They're side by side, going across the start-finish line.
Yeah, so Krampus coming back against Karkaros.
Ooh! Carcass got a big slap of oversteer there.
I think that was stamped on the brakes and the car just didn't respond how they expected it to.
Well, that happened to me in the Red Bull ring last night in the wet. I stamped the brakes at turn 4 and the rear brakes just locked themselves and end up in a very scary moment.
Indeed, that is one of the issues. If you change down a little bit too quick in some of these cars, the rear axle will lock up, and you're likely to lock or partially lock the rear tyres, and that gives you a very bad day very, very quickly. Some cars are worse than others, running too much rear brake bias.
Who needs brakes?
Hello, Jez, you're back.
Hello, Jez.
Part-time commentator over here, Jez. As well,
Part-time commentator, part-time burger constructor currently.
Nice.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, go and get me one, would you? I would love one.
Not too sure it would still be fresh by the time it gets to you.
Krampus has got back past Karkaros, and this is giving Tahar a chance to basically run away at this point, 3.5 seconds up the road, as Krampus goes up for a dive coming into the chicane at the end of the GP.
Oh, that's a brave place to try that.
It's not the worst place, but it's a much more open, they run a much more... Ooh, as Krampus gets a wheel coming out of there. It's a bit more of an open corner, so you do carry a bit more speed than other layouts through there. The GTS's chicane through there a lot more open than the club loop that is used sometimes for local racing.
Yeah. No, these two BMWs are having a right scrap, and it's fantastic to watch.
It is absolutely marvellous. Like I say, it's very rare with these races that 3 hours in, we have this much in the way of a battle to go through. If you want to keep an eye on this, I'm going to run down through the top 10 as we're keeping an eye on this battle. So, Hoffman in the 501 BMW from Dean in the 127 BMW from Rodionov in the 23 BMW from Tempest in the 137 McLaren, Yannick Meister in the 420 Ferrari in 5th.
Oh, hang on, I'm gonna have to... Carcass has just got back again. Heading into the Chess's favourite corner, the Sweden one. I don't know the name of it.
Schwedenkreuz.
Oh, Krampus!
Oh my god! Oh, that's a big bump on the grass there.
Yeah, he's lost it.
He's lost it. I think he's just about managed to keep it on track and keep it out of the barrier too much. Or maybe not.
There's a bit more damage on that car.
I don't think the bonnet was flapping before then.
No. That was a good fight up until then. I think he just put too much on the curb of the exit.
Yeah, the car just got sucked wide, and then it was all over exit stage left there.
This is what I was saying about this track. It's all about consistency.
Indeed. As we get to, I'll jump back to where we were. We have Andre in 6th, Elvesley, Alexei Elvesley, Elvesy in car 44 BMW, Brand in the Florian Brand in the Aston Martin, Craig Hill in the BMW car 88, and to round out the top 10 is Justin Wrinkle in the car number 69 Aston Martin.
Nice.
Of which Barwinder is 16 seconds back from in 11th. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, doing a great job. I'd also see Taha is in P12 a minute behind that.
Yeah.
Which is quite wild.
That's interesting. Both Barwinder and Taha, both in Ferraris, and they both have their rain lights flashing.
And they're both for the same team for Pateron, I believe.
They are.
I've raced with both of them before. my first endurance races were through with them guys. It was great fun driving with them. And they're really fast too.
Explain why you are so quick.
I'm not that quick. Philip is miles faster than I ever have been.
Fair enough. How is this GT4 battle getting on? It has opened back up, I'm assuming, after pit stop cycles there. It is now out to 27 seconds after the pit stops. Car number 40, the lead GT4, is currently in 25th.
Yeah. That is very impressive, actually.
That car is looking extremely clean. And I think it's just managed to stay out of any trouble and keep, let Backmark be lapped very reasonably and get away with all of that quite well.
Yeah, he's doing a great job keeping that car where it is, so far up the grid as well.
Yeah.
As I see, who is that in the car 71? They pit it as well. Weinberg in the 71. Do they need to pit because my race control broke, so I don't know who needs to pit and who does.
They do have to pit at the end of this lap. In fact, I'm not 100% sure they're going to get round in time.
They're at the carousel. Oh, the car behind, who's that? Gertsen has just crashed.
Oh, that car just ate a lot of barrier.
Yeah.
Which...
Did not look tasty.
No.
The number 40 of Polyakov is in the pits.
That's
the lead GT4.
Expected. Which car? Sorry, 71, wasn't it? That was in need of making it back to the pits. They are on a... Their last lap was 9 minutes 1. They're 6.5 minutes into their current stint, and they are on an hour and 50 seconds.
They should just make it back and no more.
That's playing with fire. That's properly playing with fire.
They have, I think, 3.5 minutes, and their lap time suggests it'll only take them 2.5. So they should just make it with a minute to spare. But that's really playing with fire there.
That is really tight. That is currently the car in second, but will probably drop down to 4th in class through the pit stop cycle, unless Kuruma and Gleb, because I'm not even going to try and pronounce your surname, I apologise. Have ended up slowing each other up massively, or had long pit stops of their own. As Julian Burns is now in the number 5 BMW.
Yeah, as I see, Florian Brand is coming out of the pits, and Philip is in the pits. I think you mentioned they need to pit this lap, getting a fresh front end on that Ferrari.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't looking pretty. As that's coming out of the pits, they've just swapped driver again, so...
Tim Albert is in the pits as well, as Mazarak is also in the pits as well.
There's a battle for P3
Mazarak
going
is
on
out of
here.
sync. This is an early stop for Mazarak.
That Albert who's in the pits now has a stop go 30, so I wonder if he's serving that or...
Yeah, sorry, Mazarak in 15, taking out of 15, was on an 8.5 minute stint. So this is way out of where they would expect to be stopping. So I don't know what's happened there. If anybody wants to fill us in.
There's a battle for P3, sorry to interrupt. Rodionov has Tempest up for company in the 137 McLaren. They're nearly going side by side up this section of track heading towards Curve. They are going side by side. That is brave. That is very brave. The McLaren getting the 2 wheels on the grass there for a second.
2 wheels on the grass. Who needs... Oh,
he's made it work. That's a brilliant move.
well done
have
indeed.
it
That
just
is
read.
Oh, don't throw it away. That was all over the grass on the exit. That McLaren is using every last millimetre of road and then some.
That was more than brave.
I was expecting that to end in a horrible accident.
As I said before, if you're paying for the whole track, you're using the whole track.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's true, although I wouldn't recommend having an accident here normally, because even during the races, you and your team get billed for the damage if you hit the barrier, and recovery.
Not the N24 now, I don't think. A normal track, they absolutely get billed for any damage
You get
that you cause.
billed for absolutely everything. It's quite funny. It runs. Not only do you wreck your car, you also have a huge bill to pay. And unless you have very specific track day insurance, good luck getting your insurance to pay for it.
Yeah, I saw someone who, like, damaged, I don't know, 2 meters of the fence, and they changed the fence in 5-meter increments, I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And he was billed like 2,000 or 3,000 euros for like 5 meters of fencing.
Yep.
Yeah, not surprised. They'll do anything to get any money out of you.
It is also just the amount Armco costs and the amount of work it takes to do that.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
So I do have news on car 297 who's sat in the pits, Tim Albers.
Ooh.
He does not seem to be finishing the entire race, although he is out again. So I don't really know what's happened.
He's been driving alone.
Yeah.
So I think he put in the 24 hours chatter channel on Discord that he was taking a break.
That makes sense.
Chaz, stop! I want one of those burgers. Why did you tell me that? A homemade cheeseburger with truffle mayo. That sounds incredible.
Wow.
It is.
I am slightly jealous. I have had a pot noodle and I've got some biltong here.
Though, to be honest, a pot noodle is never wrong.
Oh yeah, pot noodle always slaps.
Oh yeah.
So
Can never go wrong.
fair play to Albers then for that one. Obviously, they have a stop-go 30 to serve as well. I don't know whether that was an admin error or whether it was just second driver pulling out at the last second and nobody around to replace them, meaning they're doing that on their own. But well done and fair play.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's tough. I mean, this track is not about consistency, it's about surviving it. Yeah, but consistency means that's how you survive it. You need to be consistent to survive. That's the whole. That's the whole premise of what I meant. But yeah, no, like you're right. Surviving basically means being consistent. Speed only matters about 20% of this track, really.
Indeed. What happened to your teammate?
I'm assuming he's talking to the guy Albers.
Yes. Yeah,
what happened to the Audi? It started around P15. I think it's P23. Or was he P23? Somewhere around that. He's P22. I don't know if he's been in part of any incidents. There's been so many incidents that I'm not exactly sure. Prior to mine, I've only been... Well, it's actually nearly 4 o'clock already. That's wild. But yeah, I don't know if they've been a part of any instance, but they're still running pretty well in the top half of the grid. So you need to survive to be consistent. Yeah, true, but you need consistency to survive, so they go hand in hand. I get what you're saying, but they both go hand in hand.
Indeed, I apologize. I've been really bad with chat today. I've been looking at so much on the racing and chatting to the other commentators. It's been.
It was completely opposite for me in Suzuka. Whenever I did the middle 3 hours and very little was happening, so I just spent the entire time ranting with the chat.
Yeah. Yeah, very much. Very much a case of survival around here, more than it is about racing. And I believe I'm gonna go with that's why I'm gonna curse it now, well and truly. But I'm gonna go with that's why the 501 is done so well. That car has, whenever we've gone to look at it, the cars look perfect.
Yeah.
They haven't seemed to have put much of a foot wrong for the entire race so far. I don't think they've had any penalties. I think they've just managed to avoid absolutely everything in terms of carnage and catch back markers and be sensible with them. So very, very well done to them for that one.
Absolutely. That's always good just to avoid incidents. Let me see, who's battling who? Is there any battles happening on track?
Angel and Cranfus are starting to very much get on terms with each other now. It looks like after that incident with Carcarus, Cranfus, there's so many Ks. Thank you all of you for all of this. It has cost them a chunk of time, and now Angel is on the is catching up to this and has got a run on the way out onto the Dottinger. That BMW is not looking happy. I think it's pretty much just let that Ferrari go there as the Ferrari jinks across to try and break. So it's not going to happen. Is going to cover the inside for the kink under the bridge as they drop down the hill. Under that big Goldstein bridge. And into Teargun, so that's all said and done.
Yeah, Skies, Marius and Skies, these are both statements can be true. Just saying the opposite to each other, but both are technically true. I don't understand the reason why they can't update the default Nürburgring with the rescan version from Nords. Yeah, I mean...
It's probably because they haven't scanned the entirety. You're missing the last corner, which isn't the end of the world, but the bigger thing you're missing is the Mercedes Arena. Because the Mercedes Arena is used as part of the paddock for the N24.
Yes, but I do think they scanned it all. And from my understanding, it might be coming. I think I read something about it on Reddit, which, I mean, Reddit is Reddit, but still.
Okay, so there may be something. Like I say, we are hoping for the new Aston, the new Vet as well, so who knows when they're going to arrive. That was Cranfus exiting stage. Carcross.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get the new Aston and the new Corvette until I'll probably be a part of AC Evo, not ACC.
I don't know, they've both been spotted with the ACC logo on their front ends at various events. And to some degree, I would be surprised if AC Evo has much in the way of GT3 content, because...
So here's the deal. Here's the deal with the use of the ACC logo on the real cars. That is a part of the GT World Challenge branding.
Yeah.
Every car that runs in those events has to have that logo on it. Has nothing to do with the game more than the fact that the game is the official, game.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately.
Fair dues. I wasn't aware of this. It was only the two that have been the most obvious because they've been smack bang in the middle of the front end on those cars.
Yeah, but that's branding and marketing legalities.
Ah, fair enough.
Would have absolutely loved to have them, but I doubt it.
I am wondering whether the situation is possibly similar to the Mustang, because I'm not 100% sure they got all that much information from Ford regarding that car, because it ended up being built largely by the folks at Coach Dave Delta. They had quite a lot of input in that car, and the files for it are a little bit interesting, given that it's a lot of bits of other cars that it seems to be made out of. So I'm wondering if they got the basic shell balance and weight balance of the vehicle, and that was about it.
I mean, it handles like a combination of like a Bentley and a Beamer.
It's got the BMW M4 aero kit on it.
Yeah.
But it's effectively got the weight balance of the Bentley on it. It's a much heavier front end than rear end. So it balances a lot more front heavy than it would necessarily look like. As we have sorry to dive into my own conversation there, we have a battle between Ashkapov and Domansky as they are going past the GT4 of night for 15th and 16th on track. Domansky is on the back of Ashkapov and the two BMWs. Looks to be pretty clear at the moment. Don't know if either of them are really going to go for a move one way or the other. Ashkapov doesn't look like they need to be too defensive with that BMW directly behind, but the BMW of Domansky is not going overly aggressive into some of these corners, so both being very sensible there, just holding steady through these more technical sections of the track. But yes, jumping back to what I was saying just now, was it's got the soundtrack from the Jag that's been slightly modified. So it being built out of a few different bits, I'm wondering if they didn't get as much information from Ford and Multimatic as they were hoping on that one. Hence why it was a free update rather than being paid for as part of a paid DLC.
They did drop the 720 Evo?
They did. I wouldn't be surprised
and the
if that
BMW
is
M4.
just McLaren being friendly to some degree.
I think it's just maybe that it's not that different from the other 720.
That is also the case. The updates, I think
like
we might see the same.
95% the same car.
If we see the Evo M4, which I believe is due to be launched next year, that will probably be very much a similar kind of affair. It's not that dissimilar to the previous version.
Yeah. I think the thing with the Mustang could also be that we got the GT2 pack, Mustang, and Nords within like a couple of months.
Yeah, the Nords...
Charging for it all would just not work out. I don't think people would be that into doing it.
Yeah, the Nords update was kind of sprung on Kunos. Ooh, as Demans gets a big slide going out there. Why is this... I didn't tell it to do that. Speaking of which, I can't see Demans on the... Okay, Demansk appears to have had a slide and then disconnected.
Interesting.
As we have a slow car on track up ahead of Ashkapov here. Don't know who that is. I'm just trying to work out, see who that was. There hasn't been anybody drop down the order anywhere, so...
The 987 car of Tiki has a Grant Willemopper company in P18.
I have literally just flicked to that battle. Unfortunately, Willemot has quite the chewed front end.
Yeah. But it looks like he's a lot faster.
Indeed, even with that damage, although the back end of that BMW isn't looking entirely happy either.
I guess the pit guys will have to prepare the tape and a hammer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody else saw the N24 round when the... I can't remember if there was a pre-Evo or a post-Evo Mercedes. Basically, every time it had one of its bonnet pins fail. And every single time that thing came into the pits, they just added more tape to the front end. Like, it had, like, what I could only describe would be, like, a roll's worth of tank tape stuck to the front of this thing. By the time it finished.
Tiggy missed the carousel, and that's let Willamette in. They're going side by side up towards the third sector. As Tiggy's had to back out of that.
Tiggy's backed out of that, ran over the curb, ran over the grass, and had to back out of that one.
In the top 21 cars, there are 12 BMWs.
Yeah.
Yeah, not surprised by that. There are two Aston Martins, as Demansky is back on the timing screens but in the pits, so that looks like that maybe have been a... I don't know if that was a their end disconnect or a our end disconnect.
Car 626 has been DSQ'd.
Oh!
That's interesting.
Where's car 66? Which...
They're in the pits.
Yeah. That is Robert Timberlake.
I would assume they've probably got a stock go 30, and when they are for speeding in the pits, and then they sped in the pits again.
It may also be a message from the stewards earlier on. Was if you are spotted running around limping around with a very, very damaged car that you're struggling to make it get back to the pits, they are likely to DSQ you and then undo the penalty to get you back to the pits a bit quicker.
Yeah, but it hasn't been undone though.
That's more of an issue.
Yeah, and I can't remember if the steward said that was for the whole race or that was just for the live steering part. Because I know that with the live steering is not on, I don't know if any of the stewards are connected to the race anymore.
So it does seem like the 626 have been disqualified for speeding in the pits. At least according to the Discord chat.
Yeah, I've just seen the same thing.
Wonderful. 626, sorry, Timberlake. I thought you said 66. I was scrolling through trying to find it. Trying to find
sorry
66. No, that's entirely my ears and brain not working. Well, that is...
Car 42 has received a drive-through, along with 297 who has a stop-go 30.
Oh dear, that might
first.
very well have been speeding in the pit lane, which I believe has just been served? Or was that for driving into the pit lane? That's actually good.
I think Albers has had... Yeah, that's been cleared now.
That's just been cleared. The front end of that car is not happy.
Oh no.
Timberlake's got going again. I'm wondering.
He could have been undisqued by the.
Yeah, although it normally says it. Hang on. It normally says it in the chat, though, doesn't it? Let's.
The penalty has been cleared according to Ollie.
Yeah, yeah. Fair enough.
They entered the pits at 100 kilometers an hour.
I think that constitutes as speeding in the pit lane, even if you got your limiter on.
Yeah, and that'll probably do it for a DQ and not a penalty.
Yeah, as Golden in car 42 has got a drive-through.
Yeah, if that's the case, maybe just take a slight bit more care when you're entering the pits.
Yeah, MRS, what about the Mustang? Really want to try a fly off. The Mustang is an interesting one. If you look up, we've been trying to vaguely make the thing work, and because of the way it's set up, you have to run the front end a lot to vaguely tame the lack of weight that the car seems to have on its rear axle, and it seems to be very mechanically grip limited. You end up having to run the front spring rates surprisingly high. Running them even or with any kind of offset towards the rear makes the situation worse. It does introduce oversteer, a bit of understeer on turn in, but you can to some degree neutralise most of that with brake bias and suspension geometry, as Timberlake has a big wiggle going on to the Nords loop.
So the car, let's see, the 147 car of Mario Costa, the single Porsche on the field, has received 15 seconds of penalties for ignoring GT4s and attempting to take a corner at full speed. That is not something you should do at the Nords.
That is not what we would recommend. That Porsche there. I took way too long to look for that on the timing screens.
I know you want to get past GT4s quickly, but it also requires a little bit of care because it could cause
Going
big
through
accidents.
them is not an option.
Yeah, they can't make the car disappear. Having been lapped by a lot of people.
Technically speaking, it's an option. It's just not going to end very well if you do that.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, GT4s can't just disappear, so...
yeah, it does require a little bit of care.
Willamette put in a 117.5, even though the front end of that car looks rather second-hand.
Why can't I see? Oh, there, I see it there. Yeah. Brain is not working. The fastest lap of the race is an 8:10.9, which is mental.
Oh, sorry. No, so the rear wing on the Mustang IRL, it's to do with where it's a leverage thing that they kind of beamed up a little bit. So the rear wing on that car is actually mounted to the top of the roll cage, where it mounts into the rear of the roll cage and the rear suspension shock absorbers and top of the coils in the back of that car. So it's got a huge amount of leverage across the back of on those struts across the back of that car. It's a very, very wide, very deep rear wing. So it's only got like 3 IRL. I know it's only got like 3 degrees of maximum wing angle. So it will. But it's a very deep, so it does create quite a lot of downforce just by surface area. So it does load up quite a lot of weight, and obviously that then becomes a lever and a fulcrum, and essentially tries to pull it off. Also, they had the issue with the rear floor and the boot lid falling off as well, which was an interesting one. All of which have been mulliganed and repaired largely under safety grounds rather than performance. They, particularly with the floor, they opted for a system where the rear diffuser could be changed very quickly and very easily. Unfortunately, it opted to try and change itself when you ran over a curb.
Yeah. Wait, more technical analysis. We love it.
I'm sorry, I do engineering.
No, I wasn't sarcasm. Genuinely, it's interesting to know.
I may not understand half of what you're talking about, but I'm listening and acting like I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know that might have sounded sarcastic. I genuinely wasn't. I like stuff like this.
As Wrinkle and Tar. Car 69 has been passed by car 420, so good work there. Going down the pit straight and into turn 1. The Ferrari just had the drag on the toe going through there, and has got through and got clear. Given the amount of damage that's on that Ferrari, I was expecting that to possibly going the other way, but Ferrari's flying and pulled a... I mean, it's the last lap. I'm assuming it came out of the pits. Its last lap was a 10-minute 15, whereas Wrinkles was an 8:30. But I'm assuming that was they came out of the pits right behind them.
So it's come out of the pits and immediately crashed.
They may not have opted to fix the damage. There's a number of cars out there that have opted not to fix the damage at the pit stop. If it's not been affecting the car that badly, I think they've opted to not take the time penalty and just keep going.
Yeah.
Which is risky.
Very. I have a question. There's a question aimed towards you from Skyas in the YouTube chat. He asked if you will cast next Wednesday.
Will I be casting next Wednesday? No, Wednesday commentary from me depends on whether I'm playing D&D or not.
Fair enough.
Because me and my mates play D&D on a Wednesday. So if that's not on, probably. I'll at least be putting my name down to do it. So whether I will be doing it is up to all the availability of the commentators.
So what you're saying is that you're a bit of a nerd.
Yes, I'm a massive nerd. I mean, do you not know this by now?
You work as a computer programmer. Of course, you're a nerd.
Yeah, I'm a software engineer. I'm a massive nerd. But yeah, I'm not sure yet. Obviously,
Car 8 seemed to have spun.
Ooh, that is one of the Backmarker Motorsport cars. Car 8 Evans. Oh, that's not a good place to be on. You don't want to make the situation worse by driving into the barrier again. I don't know how you ended up there, but I don't think it's gone well. Car was looking rather nice and clean, actually, before that point.
Kill fire with fire.
Looks like
If
they're
the
doing
wheels are out of
okay.
alignment,
I'm
knock
not
them into
100% sure
alignment
where
again.
this is on the track.
There's not really much happening in terms of battles.
Are they going to enter short sideways at some point, or?
There's a few cars at the back that are like.
Oh, just runs wide, gets sucked onto the curb, gets caught on the grass, gets sucked out wide as a result of being on the grass, and then bounces off 2 curbs. And that Ferrari did extremely well for avoiding that one, and well done to the BMW trying to get the car refired, holding the brakes and not moving anywhere and risking further accidents. So that's why that car went from looking very lovely to very second-hand.
Indeed.
Slightly used. Slightly used condition.
Just slightly.
I think, as the
The
saying
average
goes,
Facebook Marketplace seller.
as the old saying goes, one careful lady owner never raced or rallied.
And then you look at the picture of it, and there's no panel that hasn't been in a wall.
Yeah, pretty much. Anybody
It's
who's
like my
old enough
friend's
to remember
car.
those
He
sorts
said
of
it
adverts
was-
in the newspaper.
My friend said his car was in great condition. I opened the passenger door and there was wires hanging out everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah, he did. He also didn't have. He didn't have a seat in the passenger. On the passenger side.
That's always good.
I think
That
the
car is
worst
off again.
one
That
we
car is
had-
off again.
I think the worst one we
The
had, we went to view a
Backmarker
car.
Motorsport is heavily off the road here.
Oh, which one, sorry?
The backmarker number 8.
Oh, the
Backmarker
one that was
Motorsport.
already in the wall is having another
Yes.
argument with the wall, making the damage they already had even worse.
His bonnet's about to fly off at this rate.
Yeah, I don't think that's really held on by much.
I am surprised his steering alignment is still straight.
It might not be.
I have a feeling that steering wheel is not going to be pointing. To go in a straight line is not going to be pointing in a straight line.
Hang on,
No,
let
it's
me-
not
let me-
pointing in a straight line, but he can keep it in a very straight line.
It's at about a 30-degree angle.
Yeah, that's not going well.
Yeah,
He's doing a good work.
Yeah. This guy has field-tested condition. That's a great way to put it.
Brilliant.
No. Speaking of car conditions, my car has to get ready for MOT, and the engine light's been on for like the last 3 months. And I haven't got it looked at, and I bought one of those OBD scanners to figure out what's wrong with it.
How bad is it?
It's actually not that well, depending on how you look at it. So a couple of years ago, I got the DPF filter sensor deleted because that's a part of what you do in diesel cars now. Because it costs like £1,000 to change it. It's like basically the thing that collects soot from like diesel fumes and stuff.
Yeah, the DPF is effectively the diesel equivalent of a catalytic converter.
Yeah, exactly. And essentially, either you spend like a minimum of 600 quid to replace it, depending on the car, or you just get the sensor. You just delete the sensor off the ECU, so that it doesn't recognize it anymore. And then
car 406, the Chevrolet, was in a wall just now.
Oh, that's not good. I was about to say we've got the battle of the BMWs again, perish the thought. 127 versus 23. Radionov versus Samuel Skar. There, as Skar goes up the inside a little bit forcefully, shall we say, against Radionov there, and goes through and clears that one. I dare say Radionov is not entirely going to be happy about that, although they were thoroughly alongside before the contact was made, so you should have known they were there.
Yeah, I think that's if that was to be reported for him, there'd be no further action. I think that's just, that's hard racing and door banging. He made this, the car's width was left, and he just put the car just in it and no more.
Yeah,
so,
there was a car's width left, and there was no more than a car's width left. So
yeah, he used that full car's width. I think the door banging is just hard racing, really.
Yeah, I don't think that was anything major there.
No.
I dare say, Rodionov is not going to be entirely happy about that. As a quick thing, Tempest is now up to, in car 137 is up to second. However, they are 2 minutes 4 off the lead.
Oh, I've just seen a penalty come through in the last couple of minutes.
Car 626 and
It's
car
been
42, plus 30 seconds, reason for car 626. Causes a severe collision with the GT4. Penalty has been applied by the steward. Incident between 62. Is that a minute penalty for that car?
I wonder, is that maybe it's duplicated itself or something?
Oh no, those are two different. 626 causes a severe collision with the GT4, and then 626 receives another 30 seconds for driving through a car.
42 is the GT4 BMW, the M4 GT4.
Yeah, so 626 is just gone through it.
No, 626 is Timberlake is in the pits and was disqualified.
He has been officially disqualified.
Oh, okay.
For causing too many collisions.
Yeah, it's been confirmed. It's been confirmed. Causing multiple serious incidents.
Oops.
Which is what we don't want to see, but.
No, but the stewards do have a firm and consistent system for giving penalties. Whether you like it or not, it is at least consistent. If you cause too much of a problem, they will treat it as such, as Evans is in the pits after that. They were only about 8 minutes out the pit, so they barely made a lap before that incident, so I'm wondering if that was tyres that hadn't quite got up to temperature for those incidents there. I would say it's quite impressive to see the top 23 still on the lead lap. However,
that's quite impressive.
That is still like 8 minutes off the lead. 5.5, 8 minutes off the lead. Car 222 is probably the next one to go a lap down. Car 222 and car 283 are probably the next two cars that will go a lap down. They are clinging on to the very end of the lead lap.
Hang on, is the GT4 in P26 still in the lead lap? I think it is.
I think it might be, just. Okay, we're almost 4 hours into this race, and the GT4 leader is still very much on the lead lap.
That is impressive.
I think most of the GT4 grid, actually. No, probably not quite.
P27 has been lapped, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because they're only a minute back from... about 2 minutes back from the leader, so yeah, they've been lapped, but car 40... Sergey is still on lead lap for the GT, and is currently leading the GT4.
Yeah, Mars is in the pits again. He's inside another car, so I can't tell if that's damage or not.
That's inside the 8 BMW that was in for damage.
Yeah, Mars has just been lapped, so now Sergey in the GT4. The lead GT4 will get lapped soon.
Is down. So the leader has just come out of turn 1 going into turn 2, 3. And as we can see, the GT4 leader is here in the
There's about 2
hairpin.
corners of difference.
What?
There's about 2 corners away, so...
Yeah, so probably will get
GT4's
caught at some point this lap.
Yeah.
But that does mean that is... Yeah, that's almost... What's that? 3 hours... 48 minutes so far, and they've stayed on the lead lap.
That's impressive. It's very impressive, considering the time difference.
But yeah, I mean, their last lap was 9 minutes, pretty much 9 minutes flat, versus 8:16 for
that
Hoffman.
Maserati has a bit of damage on it.
Yeah, the front end of that Maserati's not completely factory fresh, but it's certainly one of the most factory fresh looking GT4s that we've seen out there. Having said that,
it just made an impression of Tokyo Drift there coming in, going to the Nords Lifer.
having said that, its teammate's car, F1 Means Racing for Gleb, is actually looking very clean, as is the 71 and the 412. No, I think it's basically been the 42 and the 406 that has been.
Oh, hang on. No, I think we've been completely wrong here. With who's been lapped, I think people have been lapped up till P18. No, sorry. P16 is next to be lapped.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sorry, I hadn't spotted that. Yes.
Yeah, no, because the way we see it in race control is you see a gap 2 liter, and we're going eyeballing by about 8 minutes 30 is roughly a full laps gap. And
yeah. Because there's the 2 cars, there's Tiggy and there's Vidar that are... So, the GT4 is about to be 2 laps down.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry, but we just...
That sounds a bit more normal and a bit more like what I was expecting.
Yeah. No, I just...
So yeah, that is going to be real
together.
in that Nola Racing BMW then is going to be the next car to be lapped, but that is well out on the Nords lead at this point in time. Incidentally, just coming up to our GT4 leader, car 14. Yes, it is. About to put a lap of their own on the GT4 leader. Tempest in 137 was last time by about a second quicker than Hoffman in the 501. So, not significant. However, Sharp behind that in the 127 did an 8:13 on that last time by. So, not the fastest lap outright, but that I believe was was probably the fastest lap of them anywhere.
That was their fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
Which looks to be about the 3rd fastest lap overall currently.
Yeah, after the... I mean, the second and third have got very even fastest laps at 13.3 and 13.7. And then the 501 at some point managed to do an 8.10.
That is wild.
So, as Taha is starting to get onto the back of car 888 of Andrea in that's the back Toga Motorsport car being chased by petrol aficionados, I'm gonna say. I wish we had a livery for that car, because I don't know why it hasn't synced. I synced it about half an hour to go.
Well, saying that, I have the petrol aficionados liveries because I used to drive for them a few times, and it's not even synced for me properly.
Oh.
So they must have changed them.
They probably have. Oh, that's a shame. Teammate didn't even come online for Tim Albers. They didn't even come and join. That's a shame. As that car goes back out on track, so they didn't even bother turning up this morning. that's a bit mean.
That's not the type of teammates
No.
you want to drive with anyways, if that's the case.
Yeah. You know, if you're gonna commit to a race, just, you know, actually commit to it.
Yep. And the second you tell me, yeah, I'll be there, I'll race with you.
You expect that to be the truth, you know?
Yes.
Well, no, sorry to hear that. That's
Car
not what we like to see.
21. Car 21 seems to be off track somewhere.
That's
Going
the
on
Audi.
to the
So
Nords.
Audi that was looks like it might have had an incident going onto the off the GP loop onto the North loop there.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here.
They don't seem to have any damage on the car, which is good.
I think it's just spun it. Yeah, he went in a bit too hot and just spun the car around.
Yeah,
That happens.
Only damage is ego and tires.
yeah. Which, if you're not long out the pits, 53 minutes. Ooh, that's one to watch for. 53 minutes. They've just clicked 54 minutes, and they're only just into the Nords now.
Yeah, that'll take them about 6 minutes to get through. And
That's again. They're gonna have possibly 5 minutes.
No,
left on
what's
the
the
clock.
timer? Is it 65?
It's a 65
Yes.
minute stint, I believe, because I've not seen anybody get penalised for going more than an hour.
I'm gonna double check. Let me open the sim grid here and have a look.
Just as a quick update for anybody that was interested, the Lexus is currently running in 23rd, 2 places up from where it started.
They made a lot of ground up actually.
Yeah, they were well down. Looks like the cars had a bit of a smack at some point. They're 36 minutes into the stint, so if you can hang on to that and just deal with it at your next scheduled stop, that would be ideal. But looking at how much the body panels are bouncing around, it's not going to be helping. But they, I purely spotted it because they still hold the speed trap. Top speed 289 kilometers an hour.
Yeah.
Which is,
Must be very little rear wing in that car.
I mean, have you driven that thing? It is an absolute monster in a straight line.
Yeah. I need to actually sit down and properly learn the Lexus.
You can't get away with running as little rear diff and brake bias as you would normally on a lot of cars.
Yeah.
It likes to lock the rear axle as soon as you touch the brakes if you do that, and it will light the rears up just going in a straight line as a result.
Yeah. No, that was my strategy yesterday in the World Tour in the rain. RBR, I was running 46 brake bias the entire race. Simply because what it meant was, because obviously there's quite a lot of hard braking zones, it meant that I could brake pretty close to where I would brake in the dry, and still get away with it. So that's how I did that. It was quite the interesting one.
Yeah, I mean it works.
Yeah, I did lock the rear brakes a couple of times because obviously having them that far back is sketchy, but it worked.
Yeah, I mean the Lexus isn't too bad. It's surprisingly good at dealing with bumps and what have you. It's very articulate in its suspension, and it's probably the least harmed by damage in terms of its ability to deal with it because it basically has no aero on it. It's the chunkiness of a GT500 body kit without any of the GT500 aero on it, which is why it's got a colossal rear diffuser and rear wing and not much else. So
yeah, I get you.
It's to some degree it's not bad to drive, but it does show its age to some
A couple
degree.
of messages. I was reading some Academy messages there for an upcoming race.
Steve says sends hearts to Tempest. I don't know if you're listening. You are being sent some love there. So car 137, who is just diving into pits, having that's out of sync. That's off schedule. You're on a 24 minutes.
The Audi.
That's...
I think.
Oh no, that is on schedule. Sorry, I was looking at the timestamp for Shah ahead. That is... Oh yeah, you're on 57 minutes. You could have got round, but you was probably playing with fire if you made a mistake. And most of these cars will probably be fueling for an hour, rather than fueling for an hour and 5. Anyway.
Yeah, I see the Audi's on 56.5 minutes, and they still have like 8 minutes to go, so it's they're fine to finish this lap.
Yeah. But no, like I say, with Tempest in third, pitting from second, was 57.56, so could possibly have gone for another lap, but it was properly playing with fire there. On that one, as Radionov is also in the pits from a 58.16 stint, as Tempest is down and away. Pit count 4 stops. Yeah, because Shah's out of sync, aren't they? So they've pitted earlier on. 43, 30. Ooh, that was a good stop by Tempest. 34 seconds on stationary. So very little to fix with that car. Total pit time was 1 minute and 9, which is very, very good going. Radionov was 40 seconds, so lost 6 seconds just in the in being stopped, time spent stopped with that car. There's not a huge amount going on at the moment.
Yeah, sort of slub a little bit. Right, I am gonna have to love yous and leave yous. I have to head down to my parents for the rest of the weekend, so I have to leave in 15 minutes. So I need to go sort myself out and leave. But enjoy the rest of the race. It's been a pleasure as always.
There is 2 hours to go, so 4 hours gone. So we'll finish somewhere around 6:30 tonight. 6:27. So.
Yeah, we'll have to get Chaz a professional yapper title at some point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful. I say this all spread out. Brand has just got up with Andreo in the 88 Backmark Motorsport. So that is Brand in the left-hand racing. Aston Martin is dragging up behind the BMW, going for a move down the Dottingham Hill.
Right, I will catch you later. Have a good one.
Indeed.
Have a good one.
Very much. Thank you very much for your help. It has been greatly appreciated for the company.
Oh, no problem. Anytime. I'll catch you later. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so it looks like Andrea has been trying to get the secondary tow from the Aston Martin. Can't quite make it work. They're both line astern going through through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, as the 88 dies for the pits. As does Wrinkle in the other Aston Martin. I had higher hopes for the Astons. They started out pretty strong, but they just haven't quite
one
done
of
it.
them is still on the
That's
8.
3 into 1 that doesn't quite go. I don't think it's helped by the Audi is blinking in and out of existence briefly in the middle of that as well. So obviously Albers is a backmarker to both these cars, and I think both of these cars are backmarkers to Brand. So that was an interesting moment there for
Yeah.
that one. Although this has now put Angel right on the tail of Brand with all of the backmarker shenanigans going on there. Angel now is very much in striking distance of that Aston Martin. Wrinkle and Andrea are out of the pits. That I have swapped to Craig Hill in that car. Wrinkle is still in the 3-wide esports car as well. Wonderful. Yeah, I don't think there's much else. Dobbs is back in the 137. McLaren, that is about a minute and 10 back from Shaw, who
almost 2 minutes behind the leader.
Yeah, the leader is absolutely flying. Shaw is on a 30-minute stint, whereas Dolos has just pitted, is only 5 minutes into theirs, so they will invariably change places, although being a minute and 10 between them, they might come out line astern. Shah is only about 40 seconds back from the leader, having put in some blinding laps by the looks of things. 1:11.9 was their last time by. The leader is currently on an 8:11 last time by for Shah. 8:48 is the current lap for the leader 501, who is just coming down the dotting line now. Their last lap was 8:30, so Shah is absolutely chewing into that lead now. Evidently very happy and has had a chunk of clear track with that car, and is getting away and running nicely there. I was watching videos and fell asleep now and here. Well, it's lovely to have you here as we catch up with that battle with Angel and Brand. That's still going on, although the Wrinkle and what is Gerber, sorry, now obviously they haven't quite caught, not all the timing screens are caught up with the Aston and BMW battle that is now barely half a second between the two of them, as the Angel Brand battle is still going on as well. I don't know which one of these to watch. They're both like ebbing and flowing about the same amount. Hill is looking very racy on the back of Gerber there, as they have now crossed a timing loop and has checked that. Looks like Hill has done that one nicely, so that is Hill through on Gerber. Again, that was possibly more of an when more than it was an if with that move. As we jump back to the Angel Brand battle, as they are coming up into the carousel, both of them drop in nicely and come out nicely. Ferrari is still right under the rear wing of the Aston Martin, but unable to really do too much about it. There's not a huge amount to commentate on this. It's just very nice, well-managed racing from everybody. Car 41 is in the pits, out of 27th and 2nd in class. So we'll drop down through the order. This 41 is also in the pits. 71 is still out, but will be pitting next lap. At the end of this lap, they are on 54 minutes. That's again for an almost 10-minute lap around here with these cars. That's pushing it a little bit, but you should be okay. Has only been in the pits 3 times. Oh, that's because the others have pitted around them, hasn't it? 818 Madsen is also in the pits. Timberlake 66. Bearing in mind they have been disqualified, I hate to mention this, they still haven't actually got past. Albers hasn't actually managed to get past them as yet. There is still a number of laps between those 2 cars, due to the fact that Albers is doing this solo, as it turns out, due to their teammate not turning up. So they're on 19 laps completed, whereas Timberlake was disqualified having completed 21. Eventually, Albers will probably catch that up. They've got an hour and 50 minutes to go. So since we are where we are, one last quick flick through. This battle is hotting up now as they go down the Dottinger. The Angel and Brand side by side as they go into Tiergarten. Angel just backs out of that one, thinks better of it there. The other battle that I was just spotting was Vidar and Tiggy. That were 2 BMWs that we've seen a few times racing together. Vidar is going for it around the outside, coming into this section. Well done, nicely through. Space given. I think Tiggy knew that was coming and just gave the space on the run into the carousel. As both Brand and Angel are now in the pits. That would explain why they were trying to race. Angel has a pit box further down than Brand does, so this is going to be a who gets going first. Let's have a look at Angel because they are further. I can see both of them, so we'll see when Brand drops off the jacks. As we see Albers in the pits as well. Brand is down and away. Did not need that computer, and that has taken over. Fuge has taken over that one. Angel Car 67 has got down and away and is out quicker, so that was a very nice stop. There was 3 seconds between them on stop, so Angel was 4 seconds quicker, 32 second stop versus 36 second stop. Taha in car 420 was stopped for 1 minute and 30 seconds on that last pit stop, so that was a long one for them. And that opens that gap up. Car number 5 is going past some GT4s, actually for on-track position there. So these GT4s are holding their own. The drivers that are in them are actually doing surprisingly well in terms of being quick enough to pose a bit of a threat for the GT3s further down the order and those that have slipped down the order on that one. Honestly, I don't know how that's going to work. Albers, I think, is just having a little bit of a comfort stop there. They have been in this pit box for a couple of minutes. Time stop 28 minutes. They've been in the pits. No, sorry, 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. Stopped there for them. So that was obviously a bit of a chill out and a carry on. As Willamette in that 316 Stone Cold Racing car is down and away out into 16th. The Lexus of I apologise, I have no idea how to pronounce either of your names. Derustus? I'm gonna hope that that's vaguely correct. As Tiggy is in the pits, as the Porsche goes ahead on track. Yeah, he's just kind of opened up, chilled out. Yeah, there's no major battles going on anywhere. I think we're just hitting a point of pit stop cycles, and then once everybody has pitted, we'll see where they all ended up afterwards on this one. So, very well done. No further penalties after the disqualification of 626. Tiggy is still in the pits. Ooh, he's been stopped for a long time. 56 seconds and counting. 1 minute. Don't know if... There we go. I think it was Steiner jumps in. That may have been just some issues getting connected and getting control of the vehicle. But that all looks good for now. Bauender is a minute and a half back from Moritz there, who is 50 seconds back from Andrea, who is almost 30 seconds back from Gamov. Dobos is about a minute back from Shah. Shah has closed the gap. That's now down to 24 seconds. Couple of really good laps. I'm wondering if Tut in that 501 is starting to struggle a little bit, because they did an 8:31 last time by, and the last time by for Shah was a 8:13. So I'm wondering if that car going as hard as it has for as long as it has, starting to show on its drivers.
I think that Tut has made some sort of mistake somewhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. There's 3 drivers in that car, so it's a couple of hours apiece. And I know I've seen other drivers. I believe they've cycled through all of their drivers already, so they will be doing split stints. They're not doing 2 hours apiece and then going and falling asleep. So that's not too bad, but I'm wondering if the drivers are just struggling a little bit with how fast they're having to go and how long this race is. So yeah, we shall see how that one pans out. That gap is coming down, and it's coming down quickly on that one, as Hill is starting to catch onto the back of Fuge there. In the Aston Martin, so that is the Backmarker Motorsport BMW on the left-hand racing Aston Martin. I keep trying to call everything a BMW. There's so many in the grid.
On this grid, everything is a BMW at this point.
As Hill is looking very feisty on the back of the Aston Martin. Let's look back from the Aston Martin to the BMW and see how this goes. As we've got a moment here. Just managing that gap a little bit as they go over the big crest there towards the end of the lap. into... What is that big crest on the top? Let's find out. Oh, is that's around the Pflanzgarten, yeah, it's Pflanzgarten 1, Pflanzgarten 2, and Beloff S, is where that is. Through, as they go into the kind of carousel there, the BMW has got a bit of a run there, is looking up the inside, around the outside to look up the inside into the next corner, can't quite make that one stick. This last corner onto the Dotting High is a very, it's an opening radius corner, so you go into it and then you just open the steering and open the throttle up, and it is just all the noise, or as much as you can on the loud pedal, and then some down here as that BMW is onto the back of the, just trying to get the toe on the back of Aston Martin. Aston Martin not quite as big of a car as the BMW, although that hole it is punching has helped. As we shot to another camera, as they are side by side into Tiergarten. Is this going to end in tears? Aston Martin, no, can't quite hold, and that is all gone wrong. They tried to hang on to it on the inside, got on the grass, and it didn't quite work out. As the Aston Martin is now going to have to try and recover from the grass, which is always an exciting process. That was not a good way. Keep your eyes and ears open on your map, people, please. As Pateron is now onto the back of Fuse there. What state is Hill's car in? Doesn't look too bad. Looks like they managed to get away with that one without too much damage. It wasn't that high speed of an accident, so I think they've got away without too much damage. I dare say that will probably be a ticket opened with the stewards regarding that one. On that one, so that's there. Hill is now on the back of Gerber, who I believe they lost that place to, as that Hill is... Ooh, I'm wondering if there's a bit more suspension damage that we can't see on that BMW, because that suddenly got a really big snap of oversteer on them. Either they're just pushing a bit too hard to try and make up time, which I can't say I blame them for, or they are just struggling a little bit with everything there, as Pateron is past Fuge, although Fuge is showing ahead. Okay, my timing screens are doing all sorts of shapes of funkiness. That should sort itself out eventually when it's showing this BMW that we're watching behind the Aston Martin. So unless they are a lap difference, which they aren't, I'm sure it will sort itself out when they go through a timing loop. Given the number of liveries that don't seem to have sunk, I think I might struggle. I don't think it's a fair thing to do, given that I haven't got all of the liveries, to really do too much of a poll on those. Having gone through a chunk of these cars now over the course of the race. I haven't really got enough to make too much of a comparison, as Nielsen is on the back of GT4. They're trying to get past for position. I'm not sure this is going to be the smartest of places to try and get past, but we'll see what happens. GT3 does have enough grunt and go to get past there and do it safely. I think the Maserati GT4 there just backed out of that one. On that, as we have the Gersten going past Kong of the in the 4-2-1 Mercedes. Yeah, that's just how it sits at the moment. That gap at the front, Shah has brought that gap down to a 19-second lead. So their last time by was a 13-2, whereas Tut's time was a 17-3. So
yeah, so he is losing. He's losing time.
He's losing a lot of time. I'm wondering if that car's made something we haven't seen and can't, courtesy of its livery, can't really see too much on that. I'm gonna see if I can do this and see if I can see any.
The hood isn't flapping. It has rear damage.
Yeah, it's got a few scuffs on the back of the car. I've just F7, so being a little bit cheeky and having a close-up look at the car. I mean, the Dazzle camo livery is just nuts, and it hurts my eyes.
No, that doesn't work for me. It hasn't synced up, and I synced before I joined before I even started the game. So, well.
Yeah, same. There's a few that we're missing as a result. But yeah, I think it's only a little bit on the back. But if that's damaged the rear diffuser, then that is very much a potential issue for the back of that car. If the rear diffuser's damaged, on the floor on these cars, whilst it doesn't produce a huge amount of downforce, it is very needed. And the diffuser on that BMW is surprisingly long because of the amount of overhang it has.
I will be back in just a bit.
What? Pardon? Hello? Okay, I didn't quite know hear what Chaz said there. Apologies. So yeah, that gap is now 17 seconds. So that gap is being absolutely chewed down. Now, Shard does have a little bit of damage. I might just do the same on this car, because it's got a little bit of front-end damage. Just a tiny scuff on the back of that car. And, ooh, a bit of a chunk out the front corners. The front end's got a little bit of bit more damage, but I feel like that might be easier to overcome because these cars are going to be set up for long distance running, so they're naturally going to have probably a little bit more understeer in them than you would necessarily run for a shorter race. So that will be a interesting one. It's 16.6, so that gap is just, it's falling away. It's really falling away. I'll see what the time is across the two lap times are as they cross the line. But this BMW is, with an hour and a half to go, and I can't believe I've got to this point already, is that we've got an hour and a half to go. It's been absolutely fantastic. Might be in trouble, because there's going to be, what, one more pit stop from both these cars? Yeah, because Tut's halfway through. Shah's going to pit in half an hour, roughly, because they're on 54 minutes stint. Dobos is on a 30, just coming up to 30 minutes now. They're 29 and 20 seconds now. So they're coming up to a 30-minute stint. So is Gamov. So the fly in the ointment is Shard because they're going to be out of sync. However, this may play into their hands because they'll make their last pit stop last, meaning they'll have the freshest tyres and the freshest they'll have the freshest tyres and the least fuel in the car, whereas everybody else getting to in an hour's time will have half an hour on their tyres and they'll be just pitting for a fresh set. So, how much will they drop down? Well, they were 1:10 ahead of Dobos, so they shouldn't have any issues with being able to make a pit stop and not have to, and still come out ahead of Tut. Tut will pit in 30 minutes time, so that gap will come back down to around about what we're seeing now, and that gap has fallen to the low 14 seconds, high 13 second gap. Now, some of that might be that Tut had to deal with some back markers. There are a few that this car will come up to. However, they will catch them in the GP loop, which is going to be a lot easier to pass. No, because they probably won't, because they'll probably pit because of when their pit stop is. They're on 56 minutes, so they may as well stop now. If the car's still good and they're flying, possibly try and take a bit more time out of them and just run that little bit longer and run to the end of... run to the full 65, but you're going to be pushing it, giving you 57 minutes now.
But if he's on 8-minute pace, how much time left did he have?
He's going to come across the line with 57.5 minutes used of his stint. So I think, yeah, he's going to have to pit.
Yeah.
It's tight.
It's going to be 2 minutes off.
It'll be a little bit tight if they did, but either way. So that gap was down to around the 13.5, 14 second mark by the time Shah pitted. And they're over a minute ahead of Dobos. So I think they should be clear of Dobos in the pits. They should come out as Vidar takes a 30-second stop-go penalty in the 923 BMW. Ooh. But it's going to mean they make their last pit stop last, so they're going to have the best tyres and the least fuel in the car. And that gap was coming down. They were 8:21, and that included running down the pit lane. So they were chewing into that time. It was 8:19 from Tut on that last time by. Schmidt is down and away with a 10-second gap. So they'll be out. They should be out and well clear from... So if they can be inside of 45 seconds at the next pit stop, by the time... So if they can make up 30 seconds over the course of this next stint, they...
Ooh, car 42 went off hard about half a minute ago.
Ooh.
He's back up and running now. But it was hard in the wall coming up Flugplatz.
Oof, that's not a good place to hit the wall.
No.
Sorry, I'm sat here doing a mental arithmetic for how this is going to work. If Shah can pull 30 second, can be inside of 45 seconds, which is about the time you lose on pit road, by the time Tut pits in 30 minutes, 25 minutes actually. Ooh, that's a tall order. But it's not out of the question. That is a tall order, but it's not out of the question. This might get spicy towards the end, especially if depending on where they hit, where their last pit stop is, because of how long the final lap is likely to be. If they're tight on driver time, they may have to do a drive-through if they have to pit too early. So they're not going to finish within the in the last 65 minutes. Because they want to pit with about 5 minutes to go on the clock, so that they want to cross the line with about 5 minutes to go on the hour of their pit stop, and hope they've got enough fuel to do it. Otherwise they're going to be scuppered on drive time. No, because they would be scuppered on drive time anyway, so they need to... Oh, this could get tight towards the end. Schmidt is in the best position possible for not having to run down the pit lane to reset drive time right at the death. Sorry, I've just sat here and done probably far too much analysis and mental maths on that. McGonagall and Andreev is going on as a battle. Did you say 42 hit the wall?
Heavily as well up Flugplatz, straight into the wall, but the car is driving.
The car is driving, it doesn't look too badly damaged. It may have possibly been a bit of lag, because on my end, the car is absolutely fine.
Could well be, but it looks like he is understeering in some of the corners. That may just be
GT4 life.
Exactly.
That may just be GT4 life. They're 24 minutes into a stint, so shouldn't have shredded the tyres, but don't know.
It's just GT4ing.
Yeah. So we'll let the next couple of laps go by with the leaders, and that will give us an idea. But that gap there's 2 seconds come out of the gap to Schmidt. It was about 118 when they... Pardon?
P17 and Nasir Arda Vardar has received a stop go 30. I'm not 100% sure exactly when that was given out, but it looks like it's being given by the game.
And I think it was given whilst you were away.
Okay.
So yeah, they've got however long to deal with that.
Lap or two then?
Kruf, maybe? Krufus is on, I think, a couple of laps. Krufus is on the tail of, who is that one? Maicon? I'm gonna hope that I pronounced that right, because I've got no hope of pronouncing your surname. Yeah, it's on the tail of Macon now for... what is that going to be? That's going to be 15th place. And we have McGonagall is on the tail of Andrew in the 2 BMW. So Stone Cold Racing against a name that I cannot pronounce. Schmikiri, maybe?
Is it car 72?
No, car 95.
95. Let's take a look. So many numbers. Car 95, Matvey Andreev.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out the team name, that was all.
Smeshariki? Maybe?
Maybe. As Andreev runs wide. Ooh, as McGonagall has to check up there before ending up in the back of Andreev there, as they are now side by side going down the Dottinger. Who has the drag is going to out-drag each other. Looks like McGonagall might have the go on this one. They're going to be on the outside going under the Bilstein Bridge there. So, how's this one going to pan out? They're going to stay side by side. Who's on the inside? Who's going to be able to carry the speed? still side by side into. We saw how this ended last time for a couple of cars.
Oh yeah, that is a crash.
That was about what I expected.
Major damage to both cars.
Oh, both cars have hit the wall hard. That was kind of expected. It looks like McGonagall might have got away with a bit less damage than Andreev has, as they basically just bounced the curve and managed to get the car stopped. Andreev looks like they may have... Yeah, they're going straight for the pits. That car smacked the wall hard and has opened its bonnet up well and truly.
Out.
What?
McGonagall is staying out.
Yeah, they didn't touch the barrier. They
did on my feed. They went straight into them.
They make side-to-side contact and then bounce the curb, but didn't on my end. They didn't make contact with the barrier or anything too major. So they might have got away with limited damage on that one.
Well, evidently it can still drive.
Yeah, whereas I don't think Andreev could. So yeah.
No.
But that does.
It'll be interesting to see what the stewards have to say about this if it gets reported.
Indeed, as Cranfus has gone past Macon in the 992 car, so doing reasonably well there. That Ferrari, that Porsche, cruising along. How long are they going to be in the pits for? It's going to be a long stop. They're a minute already. That was a big chunk of damage for Andrew there. Unfortunately, that was about the only battle that was vaguely interesting. And has... Ooh, Schmidt and Dobbs. So Dobbs has got past Schmidt. It was ooh. How did that happen? So Schmidt came out in front of Dobbs. And Dobbs is now ahead of Schmidt. They had about 10 or 15 seconds between the two of them, so I'm wondering if Schmidt has made a mistake. And that has, yeah, there might be a little bit more damage on the front of that BMW than there was to start with. So is now possibly struggling with that car. Well, this just turned it on its head. This might have just given Tut the win, although these two are not done fighting. So it may have just been a minor spin and no contact, although that BMW is being pushed hard. It is also towards the end of its... No, it's the cars around it because it's out of sync, isn't it? It's half an hour out of sync. So it's going to be... They're going to be coming in end of this lap? Maybe they're 40 or 42 minutes into their stint. Gamov, Schmidt, Dobbs, Tut. Tut is 44.5 minutes. Gamov and Dobbs are 42, almost 43 minutes. 42.5, 43 minutes respectively into their stints. So, ooh, that's interesting. I'm just trying to work out whether they're going to be able to do an extra lap on their current set of tyres. On their drive time for those around. If they can manage it, that might completely screw up Schmidt's plan. Any hope Schmidt had of managing to make a bit of an overcut work with these cars. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have to see how play this one as it lies. They are definitely dropping back to Dobbs, so I'm wondering if they are not 100% happy with that car then.
As Vardar in P16, P15 will surely have to make his stop go 30 any lap now. He's had it for a while.
Yeah, but it's you get half a stint pretty much to
I think you have 3 laps, right?
Yeah.
And I think he's on the second lap after receiving it. So if I were him, I would probably dive into the pits now and just get it out of the way.
Probably a good plan.
Because he's roughly halfway through the ring itself now. I think he might be aiming for the pits at the end of this lap.
Yeah, how is that particular individual on time? Because doing a stop go 30 won't reset their stint time. Oh, they're 13 minutes in. Okay. Yes, they'll be on their second lap of 3 because that's probably come from the speeding in the pit lane on their last stop. Yeah, so it probably came from speeding in the pit lane on their last stop. So they probably have... They could go for one more, but it's going to be a risk. Especially if there's any issues getting into the pits, back markers, etc. But it is going to drop them further down the order.
Yeah, I would be in now if I could.
Although it's... Actually, I say that. Steiner is a minute and 40 seconds back, so they probably will still be a minute ahead of Steiner when they come out the pits. You only lose about 45 seconds here on track. Oh, that was a clunk on the wall. You're not really supposed to do that. As we jump back with the Schmidt-Dobos battle, Schmidt is not being dropped quite as much as expected by Dobos after getting past. So Schmidt is evidently still able to carry plenty of speed with that car. Yeah, no, there's not a huge... I don't know what to chat about. How is the IRL race going on? Because there's this battle that's not really going anywhere. There's nothing huge... Ooh, I say that. Oh no, that's some GT... Ooh, 71 and 424. I scroll down, there's some GT4s getting a bit close to each other, but there's about half a second just over between the two of these. Yeah, how is the IRL VLN 6 hours going?
I do think that is already over. I'm not 100% sure. I could be completely wrong about that. I'm going to just quickly double check.
Unfortunately, I don't really have any spare screen space to look.
I am using a fourth of my monitor for each program.
Oh, fair enough. I have the main screen that I'm streaming off of, which is my main normal monitor. I then have a further 2 monitors, with one with timing, with a timing screen on, the other with chat and one with the 2 chat screens and the penalties on from Discord. So
yeah, I only have 2, so I have one with the game on, and then one that just juggles between everything else.
Yeah.
I am most likely looking to moving all of my monitors and my entire setup onto my rig in the future. And that way I would be able to have like 3 or 4 monitors.
Yes. This is why we are doing it this way. I mean, we only have a single monitor, but we have spare monitors. I normally run off of 2 for when I'm normally using my computer, and then I just plug a third one in for when I go commentating. I now don't have stuff on chairs. For anybody that's been listening to us for a little while whilst we've been doing the commentary, we ended up moving a desk around because we needed to put the AC unit somewhere, so we could drain it because it's got a tiny tank in it for condensation collection. And I now have a desk next to my rig. Well, I say my dodgy ass desk that's held together with a wing and a prayer.
If it ain't sketch, it ain't right.
Oh no, I have a G923, and that makes this thing wobble. So the level of jank is real there. But yes, there is. So it is now not. I don't have monitors sat on top of my tower and a chair next to me. There is actually a desk for them to sit on. So they're all roughly the same height for once, which is quite nice. Compared to what we have had. How is chat doing? I wish we could decorate in 155 over missing for hours. No first. 155.
So if we wanna compare,
Sorry, what?
if we wanna compare real life to this race, the lead car in the real life NLS race finished a 6-hour race on 28 laps. We are up on 34, I think?
This is
35
true, but
even.
how long was the red flag for?
I don't know, but I do think they paused the timer?
Not normally with endurance races. Normally the timer keeps going, otherwise they would probably still be going if they'd paused the timer.
So,
because that would have been a big
flag
mess to clear up. What?
Yeah, let's take a look here. Let's do the math. So, the red flag came out at around 5:50 left of the race, so 10 minutes in. And when we got back to racing, yeah, they had lost almost 2 hours, it seems like.
Yeah.
So that would explain the lack of close to 10 laps.
Yes. And
we still have a full hour left here.
Which means, yeah, it's going to be close on, where are they on the lap? So this is going to have to be the last lap possibly on this stint. Where are they? They've gone round for another lap, which they can do. That's going to put them over the hour mark. It's going to put them on the hour mark in terms of time for Dobos, Tut, and Gamov. In terms of stint time, Schmidt is obviously out of sync and on 20 minutes in now into their stint. So they are hovering and hassling. I think possibly Schmidt isn't just giving it absolutely everything to get past. Because the gap has still continued to come down. That gap from Dobos, as it would be, to Tut is now 1:14 is the gap, and closing. So that is gonna be the gap's still coming down, even though these two are racing each other. So last time across the stripe, it was an 8:18 for Tut and an 8:15.8 and an 8:15.9 for Dobos and Schmidt respectively. So these two aren't really holding each other up, but they're both catching Tut. Dobos is both Tut and Dobos are going to have to pit at the end of this lap. Because they are... Where are they? Where's that bit of wiggly track? all looks so similar. Are they up at Bergwerk? Have they just gone through Bergwerk?
The leader?
No, Dobos and Schmidt battle. I think they've just gone through Bergwerk and are heading down to Pesselschen.
Yeah, I've lost my track maps. Let me just bring that up.
And through.
So they are.
They're just coming. Yeah, so they did. It was through
Motkurve.
Bergwerk, and they're just coming into into
Nice
Stockpile and the Carousel.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, that is going to be... Yeah, that they will have to pit at the end of this lap. Because that's going to leave them... Where are they? They are 5 minutes into a lap. So, 5.5 minutes into the lap. So they're going to need... They will have to stop because they will have... They're going to go for another 3 minutes. And they are 55 minutes into their stint. So, yeah, Dobos will be on 59 minutes coming up to the pit lane. So it would be too tight. You'd have to pull like a 7-minute something to make it back round on that one. If anybody does, obviously you can do the back loop back into that as this battle comes up onto that Lexus, which dives straight out of the way for both these cars. That's not an issue. That gap's now down to 13. 113 now, and closing. It is... I know they're all going to be on different bits of the circuit and dealing with different things, but that gap is consistently coming down over the course of a lap. So it might not be where they need it to be for Schmidt to be able to come out in the lead after their last stop, or at least in touching distance of everybody with their last stops, but it's certainly going to be tight amongst this top 3 cars with this. And as we see, Balvander and Telex Fabio, that's a new name that I have not seen. I apologise for not being able to pronounce your name. Telex... I'm just going to call you Fabio and stop trying to fail at pronouncing your name. For SimSports PT. So they are out there.
Fabio Texeira.
Pardon?
Texeira.
Texeira, thank you. Sorry, I cannot do words. Today, as it turns out, so Fabio Texeira there with that is trying to come back at Balvander, who is pushing on and has managed to get past. I literally didn't... I just saw it suddenly change on the timing screen there, so... Balvander's still on a march to try and catch back up. I believe they are still all on the lead lap, the top... Possibly the top 10?
Top 15 even, I would say.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where if it does anything funky. Yeah, top 14, no, top 15. Vadar has served their stop go 30, so they are, yeah, they're only 36 back from the leader, which means they have been passed. 8:05 is Macon, car 147 in the Porsche is the last car on the lead lap, and
he is being lapped fairly soon.
Probably in the next lap or two will be laps. No, because they will have to... Where are they on their stint time? Because... Okay, so they will be... Hang on, has the leader gone through? Has the leader gone through?
Yes, Schmidt has gone... Schmidt has overtaken Tut.
Okay, that's big.
Sorry, Christopher Hoffman is in the Creme de la Course BMW now. Not Tut.
Yes, sorry. Yes, Hoffman is now in that BMW. Okay, that is quite big that gap has been... What was their time on pit road? only a minute 16, 42 seconds stopped.
Car
For Hoffman.
777, Peter Schmidt seems to have had a crash. Yeah, he has gone off.
Well, I'm looking at Schmidt right now.
I'll just watch the replay. He's back up and running.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because they are...
But he went off in... Let's take a look.
Was that Hoffman or was that Schmidt that went off?
Schmidt is off. 777.
Oh, okay.
Somewhere, I think that is between Adenauer Forst and Callan-Hard. I'm not 100% sure, but he's back in the pits now. He's been teleported back to the pits.
That's odd because I'm looking at Schmidt on my screen.
Peter Schmidt in the 777.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking
BMW.
at Kevin Schmidt at the front of the race.
Oh, okay. That would explain it.
Yeah, sorry, we have two drivers, as it turns out, who are both in the car at the same time, both in BMWs, both... Okay, yes, no, sorry, Kevin Schmidt at the front of the... I was getting very confused there, because I was looking at Schmidt going, how is this working?
No, Peter Schmidt.
Yes, I don't know if they are related.
I think Schmidt is a
I think it's a relatively common German surname.
Yeah. Well, I have dropped all the frames. We be running at like 15 frames here. Nice.
Ooh, yummy! You're having to go potato mode.
Oh, it's already potato mode. Lowest everything. It's called a Nordschleife preset.
I suddenly feel remarkably good about how my computer handles this lot, because I think it's on high preset within everything, and it just runs.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Intel GPUs actually surprisingly good. So I'm assuming Hoffman then had some sort of error because they were due to be out of the pits. I would have thought they'd have been out of the pits much quicker and still been ahead of Kevin Schmidt in the BMW. But instead, Schmidt is ahead of Hoffman. Tempest is now back in the 137 McLaren and is about a minute and 3 back. So we shall keep an eye on this battle, mostly because it's about the only thing ongoing at the moment. The GT4s and the stuff, what have you, are all running through the pits. Polyakov is still out in the lead of GT4. It's still a 1-2 for the Maseratis, 40 and 41. 427 of Kong is in second. Is in third, with Weinberg in fourth with the two. So that's the two Mercedes. In fifth is the Camaro. I need to say Corvette. I keep wanting to call that thing a Corvette because I just see the Chevy logo. Sixth is 42 Becker BMW, and seventh is Lionheart in the 432 Alpine. And bringing up the tail is Tim Albers, down doing an absolutely stoic job in 39th. Currently completed 23 laps, so yeah, not doing amazingly, but considering you're doing 6 hours on your own, I take my hat off to you, and are genuinely impressed by that. As we see Hill in the pits.
Tim Albers is just sitting on the side of the road. That caught me a bit off guard. Oh, yeah, he's spun the car around once more.
Yep, I think
I
think maybe having some concentration issues.
5 hours alone in a car, that can get to you after a while.
Yeah. So, before everything changes too much, I say that, as we've got Fabio Telexera is right on the back. It looks like it was back market induced, because that gap had gone out to Balvander with the Ferrari. So this is Ferrari on Ferrari battle with that. So Telexera doesn't have the happiest of front ends. The bonnet on that thing is bouncing around, but it doesn't seem to be hampering the car too much, especially when in the tow of Balvander in 6th there. So not doing badly to hang on. I believe that was Marshall Post 95 that we just went past. On there, so that is all good. I think that gap is now just starting to creep back out.
Yeah, we've had it confirmed in the Twitch chat that Schmidt is like the most common German name ever.
Ah, fair enough. Check the number 42. Which one's 42? Oh, that's the BMW that has the big sticker on the back that says yes. Wonderful. You having fun with bots again?
Oh yeah, it's lovely. My banhammer is oh yeah, it's running hot.
Awesome. I just flick back at Twitch chat and message was deleted
There's
by
a
a
new
mod.
ban every 10 minutes.
Oh dear.
I think we've had...
Ooh! As Schmidt gets passed by Hoffman. Going down the pit straight. Sorry, I was staring at all sorts of other things rather than what was going on screen. And that is... So, it looks like this might be on the other foot now for these two cars. Hoffman has got back past Schmidt, so maybe Schmidt has just burnt a bit too much of their tyres. They're 33 minutes in to their stint, so they've still got almost half an hour to go. A good couple of laps left to go with that car. They've got to try and survive, and now they are chasing Hoffman in the Dazzle Camo BMW. So, as Krufus, ooh, that BMW has, it's another BMW for Nolan Racing is in the pits, and that has had a little bit of an issue. Generally not liking life there. I'm assuming you're going to be stopped for quite some time. You have been stopped for a minute and 25 already. That's not what I would recommend, let's put it that way. Telexera is still on the back of Balvander. Not really getting any closer, but not letting Balvander get away either. So, just managing, both of them just managing that gap for now. Yeah, no, it's doing alright. That gap to Schmidt has just started to stretch out a bit. It's gone out to 1.2, 1.3 seconds now. So I'm wondering if Schmidt has just burnt their tyres up a little bit. May have ended up with a bit more damage than they'd have wanted. So yeah, because Tempest in third is now almost just a minute back. They're 101 and change back from these two, as they both have to get past the back marker of Costa there. So that's that one. Fuge and Taha. Fuge has been passed by Taha. Fuge, the front end of that car is not looking quite as good as it did when it left the grid. That car has been previously looking remarkably clean all race, but it has just picked up. I think there's just been a few mistakes creeping in as we've got later in this race, and has just ended up making a little bit of, has ended up with a bit of damage and dropping back. It goes for both of the Astons. They have both fallen down the order, unfortunately, having started and qualified extremely well. They have both started to fall down the order, as we have Belvander and Yannick, Nielsen and Polyakov all in the pits. And can confirm it looks like the last car on the lead lap at this point, with 50 minutes to go, is McGonigal in the Stone Cold Racing 316 BMW, as they are catching up to the 71, I believe, AMG. Yes, it is. 71 GT4 AMG that is currently 4th in class. Polyakov, 26th overall in a GT4. That's downright impressive.
Seeing a lot of good driving here out on track.
A lot of heads-up driving by a lot of people, and it's really, really good to see. As Badmachine is down and away from their pit stop. That has put, after all of that, that's put Balvander and Misa on. I say that it's not that, it's now Angel, Stone Angel is in that car now against Moritz Taha. So that's the two drivers that you have in there, rather than what it says on my timing screen. But that's two Ferraris that are going to be battling it out for, I would guess, to the end of the race now, barring any issues. Yeah, they've just started their last. That'll probably be their last pit stop. They've got 50 minutes to go, so they're safe to the end. That's two cars that are definitely safe to the end. Hoffman is 15 minutes into a stint. Ooh. This is what I was saying about earlier on, about half an hour or so ago. So we've got 8 minutes 40 odd to go, but Hoffman is 15 minutes 20 into their stint. And we know it's over 8 minutes a lap. It's about 8.25 minutes a lap around here. So, the question is, do they have to, at some point in this last stint, run down the pit lane, or risk getting a penalty for drive time? I think they might have to. I think they may have to make a run down the pit lane. If they do, that is probably going to give Schmidt or Tempest the win. So this is not over yet. By any stretch of the imagination. As they come across the line, that's an 8 minutes, 13 lap, 47 minutes to go. Ooh, and they have 16 minutes gone on their time. They are playing with fire, and I can't. My brain is a little too cooked to be able to work out how close that is going to be for when they start their last lap, as to how close that's going to be on drive time for that car. Obviously, Schmidt does need to make a pit stop. They're 42 minutes in to their stint, so they will be at least this one, if not one more after that. Tempest is now pretty much a minute back from both these cars. So, given what's the current situation, I would expect Schmidt to be out of the pits about 15 seconds ahead of both these cars, ahead of Tempest. However, we know that car. We know Schmidt is going to be potentially very quick on lower fuel and much better conditioned tyres. With, what's that going to be, about 25 minutes to go. Now the question is, can they push Hoffman to have to run faster than they would like and push them on drive time? That's going to be the question now to the end of this race. We know Schmidt is going to be fine on drive time. The two that we don't know is going to be Tempest and Radiant and Hoffman. Hoffman is more likely to be in trouble than Tempest, given that there is about a minute in terms of stint time between the two of them. So
I've just been on board with the garage, whatever garage the Chevrolet was trying to recreate here. Me and numbers.
Garage 56.
Garage 56 Anime Edition, that's it.
Yes, that's the 56. It was the NASCAR that got modified to go and run around Le Mans for a giggle. Which, by all accounts, was hilariously fun to drive.
And by all accounts, it was incredibly stupid, really.
Yeah, but did you see the size of the...
enthusiasts. We love stupidity.
Did you see the size of the gurney flap they stuck on the back of that thing so that it wouldn't be faster than the prototypes in a straight line? So if you don't know about NASCAR, the way they restrict the speeds on the super speedways is they actually have air restrictors, and they physically limit the power. The theoretical top speed on the super speedways is often actually lower than the theoretical top speeds on the shorter tracks, because they have an air restrictor to slow the cars down. Obviously, it reduces the power, it reduces the load on the engine, so that they're not going to grenade an engine. However, when you take those restrictors out, these cars are good for like well over 200 miles an hour. And there's a dirty, great big long straight with a couple of chicanes in the middle of it at Le Mans. Yeah. They're thoroughly new to the thing to try and to stop it from being faster than the
I say we don't restrict it. We'll let it run one more year.
Oh, what, take all the...
Achieve its true potential.
I would be concerned as to whether the engine would actually make it.
Halfway down the Molsan and just... poof.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's great, because if it chucks a rod out the bottom of the engine, that's going to cause a really big problem.
Slight issue.
Yeah, not only is there going to be copious amounts of oil across the track, that's also going to be chunks of very, very sharp, very hard metal across the track as well. The reason Conrod, I'm pretty sure the reason Conrod at Bathurst is called Conrod is because somebody literally buried a Conrod out of their engine into the tarmac. It failed and it got buried into the tarmac.
That is anything but surprising at all, actually. The most motorsport thing to ever happen on a track.
Like, it embedded itself in the tarmac, so it's not like they come out with a small amount of force.
Car 791.
791.
That is P16, driven by Waymer.
Ooh, they've got 10
10
seconds.
penalty for causing a collision by recklessly lapping a GT4.
Oh dear. Oh dear, well done. Which GT4 was that? That was the 432.
Yes.
432.
Cannot see it.
Yeah, there doesn't appear to be a 432 GT4.
They may have had such a bad crash that they have left the server.
What are we down to? 38 cars. Maybe? I think we've been on 38 for a while.
Yeah, but I also know that they don't... It's not live stewarding anymore, so...
No, so it does
may
take
take
a
an
bit
hour or so.
Yeah, it could have been an hour or so ago. That was an incident that happened. I'm not sure I can even see a 432 that's not a GT4. I don't think we're missing any. We didn't have that many that started. As we see the Angel Taha battle still going on. It's not really gone too far. Oh, I say that as they're coming through up to Flugplatz. Angel gets a run on Taha and gets through. Nicely done. Was that Flugplatz or was that somewhere else? Or was that Bergberg? That might have been Bergberg. No, it was through Schwalbenschwanz, possibly. Yes, I think that was Schwalbenschwanz. The run up the hill there. So yeah, Flugplatz through Schwalbenschwanz to Arenberg, and then down into the foxhole.
Schwalbenschwanz is on the corner right before the second carousel.
Oh,
the one on the run to Arenberg is Schwedenkreuz.
Schwedenkreuz. Oh. They look very similar in my defence.
They do.
I knew roughly. I knew where I was talking about on the map. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah.
Southcott has picked up a penalty as well. 316.
That is
95, 15 seconds. Leaves a tiny gap at the faster section of the circuit, causing severe collision with car 95. Which one was car 95?
Car 95 is Arkhipov.
Yeah, Arkhipov. In that BMW. Was that the... Yes, that was the incident we saw earlier on with the two of them running down into Tiergarten, wasn't it? Tiergarten,
yeah.
Hohenrhein section, where the two of them ended up with a lot of contact.
A lot.
gets right on board with Angel as they are chasing down the 420 Ferrari of Taha here. You can see even much from that. There we go, let's go with that one. Give you some idea, when we say this track is narrow, we mean it's really narrow. These cars, it is barely 2 cars wide for most of the track. And where it is a bit wider than that, there's pretty much only one line through, as a chunk higher on the banking there as they go through Carousel. And up into her act. Before making their way down through to Vipperman.
Probably one of the absolutely scariest corners on the entire track. Vipperman.
Is Vipperman? No, Brunchen's YouTube corner, isn't it? Vipperman is here.
Vipperman is the jump.
Oh!
If I remember correctly.
No, I thought the Vipperman was through Flansgard.
Vipperman is after the first carousel.
Yeah.
Going down towards... it's the jump that then leads down to Brunchen.
Ah,
and
right.
Brunchen, of course, is YouTube corner. So Vipperman is the jump and Brunchen is the YouTube corner.
Right.
The exit of Brunchen.
With
that
they
famous
are now
gravel
going
trap.
through Flugplatz and into Schwabenfeld and Kleine Karussell.
That would be Flansgarten as Flugplatz is on the other side of the track.
Yes. Oh. You can tell I've been here for 5.5 hours almost. Oh dear. We'll get there eventually.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
You'll be ready for the 24-hour.
Maybe. I'm definitely keeping... I have saved this map because at like 2 o'clock in the morning it's going to be unbelievably helpful.
Oh yeah.
So...
I would so do basically anything to be able to buy one of the houses in the middle of the ring.
I
would pay an arm work.
Sorry, we've got Stone Angel gets an absolute cracking run down the Dottinger High there, and over under the bridge and into Tiergarten, gets the move done nice and cleanly, as we will shut ourselves into Taha's car as they are now running down the pit straight. Can Taha get any kind of drag into turn 1 to make any kind of move back? Goes defensive, Taha goes aggressive around the outside. Can they get a switch back? No, can't quite get it done. Who's got the drive on the exit? Taha's got a huge overspeed on Angel there, but can't really do anything with it.
You're down to the last 33 minutes.
Indeed, so we've got 33 to go. Sorry, I'm going to keep sitting here working this out because I'm not sure this race is entirely done. 33 minutes. Schmidt is on their last lap. They're 55 minutes into their stint. They're 55 minutes into their stint. Okay, they've got 3 minutes or so left, so they're going to be on 58, 59 minutes when they come into the pits.
And then it's just a splash and dash and survive.
Yeah, I would assume they will take full service. Otherwise, those tyres are going to do an hour and a half. And I'm not sure they're in a good enough condition to do an hour and a half. So my guess is they'll take full service. That's going to drop them back into probably about 20 seconds ahead of Tempest.
I
And
will
they're
be
going to be
back
about
in
40
just
seconds,
a few short minutes.
40 seconds back from Hoffman. 40 to 50 seconds back from Hoffman. Hoffman is 31 minutes into their stint. And we have 32 and a bit to go. Where is Hoffman on track? Hoffman is going through kind of carousel now. I'm not 100% sure that they can back off enough with Schmidt on fresh tyres and low fuel to be able to make this work. I guess we'll find out. This has ended up as a game of chess as much as it's ended up as a race. Because Schmidt will now be able to go maximum attack to the end of the race. They're both on... yeah, why am I trying to work out where they are? They're like 3 seconds apart. So this will be Schmidt diving for the pits. Are you able to keep an eye on Schmidt and let us know when they drop off the jacks? I'm going to watch Tempest. Because the Tempest has just come through kind of carousel now. Is Schmidt about to end up having to... Oh, Tempest runs wide going into... what's that? Galgenkopf onto the Dotting Highway. So lost a little bit of speed there. We know that is an important place to carry as much speed as you can. Down there, all of these cars run so far off the deck compared to what you're used to seeing them. Just to stop them from bottoming out absolutely everywhere. Schmidt is in 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, down and away. Yes. Oh! Okay, so they came out side by side of the pit lane. So Schmidt has just got fresh tyres. Has probably a similar amount of fuel. But has got a massive tyre advantage now on Tempest in front. That has put them a minute and 10 seconds back from Hoffman. If these two can get a move on, this isn't over in any stretch of the imagination. .32 seconds on stopped, a minute and 5 on pit road. Schmidt was...
I'm not 100% sure what has happened, but car 95 in P15, Andrev, has just done a 1 hour lap.
I think your timings, Luke, is having a bit of a funny 5 minutes.
Because it just crossed over 59 minutes and now it's on to 20 seconds again, so we'll see what happens when it crosses the line here.
Ah, that was
a
the
9:30.
9 minute 30. Yeah, that might have been having some issues because that might have been their first one out of the pits after their huge amount of damage.
Okay. That would explain it.
Speaking of which, Wimmer and Andreev are battling on track.
Yeah.
as is Tempest. Ooh, this is now going to get tough.
Waymer has a lot of front damage to that car, though.
Wimmer is the NOLA Racing BMW.
Yeah, the one with the pen.
They're the one with the penalty, aren't they?
Yeah, the 791. That hood is holding on for dear life as the 297 of Team Albers has had some sort of crash on the ring and teleported back to the pits.
Oh, no.
Concentration is starting to get to him now after 5.5 hours.
Yeah, 26 laps in, 5.5 hours. I commend you. I absolutely commend you for what you have done.
Oh, Waymer's going for the move here. Could not get it to stick, though. Can I get it done? Part 21 is off as well. That is Merlin Mandel.
That's the sole Audi that is just teleported back to the pits. What happened to you? Oh, arrives into shot, pointing the wrong direction, sideways into the barrier. Ooh, that was big. I didn't see how that one started, but very much saw how that one finished. They try and get going again, and yeah, the car is just too broken.
Oh, we're back to potato mode and like 25 frames.
Wonderful. Yeah, that
might have actually been good that I'm not racing this. Car 222 seems to have gone off somewhere as well. That is the BMW of Marsek. Let's take a look at what happened to him.
Let me jump back with this Vema battle. Tempest has dropped back to... No, so Shah has got past Tempest and he is 2 seconds ahead.
Yeah, Marsek has just lost the car. No major damage, what I can see. Only grazed one of the walls, it seems like. He's back running.
Fair enough. So that tyre advantage has got Shah
Car
past.
45. Sorry to interrupt you, but car 45 is also off. That is Francois Sachs. I think he just made contact with a Mercedes. With a green Mercedes.
I'm not sure. I just went back 30 seconds and they are arriving backwards into shot. Couple of cars going past. They're staying out the way, trying to get the car back and rolling. Oh, they desperately try. No, it doesn't quite.
Yeah,
but
they just. No, here it comes. Here it comes. Yeah, they just touched.
Yeah, that wasn't as bad as it could have been, but not as bad as it. But worse than it. Yeah.
Should have been.
Albers is back out. Manuel is in the pits.
I'm going back full minute to watch this from the Mercedes of Koenig because I need to know what happened to them.
That was fine. Wimmer and Andrew
just saved it. Oh my god, what a save.
That might... I haven't seen that, but that might well be the save of the race.
He just touched the front of the McLaren. Starts to lose the car, flies over a curb, manages to save it and get back on track without spinning or touching anything.
You, sir, or madam, that is impressive. Well done indeed. I take my hat off to you. You must have nerves of absolute steel to hang on to that. Unfortunately for those that are watching, just because my brain is fried enough as it is from doing this for the last 5.5 hours, unfortunately I won't be doing any driver interviews after the race, just because I have been here for what's probably going to be close to 6.5 hours, nearly 7 hours. So As I say, if there is anybody that does want to come and have a chat with how things are going, by all means, do jump in. I am keeping an eye on the comms box for anybody that does. Oh, that's Tim completely cooking the tyres back to the pits. Oh, that's not good. Fair enough. You are doing extremely well with everything. Like I say, I know you're a good few laps down, but that's downright impressive for anybody to do. Like 4 hours is bad enough. 6 is pretty horrendous. Lexus has managed to extend their lead in terms of top speed. It's now 290 kilometers an hour. I'm assuming they got a tow at some point and managed to mean they did that. 21 minutes to go, 21 and a half minutes to go. Hoffman's 42 minutes into their stint. I don't know. I'm sorry, I really genuinely don't know about whether that car's going to have to run down the pit lane or not, and if so, how much time is that going to lose?
If you just have to do a drive-through sort of thing,
yeah,
it's not going to lose him that much time.
It's not going to lose that much.
Just a minute.
Yeah, but Shah is pulling that gap back.
That is true, but I think that he's going to be fine, I think.
Probably.
It's going to be quite tight, but I think he's going to be fine. Yeah,
the other question is whether that car has enough fuel to do it. So if they don't have... If they do end up realising they're going to go for another lap, whether they have to add any more fuel to that car, at which point that is going to be... It's going to be seconds of fuel, but it's going to be tight. Although that gap has come back out to 1 minute and 3 now. It was coming down to almost under a minute, but Shah has just lost a bit of time there. Possibly some backmarker related issues earlier on in this lap on the GP loop. With whichever car that is back there. So I think that's probably going to be how it finishes. But this is the Nords. Anything can and will happen.
Yes.
Oh. We have a Mercedes battle in the GT4s. These two have closed up on each other. Weinberg and Kong, Christoph Kong, are now running line of stand in the two Mercedes GT4s. Christoph Kong definitely looking racier than the Weinberg Mercedes, although that Weinberg Mercedes looks quite a bit more second-hand than the one of Kong in comparison. So let's have a look as it looks like Kong has trying to go for a bit of a move up over the top there, and they are he's all over the back. If you want to know what the front end of one of these cars looks like from the back end, that's what it looks like. The dirt and grime that builds up on these cars, it's actually very cool. It's very good as
Koenig is going for a
going
move.
for it. Ooh.
Oh, they made contact.
Ooh, Kong backs
Going
out
into
of it,
Arnberg.
but manages.
No, that's not Arnberg. Yeah, it is.
Was that Arnberg?
That was Arnberg.
Yeah.
Car 923 has some sort of issue. That is Caracas. I think he's been on the wall. Yeah, he's just lost it and hit the Armco.
Oh, that is a shame. I'm going to stick with this battle for now. That Mercedes is all over the back of the other Mercedes. Funnily enough, this is for the last... No, this is for second overall. 41. Gonkara has dropped back now into 4th place.
Caracas is off again.
Oh,
he is off again. Take a look at that car. Take a look at the rear of that car.
Which
it is
car is
absolute. The 923. The rear of that BMW is absolutely destroyed.
923 car cross. Oh, the rear wing's hanging off. Because I'm still in wing camera. I've gone back. I'm not actually sure that rear wing should still be attached.
Oh no.
Oh,
and it's off again. You'll have to RTG this.
Yeah, you're gonna have to RTG. That car is absolutely mangled on that one. I am gonna drop back to this Kong Weinberg battle because this is still
Tim
raging on.
Albers has once more had a few issues, and he almost made contact with the BMW. Get out of the way!
Oh no! This battle's coming up to this as well.
He's out of the way.
Well out the way in the wall. I mean, I take my hat off for you to trying to get the car back to the pits, but I think it might be a little bit mangled.
You'll have to cut your losses at this point. The car is not going straight enough. He loses it every time it goes over a crest. Every single time there's any sort of compression, he loses it completely, and he'll have to
that
RTG
car
this soon, I think.
That car has had it. Kong is all over the back of Weinberg here. This is some fantastic racing. As I say, after this long, to still have battles that we can follow like this, that is fantastic.
Yeah, he's off once more, and I think that's it for him. I think he's returning.
I've just seen a blip disappear on the map because they're still in range. So Kong is on the tail, going down into the carousel. Running really low there, possibly losing a bit of time to Weinberg. Weinberg running a little bit higher, carrying a bit more speed through there. They do have Wimmer on their tail, who is going to be coming through to lap these two very, very shortly. So this may curtail this battle for a moment or two. Having said that, if Kong can use Wimmer as a way of opening the door to Weinberg, that will be the ideal situation, is to just keep going, don't let off too much, and then use Wimmer as a means of opening the door to get past Weinberg. I think that's probably what I'd be looking to do at this stage. Possibly with where they are, they're coming through Brunchen now. Doesn't really. I thought they were going to get on the brakes early enough to let that BMW through. Still not. They've lost a bit of time as a result of, I think, possibly a bit of a miscommunication between the two cars. They've lost a bit of time to Weinberg there. Over the jump after through there. As they are coming down through Through there into, that is Schwabenschwanz. They are just about to go through there. And into the kind of carousel. The BMW does not want to be held up too much longer here, but I don't think has much of a choice. I think it's going to be a case of do it or get up close, try and get a slingshot off the back of the BMW for Kong. I think that's the plan, is Kong is going to let the BMW go, and then I would just dive into its slipstream and try and hang on as much as you can. There you go, uses the BMW, can't quite get into it, and didn't get into the BMW slipstream. Now Weinberg is in the slipstream of the BMW. Can the Mercedes get the double slipstream off both of them and get some sort of slingshot before they get into Tiergarten? They are coming up to the bridge now. No, nobody is really close enough to do anything. That is them down through under the Bilstein Bridge and into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein section. Now, Kong has been looking better through the corners and is looking every possible which way under the sun to try and get past. He's right under the rear wing again of Weinberg. Can they get a drive off this corner? Weinberg goes super defensive on the Mercedes there. Mercedes on Mercedes, this green Mercedes of Kong, can they hold it around the outside? They've got the inside for the next corner. Who's got the drive on the exit? Weinberg will have a drive advantage. Almost made contact there. Very nicely done. Still side by side coming down into the next corner. Who has got the brave pills on the brakes? No, Weinberg stays ahead for now. As we are into the last 10 minutes. Haven't had the note to say that the leaders are on the last lap. They are 4 minutes into a lap now, so that's going to leave them 6 minutes. As Kong is running, has got the inside line, holding Weinberg out wide. Andreev in the BMW, another BMW that is getting caught up in this. Andreev behind there, a little bit of damage on the front of that car, just sensibly stays out of the way. Forcing Weinberg to be...
battle between these two Mercedes here.
It really is, it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, he's making a move up the inside.
Andrew goes for the move on Kong. Kong is not happy about it. See the flashing headlights there. But this has put Weinberg out wide. This might be this might be what they need to get past. Indeed, they are up the inside. Oh, that was not needed. That was too late on the brakes. I thought that was brave on the inside.
Sorry, Christoph Koenig, but that is 100% on you.
Yeah, that was a brave move that was limitedly whether that was on. I think that's your race done now. I don't think you're going to catch back up to Weinberg after that. The gap's now gone up to 6.4 seconds. All Weinberg now needs to do is just keep it on track through to the end of this one, and they are clear. That was such a good battle. It was going on. That was like second or third lap that has been going on as well.
Yeah, it's a shame that it
ended the way it did. I feel like there may be a penalty on the way, but if it is for anybody, it's going to be only penalising those that have been slowed up already, i.e. it's only going to end up going the way of Koenig there. Because they really did just send a dive from almost nowhere. Okay, I'm just going to put this one out there. One of my drivers of the race here, or cars of the race, 67, currently driven by Stone Angel, petrol aficionado's car, claimed 38 places across the entire race. We haven't really seen too much of that car. It's been in battles on and off, but it hasn't been setting the timing screens on fire or anything like that. It has just steadily plugged its way up the field, and that's genuinely impressive. Now, obviously, there is 38 cars still running, so they pretty much started from the back of the grid, and they are now up to 5th. In that Ferrari. So, very well done there. Exceptionally well done.
I'm also extremely impressed by the Maserati currently sitting in P25.
Yeah. Also, we have a new fastest lap of the race.
Oh, really?
The gap down The gap down to from Shah to Hoffman is 51 seconds. 8 minutes 8.920.
As car 21, then is Merlin Mandel is off, having had some sort of crash, I think.
Oh, what happened to you? How did this go wrong? We already saw you having a bit of an accident earlier on. You would have thought the Audi would be a strong car around here, given IRL it does very well previously. Just over-rotates on, I'm assuming, somewhat worn tyres.
In ice curve.
No. Is that an ice curve? I feel like there's some irony there if that is an ice curve.
Yes.
Was that the thing for the leader starting the last lap?
Could be, yes.
Yes, the leader has had to do that. They have had to reset their stint time. They have just run down the pit lane at the very least. They spent 7 seconds stopped. I thought that might happen. Where has that
That is a splash and dash.
That is a splash and dash. There's 10 seconds between them. There is a lap to go. Where is traffic? There is going to potentially be traffic in play here on this last lap. It is not over. Hoffman cannot make any mistakes whatsoever and cannot get held up in any way, shape or form by back markers. Tempest is having to do the same thing. Radionov, how are they doing? 57 minutes. They're going to have to do the same thing as well. Angel is safe. Angel might... No, they're not going to gain any places from this, but they are going to get closer to the top 4. Yeah, I thought that might happen. With the time that was left, I spotted this earlier on. They're going to have to... Some of these cars are going to have to run down the pit lane. Yep, as Radionov dives into the pits as well. Don't know whether they'll have to take fuel. Tempest ahead took 5 seconds of fuel for them as well. 9 seconds now to Shah. But there is a back marker between the two of them. Who is that? That was a blue BMW. Is that 316 or is that the... yeah, that's the blue BMW of Southcott that's got... that is between Shah and Hoffman now. 8.8 seconds is the gap. Shah can smell blood and is absolutely gunning it. Providing Southcott doesn't hold them up, this is going to be tight. This may very well be very, very tight come the end of this race. There is still at least one more GT3 that Hoffman will have to navigate up the road. Which car is that? As Taha and Toddy are going at it now. They are onto their last lap as well.
Shah ran a tiny bit wide. It looked like he understeered a bit. Up Flugplatz. Going through Schwedenkreuz now.
That Aston has got a chunk of damage on the front end. That's not going to be helping.
I think Hoffman has this.
7.6 seconds is the gap. And they are... Where are they? I can't think where they are on track. Is that Kallenhard they're coming up to? Yes, it is. They're going through Metzgenfeld 1 and 2, and then Kallenhard. 7.7. It's ebbing and flowing. It's now. Which car is that that's up ahead? I can't actually tell. I don't know. Can you see which GT3 it is that's ahead of Hoffman? On track.
That is Schmidt. Peter Schmidt.
Peter Schmidt. Oh, okay. That's the other Schmidt. 777 car. So, is quite a long way down. Shouldn't be any issues with getting past them. Apart from just the usual, it's a very narrow track. 6.5 seconds now, that gap. And
he's going,
shot is hanging out. Here. Oh, they've taken another second out of Hoffman. If they can keep this on the road, it might very well come down to a drag race at the end.
167 is running a bit slow. I think that is Mutkurve.
Oh, that car's hit the wall hard. Its rear end is all out of shape. That's not good. They were racing Toddy, so I don't know if there was any contact made between the two of them on that. Let's have a quick look. Back 30 seconds. No, they're already on their own by that point.
As Hoffman is going into the carousel in a second now.
2 seconds left on the replay. Apologies for this one. 6.5 seconds. 6 seconds is the gap.
And that is the race timer. That is the timer going down to 0.
8 minutes 11, 8:25 was the last time part across the stripe. Obviously, there was that pit stop for Hoffman that Shah has not had to do. Hoffman was not able to take tyres. It was literally a splash of fuel. Now Shah is going to start to be able to see wisps of that white BMW up ahead as they go through these corners.
Car spinning.
Yellow flags ahead of the leader. Yellow flags ahead of the leader. It was car 777. Shah is through. Doesn't affect anybody else. Okay. That is... It looked like Hoffman had to check up quite a bit. That gap has come down again. It's dropped to 4.2 seconds now. Looks like Hoffman had to check up a lot more through that gap. Through there than Shah had to.
Yeah, he came in right as the cars were
spinning.
Yeah.
There's a GT4 going through the kind of carousel now, so I think they're going to be... That shouldn't play any part apart from maybe at the very, very end through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, but I doubt it. This is 3.7 seconds. 3.7 seconds is the gap to the lead.
He's through the carousel. There's only a few corners left for him.
A few corners left. Shah is 3...
He's going through Galgenkopf.
3 seconds as Shah goes through Galgenkopf themselves. Not close enough for a tow, but we'll be able to see. This is going to be an absolute send from Shah through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think it's going to be I think they lost a little bit too much earlier on. But tantalising close.
Just reaching the
6
top.
hours racing, and this is the gap to the lead. This is why we love GT racing, because it's so close, even after this length of race.
Going through Tiergarten, down to the chicane. Down to the
Tiergarten,
chicane.
Hohenrind. They are... Scott is
He will
clear.
win this.
Hoffman has got it, no mistakes, kept it clean. Sharp took that to the absolute wire.
Superb driving from the creme de la course team here.
That was genuinely impressive. Absolutely fantastic driving by both cars. One in the wars, one pretty much managed to avoid it and had a faultless race, but that still was no guarantee. And some celebratory donuts there from both drivers.
I don't think Char and Tempest are too angry about the outcome of this race. I would probably say the entire top 10 have driven extremely well.
Yeah, the
top
whole
5 exceptionally well.
top 5. Like I say, this is. I'm just gonna go through this quick. Hoffman up 3 places. Unfortunately, Shah and Tempest down 1 place respectively. Radionov up 36. Angel up 38. Talaxia up 32 places is your top 6 driver, top 6 cars, as they are coming through to end the lap now. Well, coming in towards the end of the lap. Also, to show just how fast those two were going, we're following Angel in 5th place. They are coming up to the carousel now. They're going through whichever that corner is just before it. Stellarike? I can't pronounce that one. I'm not sure, but yes, they're coming into the carousel now. Past that ACM car. Talax area is just coming through the end, through the carousel as well now. I want to say well done to Southcott for that one, finishing in for the Stone Cold, bringing that one home for the Stone Cold team. Tierra, I think you might have ended up parking that one, possibly, I'm not sure. Costa, well done for finishing that one in the Porsche. Very well done. That looked like the BMW was that one that we just saw into the pits. That was the not the 777. Albers, fantastically well done for crossing the line on that one as well. A genuinely amazing job getting across the line there. These two are still not done. So, you know, I said this might have been a bit too far back. Yeah, I was wrong. We have Koenig and Weinberg are coming into Schwalbenschwanz and Keine Carousel. Side by side, Koenig all over the back of Weinberg. Still, these two are battling. This is pretty much going to be the last couple of cars that cross the line. We will see all of these cars across the line. That is an amazing battle. We know Koenig is willing to try pretty much anything and everything. I am slightly concerned this is going to end in tears for both drivers come end of this.
I think the possibility is surprisingly high, actually.
Yeah, after the send that we saw from Koenig in the previous lap. Previous lap started this lap? I can't remember. Either way, they have managed to haul their way back up. Bonnet on that green Mercedes is bouncing around all over the place.
He's going for it.
He's going to go for a send. This is... Don't end it. You can end your race now spectacularly for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there was contact. There was a nibble on the back end of the black Mercedes. Oh, that felt more inevitable than it probably should have been.
That is unfortunately
That is not the way you want this to end for either of them.
He's waiting. He's waiting for him.
Is he waiting for
him?
He's
not crossing the line. He's not crossing the line. Koenig hasn't crossed the line. He is waiting for Weinberg.
Oh my goodness.
He's actually waiting, and Weinberg, of course, has more aerodynamic in his hood than he probably has from his wing at this point.
And indeed waits and lets that car go across the line. That's genuinely impressive. Like, fair play.
Good manners.
That's incredibly fair driving at the end of that. They knew they were pushing, they knew they were doing everything they could. Fair play. Fair play indeed to that, to Koenig there for letting Weinberg cross the line first out of these two after that incident. Whew!
Absolutely insane ending to an insane race.
Indeed, that has been absolutely mental. Triple two. There are still cars. You forget how long this lap is. There's still loads of cars out on track. As we see Sachs going through there, and I didn't see which one that was.
The Camaro's approaching the second carousel here. He's going through Schwalben's now.
We'll probably see this one through that Garage 56 anime car. It's got a bit of damage on the front end. The bonnet bouncing around on that one as well. I don't think there's many cars that have got out of this, if at all, completely unscathed. We did see there was a little bit of damage even on the leader's car that came across the line, having driven a very, very good race. Little bit of a wiggle coming out of Gallenhard there onto the dotting hour. Just enjoying every minute of it. Doesn't want the lap to end. Just weaving around and enjoying every minute of this. Chris Wall, do so. You have earned it. That car has made it to the end. The 69 Aston Martin is behind these 406 Corvette. Camaro. I knew I was going to do it at some point. So that car is going to come home, going through Hohenrhein now, and out onto the GP pit straight. To cross the line, 69 and is just going to come across the line as well. And that, I think, is everybody. No, it's not. It is the 723. 723 Aston Martin will be, by the looks of things, the last car to cross the line and bring this race to an end. Very well done to all involved. I want to say a massive thank you to the stewards for being around on this one. Thank you to Barry for coming and helping out with comms. Massive thank you to yourself, Ches, for coming and hanging out and helping with comms.
Pleasure's been all mine.
You're quite welcome. So that is the end of that. Very well done, and thank you to all the drivers that turned up and took part in this one. Commiserations to anybody that didn't manage to make it to the end. 6 hours is not an easy one to do. Like I say, the next one you see with us will be the Nordschleife will probably be the 24 hour. I don't think it's in any of the series that we have coming up. There will be, I believe it's we will have coverage from the World Tour on Friday and the Rookies on Wednesday. So that will be the two to look forward to this week. And I'm sure Hayden will be doing bits and pieces on lunchtime racing and what have you around as well. So, from myself, thank you very much all for watching and taking part. Any final words from yourself?
I'm speechless, honestly. It's been such a good race. I don't want it to end. I think we should do another 6 hours.
Oh, possibly not today. I am knackered.
Thanks for stopping by, everybody, and hanging out with us today. It's been lovely being back here. Hopefully, maybe I'll be back soon. Sooner than you think.
Indeed.
Who knows?
Who knows? It's been lovely to be in the comms box. I don't think we actually did any whilst you were fully on the comms team together. I can't remember.
Maybe 1 or 2 events, but not too many. I'm not too sure, actually.
Yeah, maybe. Either way, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody for watching and hanging out with us. I'm gonna go and find some dinner because I've not really eaten properly all day. I didn't have any. I had a pot noodle and I've been snacking on biltong all day. So on that note, it is a thank you to everybody involved in this, and we shall see you anon.